This is Audible.
The Lady of the Lake, written by Andrzej Sapkowski, translated from the Polish by David French, and read by Peter Kenny. Chapter 1. The lake was enchanted. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Firstly, it lay right beside the mouth of the enchanted Kumpojka Valley, permanently veiled in mist and famed for witchcraft and magical phenomena. Secondly, it was enough to look. The lake was deep, a vivid, pure blue, just like polished sapphire. It was as smooth as a looking-glass. So smooth, the peaks of the Oidva Massif, gazing into it, seemed more stunning reflected than in reality. A cold, bracing wind blew in from the lake, and nothing disturbed the dignified silence, not even the splash of a fish or the cry of a water bird. The knight shuddered in amazement. But instead of continuing to ride along the ridge, he steered his horse towards the lake, as though lured by the magical power of the witchcraft slumbering down there, at the bottom, in the depths. The horse trod timidly across broken rocks, showing by a soft snorting that it also sensed the magical aura. After descending to the very bottom of the valley, the knight dismounted. Leading his steed by the bridle, he neared the water's edge, where faint ripples were playing among colourful pebbles. He kneeled down, his chain-mail rustling, scaring away fry, fish as tiny and lively as needles. He scooped up water in his cupped hands. He drank slowly and gingerly, the ice-cold water numbing his lips and tongue and stinging his teeth. As he stooped again, a sound, carried over the surface of the water, reached his ears. He raised his head. His horse snorted as though confirming it had also heard. He listened. No, it was no illusion. What he had heard was singing. A woman singing, or more likely, a girl. The knight, like all knights, had been raised on stories of bards and tales of chivalry, and in them, 9 times out of 10, girlish airs or wailing were bait, and the knights that followed them usually fell into traps, often fatal ones. But his curiosity got the better of him. The knight, after all, was only 19 years old. He was very bold and very imprudent. He was famous for the first and known for the second. He checked that his sword slid well in the scabbard, then tugged his horse and headed along the shore in the direction of the singing. He didn't have to go far. On the lakeside lay great dark boulders, worn smooth to a shine. You might have said they were the playthings of giants, carelessly tossed there or forgotten after a game. Some of the boulders lay in the lake, looming black beneath the crystalline water. Some of them protruded above the surface. Washed by the wavelets, they looked like the backs of leviathans. But most of them lay on the lakeside, covering the shore all the way to the tree line. Some of them were buried in the sand, only partly sticking out, leaving their true size to the imagination. The singing that the knight could hear came from just behind the rocks near the shore, and the girl who was doing the singing was out of sight. He led his horse, holding it by the bit and nostrils to stop it whinnying or snorting. The girl's garments were spread on a perfectly flat boulder lying in the lake. She, naked and waist-deep in the water, was washing and singing the while. The knight didn't recognize the words, and no wonder. The girl, he would have bet his life, was not flesh and blood. That was evident from her slim figure, the strange colour of her hair and her voice. He was certain that were she to turn around, he would see huge, almond-shaped eyes, and were she to brush aside her ashen hair, he would surely see pointed ears. She was a dweller of fairy, a spirit, one of the Tulwith Teach, one of those creatures the Picts and Irish called Daoine Shi, the folk of the hill. One of those creatures the Saxons called elves. The girl stopped singing for a moment, submerged herself up to the neck, snorted, and swore very coarsely. It didn't fool the knight, though. Fairies, as was widely known, could curse like humans, oftentimes more filthily than stablemen. And very often, the oath preceded a spiteful prank for which fairies were famous. For example, swelling someone's nose up to the size of a cucumber, or shrinking another's manhood down to the size of a broad bean. Neither the first nor the second possibility appealed to the knight. He was on the point of a discreet withdrawal when the noise of hooves on the pebbles suddenly betrayed him. No, not his own steed, which, being held by the nostrils, was as calm and quiet as a mouse. He had been betrayed by the fairy's horse, a black mare, which at first the knight hadn't noticed among the rocks. Now the pitch-black animal churned up the pebbles with a hoof and neighed a greeting. The knight's stallion tossed its head and neighed back politely. So loudly an echo sped across the water. The fairy burst from the water, for a moment presenting herself to the knight in all her alluring splendour. She darted towards the rock where her clothing lay. But rather than seizing a blouse and covering up modestly, the she-elf grabbed a sword and drew it from its scabbard with a hiss, whirling it with admirable dexterity. It lasted but a short moment, after which she sank down, covering herself up to her nose in the water and extending her arm with the sword above the surface. The knight shook off his stupefaction, released the reins, and genuflected, kneeling on the wet sand, for he realized at once who was before him. "Hail," he mumbled, holding out his hands. "Great is the honor for me. Great is the accolade, O Lady of the Lake. I shall accept the sword. Could you get up from your knees and turn away?" The fairy stuck her mouth above the water. "Perhaps you'd stop staring and let me get dressed?" He obeyed. He heard her splash out of the water, rustle her clothes, and swear softly as she pulled them over her wet body. He examined the black mare, its coat as smooth and lustrous as moleskin. It was certainly a horse of noble blood, certainly enchanted, and undoubtedly also a dweller of fairy, like its owner. "You may turn around, Lady of the Lake, and introduce yourself. I am Galahad of Caer Benitz, a knight of King Arthur, the Lord of Camelot, the ruler of the Summerland and also of Dumnonia, Divenant, Powys, Divid, and Temeria," she interrupted. "Redania, Rivia, Aedirn, Nilfgaard? Do those names mean anything to you?" "No, I've never heard them." She shrugged. Apart from her sword, she was holding her boots and her blouse, washed and wrung out. "I thought so. What day of the year is it today?" "It is—" He opened his mouth, utterly astonished. "The second full moon of the Beltane, Lady—" "Ciri," she said dully, wriggling her shoulders to allow her garments to lie better on her drying skin. She spoke strangely. Her eyes were large and green. She involuntarily brushed her wet hair aside, and the knight gasped unwittingly. Not just because her ear was normal, human, and in no way elven. Her cheek was disfigured by a large, ugly scar. She had been wounded. But could a fairy be wounded? She noticed his look, narrowed her eyes, and wrinkled her nose. "That's right, it's a scar," she repeated in her extraordinary accent. "Why do you look so scared? Is a scar such a strange thing for a knight to see? Is it so ugly?" He removed his chainmail hood with both hands and brushed aside his hair. "Indeed, it isn't," he said, not without youthful pride, displaying a barely healed scar of his own, running from temple to jaw. "And only blemishes on one's honour are ugly. I am Galahad, son of Launcelot du Lac and Elaine, daughter of King Pelles, lord of Caer Benitz. That wound was dealt me by Brionis the Merciless, a base oppressor of maidens, before I felled him in a fair duel. In sooth, I am worthy of receiving that sword from your hands, O Lady of the Lake. I beg your pardon? The sword. I'm ready to receive it. It's my sword. I don't let anyone touch it. But what? The Lady of the Lake always emerges from the waters and bestows a sword, doesn't she? She said nothing for some time. I get it, she finally said. Well, every country has its own customs. I'm sorry, Galahad, or whatever your name is, but I'm clearly not the lady I'm meant to be. I'm not giving away anything, and I won't let anyone take anything from me, just to make things clear. But, he ventured, you must come from Fairy, don't you, my lady? I come, she said a moment later, and her green eyes seemed to be looking into an abyss of space and time. I come from Rivia, from the city of the same name, from Loch Escalot. I sailed here by boat. It was foggy. I couldn't see the shore. I only heard the neighing of Kelpie, my mare, who followed me. She spread out her wet blouse on a stone, and the knight gasped again. The blouse had been washed, but perfunctorily. Patches of blood were still visible. The current brought me here, the girl began again, either not seeing what he had noticed or pretending not to. The current and the spell of a unicorn. What's this lake called? I don't know, he confessed. There are so many lakes in Gwynedd. In Gwynedd? Naturally. Those mountains are Eroitha. If you keep them on your left hand and ride through the forests, after 2 days you'll reach Dinas Dinlliw, and then on to Caer Datal, and the river. The nearest river is... Never mind what the nearest river's called. Do you have anything to eat, Galahad? I'm simply dying of hunger. Why are you watching me like that? Afraid I'll disappear? That I'll fly off with your hardtack and smoked sausage? Don't worry. I got up to some mischief in my own world and confused destiny, so I shouldn't show my face there for the moment. I'll stay a while in yours, in a world where one searches the sky in vain for the dragon or the 7 goats, where right now it's the 2nd full moon after Bellatine, and Bellatine is pronounced Beltana. Why are you staring at me like that, pray? I didn't know fairies could eat. Fairies, sorceresses and she-elves, they all eat and drink, and so on. I beg your pardon. Never mind. The more intently he observed her, the more she lost her enchanting aura, and the more human and ordinary, common even, she became. Though he knew she couldn't be that. One didn't encounter common wenches at the foot of Eroitha in the region of Compoica, bathing naked in mountain lakes and washing blood-stained blouses. Never mind what the girl looked like, she couldn't be an earthly being. In spite of that, Galahad was now gazing quite freely and without fear at her ashen hair, which now it was dry, to his amazement, gleamed grey. At her slender hands, petite nose and pale lips, at her masculine outfit of somewhat outlandish cut, sewn from delicate stuff of extremely dense weave, at her sword of curious construction and ornamentation, but by no means resembling a ceremonial accoutrement, at her bare feet, caked with the dried sand of the beach. Just for clarity, she began, rubbing one foot against the other, I'm not a she-elf, and as for being an enchantress, I mean a fairy, I'm a little unusual. I don't think I'm one at all. I'm sorry, I really am. Why exactly? They say, he blushed and stammered, they say that when fairies meet young men, they lead them to Elfland, and there, beneath a filbert bush on a carpet of moss, they order them to render... I understand. She glanced at him quickly, then bit down hard on a sausage. Regarding the land of elves, she said, swallowing, I fled from there some time ago, and I'm in no hurry to return. Regarding, however, the rendering of services on mossy carpets, Truly, Galahad, you've happened upon the wrong lady. All the same, I thank you kindly for your good intentions. My lady, I did not wish to offend. You don't have to apologise. Only because, he mumbled, you're enchantingly comely. Thank you once again, but still, nothing's going to happen. They were silent for a time. It was warm. The sun, standing at its zenith, warmed the stones pleasantly. A faint breeze ruffled the surface of the lake. What does? Galahad began suddenly in a strange, enraptured voice. What does the spear with the bloody blade mean? Why does the king with a lanced thigh suffer, and what does it mean? What is the meaning of the maiden in white carrying a grail, a silver bowl? And besides that, she interrupted him, are you feeling all right? I merely ask, and I merely don't understand your question. Is it some previously agreed password? Some signal by which the initiated recognize each other? Kindly explain. But I cannot. Why then did you ask? Because, he stammered, well, to put it briefly, one of our number failed to ask when he had the chance. He grew tongue-tied or was embarrassed. He didn't ask, and because of that, there was great unpleasantness. So now we always ask, just in case. Are there sorcerers in this world? You know, people who practice the magical arts, mages, knowing ones. There's Merlin and Morgana, but Morgana is evil. And Merlin? Average. Do you know where to find him? I'll say, in Camelot, at the court of King Arthur. I'm presently headed there. Is it far? From here to Powys, to the river Havren, then downstream to Glavum, to the Sea of Sabina, and from there to the flatlands of the Summerland. All in all, some 10 days' ride. Too far? One may, he stammered, take a shortcut by riding through Comboica, but it is an enchanted valley. It is dreadful there. One hears of O'Dun and Bach Tedwell living there, evil little men. What? Do you only carry a sword for decoration? And what would a sword achieve against witchcraft? Much, much. Don't worry, I'm a witcher. Ever heard of one? Sure, naturally you haven't. And I'm not afraid of your little men. I have plenty of dwarf friends. Of course you do, he thought. Lady of the Lake, my name's Ciri. Don't call me Lady of the Lake. Brings up bad, unpleasant, nasty associations. That's what they called me in the land of... What did you call that place? Fairy. Or, as the Druids say, Anon. And the Saxons say Elfland. Elfland. She wrapped a tartan Pictish rug he had given her around her shoulders. I've been there, you know. I entered the Tower of the Swallow and bang, I was among the elves. And that's exactly what they called me, the Lady of the Lake. I even liked it at the start. It was flattering. Until the moment I understood I was no lady in that land, in that tower by the lake, but a prisoner. Was it there, he blurted out, that you stained your blouse with blood? She was silent for a long time. No, she said finally, and her voice, it seemed to him, trembled a little. Not there. You have sharp eyes. Oh, well, you can't flee from the truth, can't bury your head in the sand. Yes, Galahad, I've often become stained lately, with the blood of the foes I've killed, and the blood of the friends I tried hard to rescue, and who died in my arms. Why do you stare at me so? I know not if you be a deity or a mortal, or one of the goddesses. But if you are a dweller on this earth of ours, get to the point if you would. I would listen to your story. Galahad's eyes glowed. Would you tell it, O lady? It is long. We have time. And it doesn't end so well. I don't believe you. Why? You were singing when you were bathing in the lake. You're observant. She turned her head away, pursed her lips, and her face suddenly contorted and became ugly. Yes, you're observant, but very naive. Tell me your story, please. Very well, she sighed. Very well, if you wish, I shall. She made herself comfortable, as did he. The horses walked by the edge of the forest, nibbling grass and herbs. From the beginning, asked Galahad. From the very beginning. This story, she said a moment later, wrapping herself more tightly in the Pictish rug, seems more and more like one without a beginning. Neither am I certain if it has finished yet, either. The past, you have to know, has become awfully tangled up with the future. An elf even told me it's like that snake that catches its own tail in its teeth. That snake, you ought to know, is called a Ouroboros, and the fact it bites its own tail means the circle is closed. The past, present, and future lurk in every moment of time. Eternity is hidden in every moment of time. Do you understand? No? Never mind. Verily do I tell you, that whoever believes in dreams is as one trying to catch the wind or sees a shadow. He is deluded by a beguiling picture, a warped looking-glass, which lies or utters absurdities in the manner of a woman in labour. Foolish indeed is he who lends credence to dreams and treads the path of delusion. Nonetheless, whoever disdains and does not believe them at all also acts unwisely. For if dreams had no import whatsoever, why then would the gods, in creating us, give us the ability to dream? The Wisdom of the Prophet Lebioda, chapter 34, verse 1. Chapter 2. A light wind ruffled the surface of the lake, which was steaming like a cauldron, and drove ragged wisps of mist over it. Rowlocks creaked and thudded rhythmically, the emerging oar blades scattering a hail of shining drops. Conwiramuers put a hand over the side. The boat was moving at such a snail's pace the water barely foamed or climbed up her hand. "Oh my," she said, packing as much sarcasm into her voice as she could. "What speed! We're hurtling over the waves. It's making my head spin." The rower, a short, stocky, compact man, growled back angrily and indistinctly, not even raising his head, which was covered in a grisly mop of hair as curly as a caracole lance. The novice had put up with quite enough of the growling, hawking, and grunting with which the boor had dismissed her questions since she had boarded. "Have a care," she drawled, struggling to keep calm. "You might do yourself a mischief from such hard rowing." This time, the man raised his face, which was as swarthy and weather-beaten as tanned leather. He grunted, hawked, and pointed his bristly grey chin at the wooden reel attached to the side of the boat and the line disappearing into the water, stretched tight by their movement. Clearly convinced the explanation was exhaustive, he resumed his rowing, with the same rhythm as previously. Oars up, a pause, blades halfway into the water, a long pause, the pull, an even longer pause. "Aha!" Conwiramuers said nonchalantly, looking heavenwards. "I understand. What's important is the lure being pulled behind the boat, which has to move at the right speed and the right depth. Fishing is important. Everything else is unimportant." What she said was so obvious, the man didn't even take the trouble to grunt or wheeze. "Who could it bother?" Conwiramuers continued her monologue. "That I've been travelling all night, that I'm hungry, that my backside hurts and itches from the hard, wet bench, that I need a pee? No, only trolling for fish matters, which is pointless in any case. Nothing will take a lure pulled down the middle of the current at a depth of a score of fathoms. The man raised his head, looked at her foully, and grumbled very, very grumblingly. Condwiramuers flashed her little teeth, pleased with herself. The boar went on rowing slowly. He was furious. She lounged back on the stern bench and crossed her legs, letting her dress ride up. The man grunted, tightened his gnarled hands on the oars, and pretended only to be looking at the fishing line. He had no intention of rowing any faster, naturally. The novice sighed in resignation and turned her attention to the sky. The rowlocks creaked and the glistening drops fell from the oar blades. The outline of an island loomed up in the quickly dispersing mist, as did the dark, tapering obelisk of the tower rising above it. The boar, though he was facing forwards and not looking back, knew in some mysterious way that they had almost arrived. Without hurrying, he laid the oars on the gunwales, stood up, and began to slowly wind in the line on the reel. Condwiramuers, legs still crossed, whistled, looking up at the sky. The man finished reeling in the line and examined the lure, a large brass spoon armed with a triple hook and a tassel of red wool. Oh my, said Condwiramuers sweetly. Haven't caught anything? Oh dear, what a pity. I wonder why we've had such bad luck. Perhaps the boat was going too fast? The man cast her a look which expressed many foul things. He sat down, hawked, spat over the side, grasped the oars in his great knotty hands, and bent his back powerfully. The oars splashed, rattled in the rowlocks, and the boat darted across the lake like an arrow, the water foaming with a whoosh against the prow, eddies seething astern. He covered the quarter arrow shot that separated them from the island in less than a grunt, and the boat came up onto the pebbles with such force that Condwiramuers lurched from the bench. The man grunted, hawked, and spat. The novice knew that meant, translated into the speech of civilized people, "Get out of my boat, you brash witch." She also knew she could forget about being carried ashore. She took off her slippers, lifted her dress provocatively high, and disembarked. She fought back a curse as mussel shells pricked her feet. "Thanks," she said through clenched teeth, "for the ride." Neither waiting for the answering grunt nor looking back, she walked barefoot towards the stone steps. All of her discomforts and problems vanished and evaporated without a trace, expunged by her growing excitement. She was there, on the island of Innisvitre, on Loch Blest. She was in an almost legendary place where only a select few had ever been. The morning mist had lifted completely, and the red orb of the sun had begun to show more brightly through the dull sky. Squawking gulls circled around the tower's battlements, and swifts flashed by. At the top of the steps leading from the beach to the terrace, leaning against a statue of a crouching, grinning chimera, was Nimue, the Lady of the Lake. She was dainty and short, measuring not much more than 5 feet. Condwiramuers had heard that when she was young she'd been called Squirt, and now she knew the nickname had been apt. But she was certain no one had dared call the little sorceress that for at least half a century. "I am Condwiramuers Tilly." She introduced herself with a bow, a little embarrassed as she was still holding her slippers. "I'm glad to be visiting your island, Lady of the Lake." "Nimue," the diminutive sorceress corrected her. "Nimue, nothing more. We can skip titles and honorifics, Miss Tilly." "In that case, I'm Condwiramuers. Condwiramuers, nothing more." "Come with me then, Condwiramuers. We shall talk over breakfast. I imagine you're hungry. I don't deny it." There was white curd cheese, chives, eggs, milk, and wholemeal bread for breakfast, served by 2 very young, very quiet serving girls who smelt of starch. Condwiramuers ate, feeling the gaze of the diminutive sorceress on her. "The tower," Nimue said slowly, observing her every movement and almost every morsel she raised to her mouth. "Has 6 stories, one of which is below ground. Your room is on the 2nd floor above ground. You will find every convenience needed for living. The ground floor, as you see, is the service area. The servants' quarters are also located here. The subterranean 1st and 3rd floors house the laboratory, library, and gallery. You may enter and have unfettered access to all the floors I've mentioned and the rooms there. You may take advantage of them and of what they contain when you wish and however you wish." "I understand. Thank you. The uppermost 2 stories contain my private chambers and my private study. Those rooms are absolutely private. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I am extremely sensitive about such things. I shall respect that." Nimu turned her head towards the window through which the grunting ferryman could be seen. He had already dealt with Conwiramure's luggage and was now loading rods, reels, landing nets, scoop nets, and other fishing tackle into his boat. "I'm a little old-fashioned," she continued, "but I've become accustomed to having the exclusive use of certain things, like a toothbrush, let's say, my private chambers, library, and toilet, and the Fisher King. Do not try, please, to avail yourself of the Fisher King." Conwiramures almost choked on her milk. Nimu's face didn't express anything. "And if," she continued, before the girl regained her speech, "if he tries to avail himself of you, decline him." Conwiramures finally swallowed and nodded quickly, refraining from any comment whatsoever, though it was on the tip of her tongue to say she didn't care for anglers, particularly boorish ones, with heads of dishevelled hair as white as curds. "Good," Nimu drawled. "That's the introductions over and done with. Time to get down to business. Doesn't it interest you why I chose precisely you from among all the candidates?" If Conwiramures pondered the answer at all, it was only so as not to appear too cocksure. She quickly concluded, though, that with Nimu, even the slightest false modesty would offend by its insincerity. "I'm the best dream reader in the academy," she replied coolly, matter-of-factly, and without boastfulness. "And in the 3rd year, I was 2nd among the oniromancers. I could have taken the number 1. Nimu was brutal, frank. Incidentally, they suggested that high flyer somewhat insistently, as it happens, because she was apparently the important daughter of someone important. And where dream reading and oniromancy are concerned, you know yourself, my dear Conwiramures, that it's a pretty fickle gift. Fiascos can befall even the best dream reader." Conwiramures kept to herself the riposte that she could count her fiascos on the fingers of one hand. After all, she was talking to a master. "Know your limits, my good sir," as one of her professors at the academy, a polymath, used to say. Nimu praised her silence with a slight nod of her head. "I made some inquiries at the academy," she said a moment later. "Hence, I know that you do not boost your divination with hallucinogens. I'm pleased about that, for I don't tolerate narcotics." "I divine without any drugs," confirmed Conwiramures with some pride. "All I need for an iroscopy is a hook." "I beg your pardon." "You know, a hook." The novice coughed. "I mean an object in some way connected to what I'm supposed to dream about. Some kind of thing or picture." "A picture?" "Uh-huh. I divine pretty well from a picture." "Oh," smiled Nimu. "Oh, since a painting will help, there won't be any problem. If you've satisfactorily broken your fast, O first dream reader and 2nd among oniromancers, I ought to explain to you without delay the other reasons why it was you I chose as my assistant." Cold emanated from the stone walls, alleviated neither by the heavy tapestries nor the darkened wood panelling. The stone floor chilled her feet through the soles of her slippers. "Beyond that door," she indicated carelessly, "is the laboratory. As has been said before, you may make free use of it. Caution, naturally, is advised. Moderation is particularly recommended during attempts to make brooms carry buckets of water." Conwiramures giggled politely, although the joke was ancient. All the lecturers regaled their charges with jokes referring to the mythical hardships of the mythical sorcerer's apprentice. The stairs wound upwards like a sea serpent, and they were precipitous. Before they arrived at their destination, Condwyrmures was sweating and panting hard. Nimu showed no signs of effort at all. "This way, please." She opened the oak door. "Mind the step." Condwyrmures entered and gasped. The chamber was a picture gallery. The walls were covered from floor to ceiling with paintings. Hanging there were large old peeling and cracked oils, miniatures, yellowed prints and engravings, faded watercolours and sepias. There were also vividly coloured gouaches and temperas, clean-of-line aquatints and etchings, lithographs and contrasting mezzotints, drawing the gaze with distinctive dots of black. Nimu stopped before the picture hanging nearest the door, portraying a group gathered beneath a great tree. She looked at the canvas, then at Condwyrmures, and her mute gaze was unusually eloquent. "Dandelion." The novice, realizing at once what was expected, didn't make her wait. "Singing a ballad beneath the oak, Blieveris." Nimu smiled and nodded and took a step, stopping before the next painting. A watercolour, symbolism, the silhouettes of two women on a hill, gulls circling above them, and below a procession of shadows on the hillside. "Ciri and Tris Merigold, the prophetic vision in Caer Moren." A smile, a nod, a step, the next painting. A rider at gallop on a horse down an avenue of misshapen alders, extending the arms of their boughs towards him. Condwyrmures felt a shudder running through her. "Ciri, it's probably her ride to meet Geralt on the farm of the halfling Hofmeyer." The next painting, a darkened oil, a battle scene. Geralt and Caer defending the bridge on the Yaruga. Then things went more quickly. Yennefer and Ciri, their first meeting in the Temple of Melitele. Dandelion and the Dryad Aithne in Brokilon Forest. Geralt's company in a blizzard on the Malheur Pass. "Bravo, splendid," interrupted Nimu. "Excellent knowledge of the legend. Now you know the other reason it's you that's here, and not anybody else." A large canvas portraying the Battle of Brenna overlooked the small ebony table they sat down at. It showed a key moment of the battle, that is, somebody's vulgarly heroic death. The painting was beyond doubt the work of Nicolae Certosa, which could be ascertained by the atmosphere, the perfect attention to detail, and the lighting effects typical for that artist. "Indeed, I know the legend of the Witcher and the Witcher girl," replied Condwyrmures. "I know it, I have no hesitation in saying, thoroughly. I loved that story when I was a young girl. I became engrossed in it. I even dreamed of being Yennefer. I'll be frank, though, even if it was love at first sight, even if it was explosively torrid, my love wasn't everlasting." Nimu raised her eyebrows. "I first became acquainted with the story," continued Condwyrmures, "in popular abridgments and versions for young people, précis, cut and cleaned up and ad usum Delphini. Later, naturally, I studied the so-called serious and complete versions, extensive to the point of superfluity and at times also beyond. Then passion was replaced by cool reflection, and wild desire by something like marital duty, if you know what I mean." Nimu confirmed she did, with a barely perceptible nod. "Summing up, I prefer legends that cleave more strongly to legendary convention, do not mix fables with reality, and don't try to integrate the simple, elegant morality of the story with deeply immoral historical truth. I prefer legends to which encyclopedists, archaeologists, and historians don't add epilogues. I prefer it when a prince climbs to the top of the glass mountain, kisses the sleeping princess, she wakes up, and they both live happily ever after. A legend should end like that and no other way." "Who painted that portrait of Ciri? That full-length one?" "There isn't a single portrait of Ciri." The voice of the little sorceress was so matter-of-fact it was almost cold. "Not here, nor anywhere in the world. Not a single portrait has survived. Not a single miniature painted by anybody who could have seen, known, or even remembered Ciri. That full-length portrait shows Pavetta, Ciri's mother, and it was painted by Rhys Dorrit, court artist to the Cintran monarchs. It is known that Dorrit painted Ciri's portrait at the age of 9, also full length, but the canvas, called Infanta with a Greyhound, was lost, regrettably. Let us, though, return to the legend and your attitude to it, and to how, in your opinion, a legend ought to end. It ought to end happily, said Count Wiramius with conviction. Good and righteousness should triumph, evil should be punished exemplarily, and love should unite the lovers until the end of their days, and none of the heroes should bloody die. And the legend of Ciri? How does that end? Precisely. How? Count Wiramius was struck dumb for a moment. She hadn't expected a question like that. She sensed a test, an exam, a trap. She said nothing, not wanting to be caught out. How does the legend of Ciri end? But everybody knows that. She looked at a dark-hued watercolour which depicted an amorphous barge gliding over the surface of a mist-shrouded lake, a barge being plied with a long pole by a woman visible only as a black shape. That's exactly how the legend ends, just like that. Nimue read her thoughts. It isn't so certain, Count Wiramius. By no means is it certain. I heard the legend, began Nimue, from the lips of a wandering storyteller. I'm a country child, the 4th daughter of the village wheelwright. The times the storyteller Pogfeast, a wandering beggar, dwelled in our village were the most beautiful moments of my childhood. One could take a break from the daily toil, see those fabulous wonders, see that far-distant world with the eyes of the soul. A beautiful and marvellous world, more distant and marvellous even than the market in the town 9 miles away from us. I was about 6 or 7 then. My oldest sister was 14 and was already twisted from stooping over her labours. A peasant woman's lot. In our village, girls were prepared for that from childhood. To stoop. Endlessly to stoop and bend over our work, over a child, under the weight of a swollen belly forced on you by your man the moment you'd risen from childbed. Those beggars' tales made me begin to wish for something more than a stoop and the daily grind, to dream for something more than the harvest, a husband and children. The first book I bought from the takings of selling brambles gathered in the forest was The Legend of Ciri. The cleaned-up version, as you nicely described it for children, the Précis ad Ursum Delphini. That version was just right for me. I was a poor reader, but already by then I knew what I wanted. I wanted to be like Philippa Eilhart, like Sheila de Tancarville, like Azira va Anahid. They both looked at a gouache depicting a castle chamber, a table and some women sitting around it in subtle chiaroscuro. Legendary women. In the academy where I was admitted, at the second attempt actually, Nimue continued, I only studied the myth with respect to the Great Lodge during lessons on the history of magic. At first, I simply didn't have time to read for pleasure. I had to focus in order to keep up with the darling daughters of counts and bankers to whom everything came easily, who laughed at lasses from the country. She fell silent and cracked her knuckles. I finally found time for reading, she continued, but then I realized that the vicissitudes of Geralt and Ciri entertained me much less than they had during my childhood. A similar syndrome to yours occurred. What did you call it? Marital duties? It was like that until... She fell silent and rubbed her face. Count Wiramius noticed in amazement that the hand of the Lady of the Lake was trembling. I suppose I was 18 when something happened. Something that made the legend of Ciri live in me again. That made me begin to involve myself with it seriously as a scholar. Made me begin to devote my life to it. The novice remained silent, although curiosity was raging inside her. Don't pretend you don't know, Nemo said tartly. Everyone knows that the Lady of the Lake is possessed by a literally pathological obsession about the legend of Ciri. Everybody gossips about how an initially harmless fad transformed into something like an addiction to narcotics, or simply a mania. There is a good deal of truth to those rumours, my dear Condwyrramures. A good deal. And you, since I chose you as my assistant, will also descend into mania and dependency, for I shall demand it. At least for the time of your apprenticeship. Do you understand? The novice nodded. You think you understand. Nemu regained control of herself and calmed down. But I shall explain it to you, gradually. And when the time comes, I shall explain everything to you. For the time being. She broke off and looked through the window at the lake, at the black line of the Fisher King's boat clearly standing out from the shimmering golden surface of the water. For the time being, rest. Look at the gallery. You will find in the cupboards and display cases albums and boxes of engravings, all thematically linked to the tale. In the library are all the legends, versions, and adaptations, and also most of the scholarly treatises. Devote some time to them. Have a good look. Read and concentrate. I want you to have some material for your dreams. A hook, as you called it. I will. Madame Nimue? Yes. Those two portraits, hanging beside each other, aren't they of Ciri either? Not a single portrait of Ciri exists, Nimue repeated patiently. Later artists only painted her in scenes, each according to their own imagination. As far as those portraits are concerned, the one on the left is more likely a free variation on the subject, since it depicts the she-elf, Lara Dorin ep Shairdal, a person the artist couldn't have known. For the artist is Lydia van Brandevoort, who's certainly familiar to you from the legend. One of her surviving oils still hangs in the academy. I know. And the other portrait? Nimue looked long at the picture, at the image of a slender girl with fair hair and a sad expression, wearing a white dress with green sleeves. It was painted by Robin Anderyder, she said, turning around and looking Condwyrramures straight in the eyes. And who it portrays? You tell me, dream reader and nigromancer. Explain it, and tell me about your dream. Master Robin Anderyder was the first to see the Emperor approaching and bowed. Stella Congreve, Countess of Liddertal, stood up and curtsied, gesturing to the girl seated on a carved armchair to do the same. Greetings, ladies. Emir va Emrys inclined his head. Greetings to you too, Master Robin. How goes the work? Master Robin coughed in embarrassment and bowed again, nervously wiping his fingers on his smock. Emir knew that the artist suffered from acute agoraphobia and was pathologically shy. But whose concern was that? What mattered was how well he painted. The Emperor, as was customary when he was travelling, was wearing an officer's uniform of the Imperial Guards Brigade, black armour and a cloak with an embroidered silver salamander. He walked over and looked at the portrait. First at the portrait, and only afterwards at the model. A slender girl with fair hair and a wistful gaze. She was wearing a white dress with green sleeves, with a slight décolletage decorated with a peridot necklace. Excellent, he said intentionally into space, so they wouldn't know who he was praising. Excellent, master. Please continue without paying attention to me. A word, if you would, Countess. He walked away towards the window, making her follow him. I ride, he said quietly. State affairs. Thank you for your hospitality. And for her, for the princess. Good work indeed, Stella. Truly deserving of praise, both for you and her. Stella Congreve curtsied low and gracefully. Your Imperial Majesty is too good to us. Don't speak too soon. Oh, she pursed her lips slightly. Has it come to that? It has. What will become of her, Emir? I don't know, he replied. In 10 days I renew the offensive in the north, and it promises to be an exacting, a very exacting war. Vatye de Rido is monitoring plots and conspiracies aimed at me. Reasons of state may force on me very extreme acts. That child is not to blame for anything. I said reasons of state. Reasons of state have nothing in common with justice. In any case, he waved a hand. I want to talk to her, alone. Come closer, princess. Closer? Closer, look lively. Your emperor commands. The girl curtsied low. Emir looked her up and down, returning in his memory to that momentous audience in Loch Grim. He was full of appreciation, nay, admiration for Stella Congreve, who in the course of the 6 months that had passed since that moment had managed to transform the ugly duckling into a little noblewoman. Leave us, he commanded. Take a break, Master Robin, to clean your brushes, let's say, while I would ask you, Countess, to wait in the antechamber. And you, Princess, follow me onto the terrace. The wet snow which had fallen in the night was melting in the first rays of the morning sun, and the roofs of the towers and pinnacles of Don Rowan Castle were still wet and glistened as though on fire. Emir went over to the balcony's balustrade. The girl, in keeping with protocol, hung back 3 paces. He gestured impatiently for her to come closer. The Emperor said nothing for a long time, resting both hands on the balustrade, staring at the hills and the evergreen yews covering them, clearly distinct from the white limestone of the rocky vaults. The river glinted, a ribbon of molten silver winding through the valley. Spring was in the air. I reside here too seldom, said Emir. The girl said nothing. I come here too seldom, he repeated, turning around. And it's a beautiful place, exuding calm, a beautiful region. Do you agree with me? Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Spring is in the air. Am I right? Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. From below in the courtyard came the sound of singing, disturbed by clanking, rattling, and the clattering of horseshoes. The escort, informed that the Emperor had ordered his departure, was hurriedly making ready for the road. Emir remembered that among the guardsmen was one who sang, often and regardless of circumstances. Look on me graciously, with eyes of cornflower blue, grant me mercifully your fondness so true. Think on me mercifully, and at this night hour, decline me not graciously, but receive me to your bower. A pretty ballad, he said ponderously, touching his heavy gold imperial necklace with his fingers. It is, Your Imperial Majesty. Vatye assures me he is on Vilgefort's trail, that finding him is a question of days, at most weeks. The traitors' heads will fall, and the real Ciri, Queen of Sintra, will be brought to Nilfgaard. And before the authentic Ciri, Queen of Sintra, comes to Nilfgaard, something will have to be done with her look-alike. Raise your head. She obeyed. Do you have any wishes? He asked suddenly and harshly. Any complaints? Requests? No, Your Imperial Highness, I do not. Indeed. Interesting. Ah, well, but I can't exactly order you to have any. Raise your head as befits a princess. Stella has taught you manners, I trust. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Indeed. They have taught her well, he thought. First Ryance and then Stella. They've taught her the roles and lines well, no doubt threatening her with torture and death for a slip or mistake. They warned her she would have to perform before a cruel audience, unforgiving of errors, before the awe-inspiring Emir Var Emrys, Emperor of Nilfgaard. "What's your name?" he asked abruptly. "Cyrilla Fiona Ellen Rhiannon, your real name." "Cyrilla Fiona, do not try my patience. Your name." "Cyrilla." The girl's voice broke like a twig. "Fiona." "That will do, by the great sun," he said between clenched teeth. "That will do." She sniffed loudly, contrary to protocol. Her mouth trembled, but protocol did not forbid that. "Calm yourself," he commanded, but in a soft and almost gentle voice. "What do you fear? Are you ashamed of your own name? Are you afraid to disclose it? If I ask, it is only because I'd like to address you by your rightful name. But I have to know what it sounds like." "It sounds dull," she answered, and her huge eyes suddenly gleamed like emeralds lit by a flame. "For it is a dull name, Your Imperial Majesty. A name just right for somebody who's a nobody. As long as I am Cyrilla Fiona, I mean something. As long as—" Her voice stuck in her throat so abruptly that she involuntarily brought her hands up to her neck, as though what was around it was not a necklace, but a garrote. Emir continued to measure her with his gaze, still full of appreciation for Stella Congreve. At the same time, he felt anger. Unjustified anger. Unjustified and therefore very infuriating. "What do I want from this child?" he thought, feeling the anger rising in him, seething in him, frothing up like soup in a pot. "What do I want from this child, whom—" "Know that I had nothing to do with your abduction, girl," he said sharply. "I didn't have anything to do with your kidnapping. I didn't issue any such orders. I was deceived." He was furious with himself, aware he was making a mistake. He ought to have ended the conversation much earlier, ended it haughtily, arrogantly, menacingly, as befitted an emperor. He ought to have forgotten about this girl with the green eyes, this girl that did not exist. She was a double, an imitation. She didn't even have a name. She was nobody. The emperor does not ask for forgiveness, does not demean himself before someone who— "Forgive me," he said. And the words were unfamiliar, clung unpleasantly to his lips. "I committed an error. Yes, it's true, I'm guilty of what happened to you. I was at fault. But I give you my word that you are in no danger. Nothing ill will befall you, no harm, no discredit, no woe. You needn't be afraid." "I'm not." She raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes, contrary to protocol. Emir shuddered, moved by the honesty and trust of her gaze. He immediately stood erect, imperious and repellently supercilious. "Ask me for whatever you wish." She looked at him again, and he involuntarily recalled the innumerable occasions when he had so easily bought himself ease of conscience for the harm or pain he'd caused somebody, secretly and reprehensibly pleased that he was paying so little. "Ask me for whatever you wish," he repeated, and because he was already weary, his voice suddenly gained in humanity. "I'll make your every wish come true." If only she wouldn't look at me, he thought. I can't bear her gaze. Apparently people are afraid to look at me, he thought. So what, then, am I afraid of? Vattier de Rideau can shove his reasons of state. If she asks, I'll have her taken home, where she was snatched from. I'll order her taken there in a golden carriage and 6. All she need do is ask. Ask me for whatever you wish, he repeated. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty, said the girl, lowering her eyes. Your Imperial Majesty is very noble and generous. If I might make a request... Speak! I'd like to be able to stay here. Here in Don Rowan with Lady Stella. He wasn't surprised. He'd sensed something like that. Tact restrained him from asking questions that would have been humiliating for them both. I gave my word, he said coldly. Let your wish come true. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. I gave my word, he repeated, trying hard to avoid her gaze, and I shall keep it. I think, nonetheless, that you've made a bad choice. You gave voice to the wrong wish. Were you to change your mind... I shall not, she said, when it became clear that the Emperor was not going to complete his sentence. Why should I? I've chosen Lady Stella. I've chosen things I have known so little of in my life. A home, warmth, goodness, kindness. You can't make a mistake by choosing something like that. Poor, naive creature, thought Emperor Emieva Emrys Daithwen Adhan in Karn ap Moethvoth, the white flame dancing on the barrows of his enemies. By choosing something like that, one can make the most awful mistakes. But something, perhaps a distant memory, stopped the Emperor from saying it aloud. Interesting, said Nemu, after listening to the account. An interesting dream indeed. Were there any others? And some. Conwirimurs cut off the top of her egg with a swift, sure movement of her knife. My head's still spinning from that pageant, but that's normal. The first night always brings deranged dreams. You know, Nemu, they say about us dream readers that our talent isn't about being able to dream. If you pass over visions during trances or under hypnosis, our dreams don't differ from other people's in intensity, richness, or procognitive content. Something quite different distinguishes us and determines our talent. We remember the dreams. We seldom forget what we have dreamed. The Lady of the Lake cut her off. Because your endocrine glands function in some abnormal way. Your dreams, to trivialize them somewhat, are nothing more than endorphin released into the body. Like most native magical gifts, yours is mundanely organic. But why am I talking about something you know perfectly well yourself? Go on. What other dreams do you remember? A young lad. Conwirimurs frowned, wandering among desolate fields with a bundle over his shoulder. The fields are barren. It's spring. Willows by the roads and on the balks. Willows, twisted, full of hollows, spreading their branches. Naked, not yet in leaf. The lad is walking, looking around. Night falls. Stars appear in the sky. One of them is moving. It's a comet, a reddish, twinkling spark cutting slantways across the horizon. Well done. Nemu smiled. Although I have no idea who you are dreaming about, we can at least precisely determine the date of the event. The red comet was visible for 6 days in the spring of the year the Cintran Peace was signed. To be more precise, in the first days of March. Did any date markers appear in the other dreams? My dreams, snapped Conwirimurs, salting her egg, are not a farmer's calendar. They don't have charts with dates. But to be precise, I dreamed a dream about the Battle of Brenna after having a good look at the canvas of Nikolai Chertosa in your gallery. And the date of the Battle of Brenna is also known. It's the same date as the year of the comet. Am I wrong? You aren't. Was there anything special in the dream about the battle? No. A seething mass of horses, people and weapons. Soldiers were fighting and yelling. Someone, probably a bit dim, was wailing, "Eagles, eagles!" What else? You said it was a whole pageant of dreams. I don't remember. Conwirimurs broke off. Nemu smiled. Oh, all right. The novice lifted up her nose haughtily, not letting the Lady of the Lake make a spiteful remark. I occasionally forget, naturally. No one's perfect. I repeat, my dreams are visions, not library cards. I know, interrupted Nemu. This isn't a test of your dream-reading abilities. It's an analysis of a legend, of its mysteries and gaps. We're doing pretty well, as a matter of fact. In the first dreams, you already identified the girl in the portrait, Ciri's double, with whom Vilgefortz tried to hoodwink Emperor Emir. They stopped because the Fisher King had entered the kitchen. After bowing and grunting, he took a loaf of bread, a tureen, and a small linen bundle. He went out, not forgetting to bow and grunt. "He's limping badly," said Nimue, seemingly offhandedly. "He was seriously wounded. A wild boar gashed open his leg during a hunt. That's why he spends so much time in the boat. When he's rowing and catching fish, the wound doesn't bother him. In the boat, he forgets about his disability. He's a very decent and good man, and Condwyrmures remained politely silent. "Need a man," explained the small sorceress bluntly. "Me too," thought the novice. "Damn it. As soon as I get back to the academy, I'll let someone take me. Celibacy is good, but for no longer than a semester." Nimue cleared her throat. "If you've broken your fast and finished daydreaming, let's go to the library." "Let's get back to your dream." Nimue opened a portfolio, flicked through several sepia watercolours, and took one of them out. Condwyrmures recognized it at once. "The audience at Loch Grim?" "Of course. The double is being presented at the imperial court. Emir pretends he's been tricked, puts a brave face on it. Here, look, the ambassadors of the northern kingdoms for whom the charade is being played out. Here, in turn, we see the Nilfgaardian dukes who have suffered an affront. The emperor spurned their daughters, disregarding their dynastic proposals. Greedy for revenge, they whisper, leaning towards each other. They're hatching a plot and a murder. The double stands with her head bowed, and the artist, to underscore the mystery, has even decorated her with a handkerchief to hide her facial features. And we know nothing more about the bogus Ciri, continued the sorceress a moment later. None of the legend's versions tell us what became of the double afterwards. It's safe to guess, though, said Condwyrmures sadly, that the girl's fate was unenviable. When Emir obtained the original, and we know he did, don't we? He got rid of the counterfeit. When I dreamed, I didn't sense tragedy. And actually, I ought to have sensed something if... On the other hand, what I see in dreams is not necessarily the real truth. Like anybody, I dream dreams. Desires, longings, and fears. I know. They talked until lunchtime, looking through portfolios and fascicles of prints. The Fisher King had been lucky with his catch because there was grilled salmon for lunch. For supper, too. Condwyrmures slept badly that night. She had overeaten. She didn't dream anything. She was a little downhearted and embarrassed about that, but Nimue wasn't at all concerned. We have time, she said. There are plenty of nights ahead of us. The Tower of Inisvitre had several bathrooms, truly luxurious, shining with marble and glistening with brass, heated by a hypercaust, located somewhere in the cellars. Condwyrmures had no problem occupying the baths for hours, but every now and again would meet Nimue in the sweat house, a tiny wooden hut with a jetty leading out towards the lake. They would sit on benches, wet, inhaling the steam that belched from stones sprinkled with water, swishing themselves lazily with birch twigs as salty sweat dripped into their eyes. If I understood right, Condwyrmures wiped her face. My practice here in Inisvitre is meant to explain all the gaps in the legend of the Witcher and the Witcher girl? That's right. During the day, by looking at the prints and discussing them, I'm meant to charge myself up before sleep, in order at night to be able to dream the real, unknown version of a given event. This time, Nimue didn't even consider it necessary to concur. She just beat herself a few times with the whisk, stood up, and splashed water on the hot stones. The steam billowed, and the heat stopped their breath for a moment. Nimue poured the rest of the water on herself from a small wooden pail. Condwyrmures admired her figure. Although petite, the sorceress was extremely well proportioned. A woman in her 20s would have envied her curves and firm skin. Condwiramuir's, for example, was 24 and was envious. "Even if I explain anything," she continued, wiping her sweaty face again, "how will we be certain I'm dreaming the true version? I truly didn't know." "We'll discuss that outside," interrupted Nemu. "I've had enough of sitting in this heat. Let's cool off, and then we'll talk." That was also part of the ritual. They ran from the sweat house, bare feet slapping on the planks of the jetty, and they leapt into the lake, yelling wildly. After splashing around, they climbed out onto the jetty, squeezing their hair. The Fisher King, alarmed by the splashes and squeals, looked around from his boat and glanced at them, shielding his eyes with a hand. But he turned around at once and scrutinized his fishing tackle. Condwiramuir's considered behavior like that insulting and reprehensible. Her opinion of the Fisher King had improved greatly when she noticed that he devoted the time he wasn't angling to reading. He even took a book with him to the privy, and it was no less than Speculum Aureum, a serious and demanding work. So, even if during the first days of her stay in Innis Vitra, Condwiramuir's had been somewhat surprised at Nemu keeping him around, she had stopped long since. It became clear that the Fisher King was only seemingly a lout and a boor, or it was a mask he hid behind. All the same, thought Condwiramuir's, it was an insult and an unforgivable affront to turn back towards one's rods and spinners when two naked women with bodies like nymphs to whom one's eyes should have been glued were parading on a jetty. "If I dream something," she said, going back to the subject and drying herself with a towel, "what guarantee is there I dreamed the true version? I know all the literary versions of the legend, from Dandelion's Half a Century of Poetry to Andrei Raviks's The Lady of the Lake. I know the Honourable Yara. I know all the scholarly treatments, not to mention popular editions. Reading all those texts has left a mark, had an influence. I'm unable to eliminate them from my dreams. Is there any chance of breaking through the fiction and dreaming the truth?" "Yes, there is." "How great?" "The same chance the Fisher King has." Nemu nodded towards the boat on the lake. "As you can see, he keeps on casting his hooks. He catches waterweed, roots, submerged tree stumps, logs, old boots, drowned corpses, and the devil knows what else. But from time to time, he catches something worthwhile." "So, I wish us good hunting," sighed Condwiramuir's, dressing. "Let's cast the bait and fish. Let's search for the true versions of the legend. Let's unstitch the upholstery and lining, and let's tap the chest for a false bottom. And what will happen if there isn't a false bottom? With all due respect, Nemu, we aren't the first in these fishing grounds. What chance is there that any detail or particular has escaped the attention of the hordes of scholars who fished it before us, that they've left us even a single fish?" "They have," stated Nemu with conviction, combing out her wet hair. "What they didn't know, they plastered over with confabulation and purple prose, or drew a veil over it." "For instance?" "The sojourn of the Witcher in Toussaint, to give the first example that comes to mind. All the versions of the legend dismiss that episode with a curt sentence. The protagonists wintered in Toussaint. Even Dandelion, who devoted 2 chapters to his exploits in that country, is astonishingly enigmatic on the subject of the Witcher. Would it not then be worth finding out what happened that winter, after the flight from Belhaven and the meeting with the elf Avalach in the subterranean complex of Tirnabe Araina, after the skirmish in Caed Murkvid with the Druids? What did the Witcher do in Toussaint from October to January?" "What did he do? He wintered," snorted the novice. "He couldn't cross the pass before the thaw, so he wintered and got bored. No wonder later authors treated that boring fragment with a laconic, 'The winter passed.' Well, since I must, I'll try to dream something. Do we have any pictures or drawings?" Nemu smiled. "We even have a drawing on a drawing." The cave painting depicted a hunting scene. A large purple bison was being pursued in wild leaps by skinny human figures with bows and spears painted with careless brushstrokes. The bison had tiger stripes, and something resembling a dragonfly was hovering above its lyre-shaped horns.
"So this," Regis nodded, "is that wall painting, executed by the elf Avila, the elf who knew a great deal."
"Yes," Geralt confirmed dryly. "That's the painting."
"The problem is that we thoroughly explored these caves, but there are no traces of any elves or the other creatures you mentioned."
"They were here. Now they've hidden themselves or decamped."
"That's an indisputable fact. Don't forget, you were only given an audience after the Flaminica's intercession. It was clearly decided that one audience would suffice. Now that the Flaminica has refused cooperation quite categorically, I truly know not what else you can do. We've been dragging ourselves through these caves all day. I can't help feeling it's pointless."
"Me too," the Witcher said bitterly. "I can't either. I've never understood elves, but at least I know why most people aren't fond of them, because it's difficult not to feel that they're mocking us. The elves mock us, deride us in everything they do, say and think, scoff at us."
"It's your anthropomorphism talking."
"Perhaps a little, but the impression remains."
"What do we do?"
"We return to Caed Mirkvid and Caer. The druidesses have probably patched up his scalped pate. Then we mount our horses and take advantage of Princess Anna Henrietta's invitation. Don't make faces, vampire. Milver has a few broken ribs. Caer's nut has been split open, so a little rest in Toussaint will do both of them good. We also have to untangle Dandelion from this business, because it looks like he's well and truly caught up."
"Very well," sighed Regis. "Let it be. I'll have to steer clear of looking glasses and dogs, watch out for sorcerers and telepaths, and if in spite of that they unmask me, I'm counting on you."
"You can," Geralt responded gravely. "I won't abandon you in need, comrade." The vampire smiled, and because they were alone, showed his full set of fangs.
"Comrade?"
"It's my anthropomorphism talking. On we go. Let's get out of these caverns, comrade, because all we'll find here is rheumatism."
"I agree. Unless, Geralt, Tirna Bear Arena, the elven necropolis, according to what you saw, is behind the cave painting, right behind that wall. We could get there if we, smashed it. Haven't you thought about that?"
"No, I haven't." The Fisher King had been lucky again, because there was smoked char for supper. Fish so tasty that the lesson wasn't learned. Condwiramures stuffed herself again. Condwiramures burped and tasted the smoked char. "Time for bed," she thought for the second time, catching herself mechanically turning a page in the book without registering the content at all. "Time for bed." She yawned and put the book aside. She rearranged the pillows, changing their positions from reading to repose. She magicked the lamp off. The chamber was immediately plunged into darkness, as opaque and viscous as molasses. The heavy velour curtains were tightly drawn. The novice had long known from experience that she dreamed better in the darkness. "What to choose?" she thought, stretching and wriggling about on the sheets. Let it run its oniric course, or try to anchor myself. In spite of widespread assurances, dream readers didn't remember even half of their prophetic dreams, a significant proportion of which remained in the Oniromancer's memory as a muddle of images, changing colour and shape like a kaleidoscope, a child's toy of mirrors and pieces of glass. Not so bad if the images were random and without even a semblance of meaning. Then one could calmly wave them aside on the basis of, "I can't remember, so it's not worth remembering." Dreams like that were called crap by dream readers. Worse, and slightly shameful, were apparitions. dreams of which dream readers only remembered fragments, only snatches of meaning, dreams after which all that remained the next morning was a vague sense of a signal having been received. If an apparition repeated itself too often, one could be certain one was dealing with a dream of significant oniric value. Then the dream reader, through concentration and autosuggestion, tried hard to force herself to redream the specific apparition exactly. The best results occurred by making oneself redream it immediately on waking, which was called snagging. If the dream couldn't be snagged, all that remained was an attempt at evoking a given dream vision during one of the next periods of sleep, by concentrating and meditating before falling asleep. That method of programming dreams was called anchoring. After 12 nights spent on the island, Condwiramuers already had 3 lists, 3 sets of dreams. There was a list of successes worth boasting about, a list of apparitions which the dream reader had successfully snagged or anchored. That included the dreams about the rebellion on the Isle of Thanedd and the journey of the Witcher and his company through the blizzard on the Malheur Pass, through the spring downpours and soft roads in the Sudoth Valley. There was also, the novice hadn't admitted to Nimue, a list of failures, dreams that in spite of her efforts still remained enigmas. And there was a list of works in progress, a list of dreams that were waiting for their turn. And there was one dream, strange but very pleasant, which kept returning in snatches and flashes, in elusive sounds and silky touches. A nice, tender dream. Very well, thought Condwiramuers, closing her eyes. I'm ready. I think I know what occupied the Witcher while he wintered in Tucson. Well, well. Nimue raised her eyes from above her spectacles and the leather-bound grimoire she was leafing through. Have you finally dreamed something? I'll say, Condwiramuers said cockily, I've dreamed it. The Witcher Geralt and a woman with short black hair and green eyes. I don't know who it could have been. Perhaps that Duchess Dandelion writes about in his memoirs. You must have been reading inattentively. The sorceress cooled her novice's enthusiasm somewhat. Dandelion describes Duchess Anarietta precisely, and other sources confirm that she had, and I quote, hair of chestnut tones blazing like gold itself. And so it isn't her, the novice agreed. My woman had black hair, like coal itself, and the dream was... interesting. I'm all ears. They conversed, but it wasn't an ordinary conversation. Was there something extraordinary about it? For most of it, she had her legs slung over his shoulders. Tell me, Geralt, do you believe in love at first sight? Do you? I do. Now I know what brought us together, the attraction of opposites. Don't be cynical. Why not? Cynicism is meant to be proof of intelligence. Not true. Cynicism, in spite of all its pseudo-intelligent aura, is repulsively insincere. I can't stand insincerity of any kind. Since we're on the subject, tell me, Witcher, what do you love most about me? This. You're descending from cynicism into triviality and banality. Try again. The thing I love most about you is your mind, your intelligence and your spiritual profundities, your independence and freedom, I don't understand where all this sarcasm in you comes from. It wasn't sarcasm. It was a joke. I can't bear jokes like that, especially not at the wrong time. Everything, my dear, has its time, and a time is set for all matters under the sun. There is a time for silence, and a time for speech, a time for weeping tears, and a time for laughter, a time for sowing, and a time for reaping, a time for jokes, and a time for gravity, a time for carnal caresses, and a time for refraining from them. Hey, don't take it so literally. Accept, rather, that there's a time for compliments. Love-making without compliments smacks of physiology, and physiology is shallow. Pay me compliments. No one from the Eruga to the Buena has such a gorgeous behind as you.
Blast it! Now for a change you compared me to some barbaric little northern rivers. Passing over the various metaphors, couldn't you have said from the Alba to the Velde, or from the Alba to Sans Retour?
I've never seen the Alba. I try hard to avoid judgments when they aren't backed up by hard experience.
Oh, truly? Then I think you've seen and experienced enough bums, for that's what we're talking about, to be able to judge. Well, white hair, how many women have you had before me? Eh? I asked you a question, Witcher. No, no, let go. Hands off. You want to wriggle out of it like that. How many women have you had before me?
None. You're my first.
At last.
Nimu stared for a long time at a painting depicting 10 women sitting at a round table in subtle chiaroscuro.
Pity, she finally said, that we don't know what they really looked like. The great sorceresses, snorted Conwiramures. There are dozens of portraits of them, in Aretusa alone. I said really, interrupted Nimu. I didn't mean flattering likenesses painted on the basis of other flattering likenesses. Don't forget, there was a time when the reputations of sorceresses were maligned, as were the sorceresses themselves. And later there was the time of propaganda, when the great sorceresses must have aroused respect, admiration, and reverential fear by their very appearance. The meetings of the lodge, the conspiracies, and the convents all date from that time. Canvases and engravings showing a table, and around it 10 magnificent, enchantingly beautiful women. And there aren't any real, authentic portraits, apart from 2 exceptions. The portrait of Margarita Lozantilla that hangs in Aretusa on the Isle of Thaneth, and which miraculously survived the fire, is authentic. And the portrait of Sheila de Tankerville in Ensenada, Lanexeter, is authentic. And the portrait of Francesca Finderbear, painted by elves, hanging in the Vengerberg Gallery? Asked Conwiramures. A forgery. When the door was opened and the elves departed, they took away with them or destroyed every work of art, leaving not a single painting. We don't know if the Daisy of the Valleys was really as comely as the tales have it. We have no idea at all what Ida Emean looked like. And since in Nilfgaard images of sorceresses were destroyed very diligently and thoroughly, we don't have any idea about the true appearances of Azira var Anahid or Fringilla Vigo. Let's suppose and agree that they all looked exactly as they were later portrayed, sighed Conwiramures. Dignified, imperious, good and wise, foresighted and noble. And beautiful, captivatingly beautiful. Let's suppose that. Then it's somehow easier to live. The daily activities on Innis Vitra took on the character of a somewhat tiresome routine. The analysis of Conwiramures' dreams beginning at breakfast usually dragged on all the way to midday. The novice spent the time between noon and their next meal taking walks, which also quickly became habitual and quite boring. No wonder. In the course of an hour, one could go around the island twice, feasting one's eyes all the while on such engrossing things as granite, a dwarf pine, pebbles, freshwater mussels, water, and gulls. After lunch and a long siesta followed discussions, the inspection of tomes, scrolls, and manuscripts, the study of pictures, prints, and maps, and long debates about the mutual interrelationships between legend and truth extending into the night. And then the nights and dreams. Various dreams. Celibacy made itself felt. At times, instead of the mysteries of the Witcher legend, Conwiramures dreamed of the Fisher King in all sorts of situations, from extremely non-erotic to extremely erotic. In an extremely non-erotic dream, the Fisher King was dragging her behind his boat on a rope. He was rowing slowly and languidly, so she was sinking, drowning, spluttering, and on top of that, a terrible fear was tormenting her. She felt that something had pushed off the lake bottom and was swimming up towards her. Something awful, something that wanted to swallow the bait, her being pulled behind the boat. That something
was on the point of seizing her when the Fisher King leaned more heavily on the oars, pulling her out of range of the invisible predator's jaws. As she was dragged along, she choked on water, and at that moment she awoke. In an unambiguously erotic dream, she was kneeling on the bottom of the rocking boat, hanging over the side, and the Fisher King was holding her by the shoulders and fucking her exuberantly, grunting, hawking, and spitting as he did so. Apart from the physical pleasure, Condwyrmures felt gut-wrenching terror. What would happen if Nimue caught them at it? She suddenly saw the face of the little sorceress rocking in the lake, and she awoke, soaked in sweat. Then she got up and opened the window, luxuriated in the night air, the light of the moon, and the mist rolling off the lake, and dreamed on. The tower of Inisvitra had a terrace supported on columns, suspended over the lake. At the beginning, Condwyrmures did not pay any attention to the matter, but finally began to wonder. The terrace was strange because it was totally inaccessible. It was impossible to get onto the terrace from any of the rooms she knew. Aware that the abodes of sorceresses were sure to have such secret anomalies, Condwyrmures did not ask any questions. Even when, as she took a walk along the lakeshore, she saw Nimue watching her from the terrace. It was inaccessible, it turned out, only to the unauthorized and the profane. Piqued that she was thought of as profane, she dug her heels in and pretended that nothing was the matter. But it wasn't long before the secret of the terrace was revealed. It was after she had been visited by a series of dreams triggered by the watercolors of Vilma Vesely. Clearly fascinated by that fragment of the legend, the artist devoted all her works to Ciri in the Tower of the Swallow. "I'm having strange dreams after those paintings," the novice complained the next morning. "I'm dreaming of paintings. Always the same paintings. Not situations, not scenes, but paintings. Ciri on the tower's battlements. An unmoving picture. And nothing else. No sensations apart from visual ones." Nimue knew, of course, that a dream reader as able as Condwyrmures dreamed with all her senses. She didn't only experience the dream with sight, like most people, but also with her hearing, touch, smell, even taste. "No." Condwyrmures shook her head. "Only, yes, a thought, a stubborn thought, that by this lake, in this tower, I'm not the mistress at all, but a captive. Follow me." Just as Condwyrmures had guessed, the way to the terrace was only possible through the sorceress's private chambers, which were utterly clean, pedantically tidy, smelling of sandalwood, myrrh, lavender, and naphthalene. They had to use a tiny door and a winding staircase leading downwards. This chamber, unlike the others, didn't have wood panelling or tapestries. It was simply painted white and was thus very bright. It was all the brighter since there was a huge triptych window, or rather a glass door, leading straight onto the terrace perched above the lake. The only pieces of furniture in the chamber were 2 armchairs, an immense looking-glass in an oval mahogany frame, and a kind of rack with a horizontal bar and a tapestry draped over it. The tapestry measured about 5 foot by 7, and its tassels rested on the floor. It showed a rocky cliff over a tarn and a castle carved into the cliff, which seemed to be part of the rock wall. A castle Condwyrmures knew well from numerous illustrations. "Vilgefortz's citadel, Yennefer's place of imprisonment, the place where the legend ended." "That is so." Nimue nodded, apparently indifferently. "The legend ended there, at least in its known versions. It's those versions we know, so we think we know the ending. Ciri fled from the Tower of the Swallow, where, as you dreamed it, she had been a prisoner. When she realized what they wanted to do to her, she escaped. The legend gives many versions of her flight. The one I like most," cut in Condwyrmures, "is the one where she threw objects behind her. A comb, an apple, and a neckerchief. But Condwyrmures, I beg your pardon. As I said, there are myriad versions of the escape.
But it's still none too clear how Ciri reached Vilgefortz's castle straight from the Tower of the Swallow. You couldn't dream the Tower of the Swallow, could you? Try dreaming the castle. Examine that tapestry carefully. Are you listening to me? That looking glass. It's magical, isn't it? No, I squeeze my pimples in front of it. I beg your pardon? It's Hartmann's looking glass, explained Nemu, seeing the novice's wrinkled nose and sullen expression. Look into it if you wish, but please be cautious. Is it true? Asked Conwira in a voice trembling with excitement. That from Hartmann's looking glass you can pass into other worlds? Indeed, but not at once, not without preparation, meditation, concentration, and a whole host of other things. When I recommended caution, I was thinking about something else. What? It works both ways. Something may also emerge from Hartmann's looking glass. Know what, Nemu? When I look at that tapestry, have there been dreams? Yes, but strange ones. From a bird's eye view. I was a bird. I saw the castle from the outside. I couldn't go inside. Something barred my way. Look at the tapestry, commanded Nemu. Look at the citadel. Look at it carefully. Focus your attention on every detail. Concentrate hard. Etch that image deeply into your memory. I want you to get there in your dream, to go inside. It's important for you to go inside. A truly devilish gale must have been raging outside beyond the castle walls. The fire was roaring in the grate, quickly consuming the logs. Yennefer was delighting in the warmth. Her current prison was, admittedly, much, much warmer than the dank dungeon where she had spent the last 2 months. But despite her delight, her teeth still chattered. She had completely lost track of time, and no one had hurried to inform her about the date. But she was certain it was December, or perhaps even January. Eat, Yennefer, said Vilgefortz. Don't be shy. Tuck in. The sorceress had no intention of being shy. If, though, she was coping quite slowly and awkwardly with the chicken, it was only because her barely healed fingers were still clumsy and stiff. It was hard work to hold a knife and fork in them, and she didn't want to eat with her fingers. She wanted to show Vilgefortz and the other diners, the sorcerer's guests, that she was stronger than they believed. She didn't know any of them. I'm truly sorry to have to inform you, said Vilgefortz, caressing the stem of his wineglass, that Ciri, your ward, has departed this life. You only have yourself to blame, Yennefer. You and your senseless obstinacy. One of the guests, a short, dark-haired man, sneezed loudly and blew his nose on a cambric handkerchief. His nose was red and swollen and clearly completely blocked up. Bless you, said Yennefer, not at all bothered by Vilgefortz's portentous words. Where did you catch such an awful chill, good sir? Did you stand in a draught after bathing? Another guest, old, huge, thin, with hideously pale eyes, suddenly cackled. The one with the cold, although his face contorted in anger, thanked the sorceress with a bow and a brief guttural sentence. Not brief enough for her not to detect an Nilfgaardian accent. Vilgefortz turned his face towards her. He was no longer wearing on his head the golden scaffolding or the crystal lens in his eye socket. But he looked even more horrible than when, during the summer, she had first seen his mutilated face. His regenerated left eyeball was now functioning, but was much smaller than his right. The sight took her breath away. You, Yennefer, he drawled, no doubt think I'm lying, think I'm trying to ensnare you, trick you. To what end would I do that? I was as distressed as you at the news of Ciri's death. What am I saying? Even more than you. After all, I had pinned very specific hopes on the maid, had made plans which were to have determined my future. Now the girl is dead, and my plans are ruined.
Good. Yennefer, trying hard to hold the knife in her stiff fingers, was slicing a pork cutlet stuffed with plums.
You, though,
continued the wizard, paying no attention to her remark,
are merely connected to Ciri by sentimental attachment, which consists in equal measure of regret caused by your own barrenness and a sense of guilt. Yes, Yennefer, guilt. For after all, you participated in the crossbreeding, in the animal husbandry that resulted in little Ciri's birth, and then transferred your affection onto the fruit of a genetic experiment, an unsuccessful one which failed anyway, because the experimenters lacked in knowledge.
Yennefer raised her glass to him in silence, praying it wouldn't fall from her fingers. She was slowly coming to the conclusion that at least two of them would be stiff for a long time, possibly permanently. Vilgefortz snorted at her gesture.
Now it's too late. It's happened, he said through clenched teeth. But know this, Yennefer, that I possess knowledge. If I'd had the girl as well, I would have made use of that knowledge. Indeed, it was bad luck for you, for I would have given you a reason for your crippled excuse of a maternal instinct. Although you're as dry and sterile as a stone, you'd not only have had a daughter, but a granddaughter too, or at least an excuse for a granddaughter.
Yennefer snorted contemptuously, although inside she was seething with fury.
With the greatest regret, I'm compelled to further spoil your splendid mood, my dear, the sorceress said coldly, because I imagine you'll be saddened to hear that the Witcher, Geralt of Rivia, is also dead. Yes, the same Witcher Geralt with whom, as with Ciri, you are bound by an ersatz emotion, a ridiculous, foolish, and sickly sweet fondness. Know, Yennefer, that our dear Witcher departed from this world in a truly ardent and spectacular fashion. In this case, you don't have to reproach yourself. You're not to blame in the slightest for the Witcher's death. I'm responsible for the entire fracas. Try the marinated pears. They are simply delicious.
Cold hatred lit up Yennefer's violet eyes. Vilgefortz burst out laughing.
I prefer you like this, he said. Indeed, were it not for the Dimeterium bracelet, you'd reduce me to ashes. But the Dimeterium is working, so you can only scorch me with your gaze.
The man with the cold sneezed, blew his nose and coughed until tears trickled from his eyes. The tall man scrutinized the sorceress with his unpleasant, fishy gaze.
"And where is Mr. Ryons?" asked Yennefer, drawing out her words. "Mr. Ryons, who promised me so much, told me so much about what he'd do to me. Where is Mr. Skirou, who never passed up a chance to shove or kick me? Why have the guards, until quite recently boorish and brutal, begun to behave with timid respect? No, Vilgefortz, you don't have to answer. I know. What you've been talking about is one big lie. Ciri escaped you, and Geralt escaped you, taking the time, I expect, to give your thugs a bloody good hiding. And what now? Your plans have fallen through, turned to dust. You admitted it yourself. Your dreams of power have vanished like smoke. And the sorcerers and Dijkstra are fixing your position. Oh, yes. Not without reason. And not from mercy have you stopped torturing me and forcing me to scan for information you need. And Emperor Emir is tightening his net, and is no doubt very, very angry. Esateer Smertian, Apleine Akalis Alea.
I use the common speech, said the one with the runny nose, holding her gaze. And my name is Stefan Skelen. and by no means at all have I filled my breeches. Why, I still have the impression that I'm in a much better situation than you, Madam Yennefer."
The speech tired him. He coughed hard again and blew his nose into the sodden cambric handkerchief. Vilgefortz struck the table with his hand.
"Enough of this game,"
he said, grotesquely swivelling his miniature eye.
"Know this, Yennefer. You are no longer of use to me. In principle, I ought to have you shoved in a sack and drowned in the lake, but I use that kind of method with the utmost reluctance. Until the time circumstances permit or compel me to make another decision, you shall remain in isolation. I warn you, however, that I shan't allow you to cause me problems. If you decide to go on hunger strike again, know this, that I shall not, as I did in October, waste time feeding you through a straw. I shall simply let you starve to death. And in the case of escape attempts, the guard's orders are explicit. And now, farewell, if naturally you have satisfied your—
No! Yennefer stood up and hurled her napkin down onto the table. Perhaps I would have eaten something more, but the company spoils my appetite. Farewell, gentlemen. Stefan Skellen sneezed and coughed hard. The pale-eyed man measured her with an evil look and smiled hideously. Vilgefortz looked to one side. As usual when she was led to or from the prison, Yennefer tried to work out where she was, obtain even a scrap of information that might help her to plan her escape. And each time she met with disappointment. The castle didn't have any windows through which she could see the surrounding terrain, or even the sun to try to orient herself. Telepathy was impossible, and the two heavy Demeterium bracelets on her arms and the collar around her neck effectively prevented all attempts at magic. The chamber in which she was being held was as cold and austere as a hermit's cell. Nonetheless, Yennefer recalled the joyous day when she was transferred there from the dungeon. From the dungeon, on whose floor stood a permanent puddle of stinking water, and on whose walls efflorescence and salting erupted. From the dungeon where she'd been fed on scraps that the rats easily tore from her lacerated fingers. When, after around 2 months, she had been unshackled and dragged out of there, allowed to bathe and change, Yennefer had been beside herself with happiness. The small room to which she had been transferred seemed like a royal boudoir to her, and the thin gruel they brought her like bird's nest soup fit for the imperial table. Naturally, after some time, however, the gruel turned out to be dishwater, her hard palate a hard palate, and the prison a prison. A cold, cramped prison, where after 4 paces you reached the wall. Yennefer swore, sighed, and sat down on the scissor chair, which was the only furniture she could use apart from the pallet. He entered so quietly, she almost didn't hear him.
"The name's Bonnard," he said. "I'd advise you to remember that name which imprinted deeply in your memory."
Go fuck yourself, you swine.
"I'm a man-hunter."
He ground his teeth.
Yes. Listen carefully, witch. In September, 3 months ago, I hunted down your little brat in Ebbing, that Ciri of yours about whom so much is said.
Yennefer listened attentively. September, Ebbing, caught her. But she isn't here. Perhaps he's lying.
An ashen-haired witcher girl, schooled at Kaer Morhen. I ordered her to fight in the arena, to kill people to the screams of the public. Slowly, I transformed her into a beast. I prepared her for that role with whip, fist, and boot heel. The training process was lengthy, but she escaped from me, the green-eyed viper.
Yennefer gasped imperceptibly.
She escaped into the beyond. But we shall meet again. I'm certain that we shall meet again one day. Yes, witch, And if I regret anything, it's only that they roasted your witcher lover Geralt in the fire. I'd have loved to let him taste my blade, the accursed freak."
Yennefer snorted. "Well, listen, Bonnard, or whatever your name is. Don't make me laugh. You're no match for the Witcher. You can't compare yourself to him in any way. You are, as you admitted, a dog catcher, but only good for little curs, for very little curs."
"Look here then, witch."
He tore open his jerkin and shirt and took out 3 silver medallions tangling at their chains. One was shaped like a cat's head, the next an eagle or a griffin. She couldn't see the third one well, but it was probably a wolf. "Country fairs," she snorted again, feigning indifference, "are full of stuff like that."
"They aren't from a fair."
"You don't say."
"Once upon a time," Bonnard hissed, "decent people feared witches more than monsters. Monsters, after all, hid in forests and the undergrowth, while witches had the audacity to hang around temples, chanceries, schools, and playgrounds. Decent people rightly considered that a scandal. So they looked for somebody to bring the impudent witches to order. And they found someone. Not easily, not quickly, not nearby, but they did. As you can see, I've bagged 3. No more freaks have appeared in the area or annoyed decent citizens by their presence. And were one to appear, I'd do away with him just like I did with the previous ones."
"In your dreams?" Yennefer's face became contorted. "With a crossbow from hiding? Or perhaps with a draught of poison?" Bonnard put the medallions back under his shirt and took 2 paces towards her.
"You vex me, witch."
"That was my intention."
"Oh, yes. I'll soon show you, bitch, that I can compete with your witcher lover in any way. Why, that I'm even better than him."
The guards standing outside the door started at the thudding, banging, crashing, howling, and wailing. And if the guards had ever happened to hear before the yelling of a panther caught in a trap, they would have sworn there was a panther in the cell. Then a dreadful roar reached their ears. It was the exact sound of a wounded lion. Although the guards actually had never heard that either, only seen one on coats of arms. They looked at each other. They nodded to each other. Then they rushed inside. Yennefer was sitting in the corner of the chamber among the remains of her pallet. Her hair was dishevelled, her dress and blouse were torn from top to bottom, and her small breasts were rising in the rhythm of heavy breathing. Blood dripped from her nose, her face was quickly swelling, and welts from fingernails were also growing on her right arm. Bonnard was sitting on the other side of the chamber amongst pieces of a stool, holding his crotch in both hands. Blood was dripping from his nose too, staining his grey whiskers a deep carmine. His face was crisscrossed with bloody scratch marks. Yennefer's barely healed fingers were a poor weapon, but the padlocks on the Demeterian bracelets had splendidly sharp edges. Both tines of the fork that Yennefer had swiped from the table during supper were rammed deep and evenly into the bone of Bonnard's swelling cheek. "Only little curs, you dog-catcher," gasped the sorceress, trying to cover up her breasts and the remains of her dress. "And stay away from bitches. You're too weak for them, pipsqueak." She couldn't forgive herself for not striking where she had aimed, his eye. But why? The target was moving. Besides, nobody's perfect. Bonnard roared, stood up, pulled out the fork, howled and staggered from the pain. He swore hideously. Meanwhile, 2 more guards looked inside the cell.
"Hey, you!"
roared Bonnard, wiping blood from his face.
"In here! Drag that harlot into the middle of the floor, spread eagle her and hold her down."
The guards looked at each other, then at the floor, and then at the ceiling.
"You'd better be going, sir," said one. "There won't be any spread eagling or holding here. It's not among our duties. And apart on that, muttered the other, we don't mean to end up like Ryance or Skiru. Condwira put aside the painted board which depicted a prison cell, and in the cell, a woman sitting with head bowed, manacled to the stone wall. They imprisoned her, she murmured, and the Witcher was taking his pleasure in Tucson with some brunette. Do you condemn him? Nemo asked severely, knowing practically nothing. No, I don't condemn him, but there are no buts. Be quiet, please. They sat in silence for some time, leafing through engravings and watercolours. All the versions of the legend, Condwira pointed to one of the engravings, give Rhys Run Castle as the place of the ending, the finale, the conclusive battle between good and evil, Armageddon. All of the versions, aside from one. Aside from one, nodded Nemu. Aside from an anonymous, not very popular version, known as the Black Book of Elender. The Black Book states that the ending of the legend played out in Stygia Citadel. Indeed, and the Book of Elender presents matters that describe the legend in a way that differs significantly from the canon. I wonder. Condwira raised her head. Which of those castles is portrayed in the illustrations? Which one is shown on your tapestry? Which likeness is true? We shall never know. The castle that witnessed the ending of the legend doesn't exist. It was destroyed. Not a trace of it remains. All the versions agree on that, even the one given by the Book of Elender. None of the locations given in the sources is convincing. We do not know, and shall not know, what that castle looked like, and where it stood. But the truth means nothing whatsoever, Nemo interrupted sharply. Don't forget, we don't know what Ciri really looked like. But look at this figure here, on this piece of parchment drawn on by Vilma Vesely in a heated conversation with the elf, Avalach, against a background of figurines of macabre children. It's her, Ciri. There isn't any doubt about it. But, Gondwyrmur soldiered on pugnaciously, your tapestry depicts the castle where the legend's climax was played out. There was a long silence. The sheets of parchment rustled as they were turned over. I don't like the version of the legend from the Black Book, Gondwyrmur began. It's brutally authentic. Nemu finished her novice's sentence, nodding. Condwyrmur yawned, put down an edition of half a century of poetry with an afterword by Professor Everett Denhoff Jr. She plumped up her pillow, changing the arrangement for reading to one suitable for sleeping. She yawned, stretched, and blew out the lamp. The chamber was plunged into darkness, lit only by needles of moonlight squeezing through chinks in the curtains. What should I choose tonight? Wondered the novice, wriggling on the sheets. Take pot luck, or anchor myself? After a brief moment, she decided on the latter. It was a vague, repeating dream that she couldn't see through to the end. It evaporated, vanished among other dreams like a thread of the weft vanishes and gets lost among the pattern of a coloured fabric. A dream that vanished from her memory, but which, in spite of that, stubbornly remained in it. She fell asleep immediately, the dream engulfing her at once, as soon as she closed her eyes. A night sky, cloudless, bright from the moon and the stars. Hills, and on their slopes, vineyards, dusted with snow. The black, angular outline of a building. A wall with battlements. A keep. A lonely corner watchtower. 2 horsemen. The 2 of them ride beyond the outer wall. They dismount. They both enter the portal. But only one of them enters the opening to a dungeon gaping in the floor. The one with utterly white hair. Condwyrmur moaned in her sleep, tossing around on her bed. The white-haired man descends the stairs, deep, deep into the cellar. He walks along dark corridors, from time to time illuminating them by lighting brands held in cast-iron cressets. The glow from the torches casts ghastly shadows on the walls and vaulting. Corridors, stairs, and again corridors. A dungeon, a huge crypt, barrels by the walls, piles of rubble, heaps of bricks. Then a corridor which forks into two. Darkness both ways. The white-haired man lights another torch. He unsheathes the sword on his back. He hesitates, not knowing which fork to take. He finally decides on the one to the right. It's very dark, winding and full of rubble. Gondwyrmurs groans in her sleep. Fear grips her. She knows that the way chosen by the white-haired man leads towards danger. She knows at the same time that the white-haired man seeks danger, for it is his profession. The novice thrashes around in the sheets, moaning. She's a dream reader. She's dreaming. She's in an oniric trance. She suddenly knows what is about to happen. "Beware!" she wants to scream, though she knows she's unable to. "Look out behind you! Beware, Witcher!" The monster attacked from the darkness, from an ambush, silently and horrendously. It suddenly materialized in the darkness like a flame flaring up, like a tongue of flame. No matter how much he hurried, urged, fumed and stormed, the Witcher remained in Toussaint almost the whole winter. What were the reasons? I shall not write about them. It is all over. There is no point dwelling on it. Anyone who would condemn the Witcher, I would remind that love has many names and not to judge lest they themselves are judged. Dandelion, half a century of poetry. Chapter 3. The monster attacked from the darkness, from an ambush, silently and horrendously. It suddenly materialized in the darkness like an exploding flame flaring up, like a tongue of flame. Geralt, though taken by surprise, reacted instinctively. He dodged, brushing the dungeon wall. The beast flew past, rebounded off the dirt floor like a ball, flailed its wings and leapt again, hissing and opening its awful beak. But this time the Witcher was ready. He jabbed from the elbow, aiming at the crop beneath the crimson dewlap, which was large, twice as big as a turkey's. He found the target and felt his blade slice the body open. The blow's force knocked the beast to the ground against the wall. The Scoffin screamed, and it was almost a human scream. It thrashed around among broken bricks, writhed and fluttered its wings, splashing blood and lashing its whip-like tail around. The Witcher was certain the battle was over, but the monster surprised him unpleasantly. It unexpectedly lunged for his throat, croaking horribly, talons outstretched and beak snapping. Geralt dodged, pushed off from the wall with his shoulder, and smote with great force from below, taking advantage of the momentum he'd generated. The wounded Scoffin tumbled among the bricks again, and stinking gore splashed on the dungeon wall, describing fanciful patterns. Wounded, the monster stopped thrashing around, and was only trembling, croaking, extending its long neck, swelling its crop, and shaking its dewlap. Blood flowed swiftly between the bricks it lay on. Geralt could easily have finished it off, but didn't want to damage its hide too much. He waited calmly for the Scoffin to bleed to death. He moved a few steps away, turned around to the wall, undid his trousers and pissed, whistling a sad song. The Scoffin stopped croaking, lay still, and went quiet. The Witcher moved closer and poked it gently with the point of his sword. Seeing it was done, he seized the monster by the tail and picked it up. He held it by the base of its tail at hip height. The Scoffin's vulture-like beak reached the floor, and its wingspan measured more than 4 feet. "You're light, Karoleshek." Geralt shook the beast, which indeed didn't weigh much more than a well-fattened turkey. "You're light. Luckily, they're paying me by the piece, not the pound." "It's the first time," Reynard de Boisfren whistled softly through his teeth, which, as Geralt knew, he did to express the highest admiration. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like it. An absolute oddity, by my troth. An oddity to end all oddities. Does that mean it's the infamous basilisk? No. Geralt raised the monster higher so the knight could examine it better. It isn't a basilisk. It's a Korolishek. Is there a difference? A crucial one. A basilisk, also known as a regulus, is a reptile, but a Korolishek, also known as a scoffin or cockatrice, is neither a reptile nor a bird. It's the only member of an order that scholars called ornithoreptiles, for after lengthy debate they found— "And which one," interrupted Reynard de Boisfren, clearly uninterested in the scholar's motives, "can kill or petrify with a look?" Neither of them. That's fiction. Why do people fear them both so much, then? This one here isn't all that big. Can it really be dangerous? This one here. The Witcher shook his quarry, usually attacks from the rear and aims unerringly between the vertebrae or below the left kidney at the aorta. One blow of its beak usually suffices. And as regards the basilisk, it doesn't matter where it strikes. Its venom is the most powerful known neurotoxin. It kills in a few seconds. Ugh. And which one, do tell, can be dispatched with the help of a looking-glass? Either of them, if you whack it over the head. Reynard de Boisfren chortled. Geralt didn't laugh. The joke about the basilisk and the looking-glass had stopped amusing him in Kaer Morhen, for the teachers had flogged it to death. The jokes about virgins and unicorns were just as unamusing. The record for idiocy and primitivism was achieved in Kaer Morhen by the numerous versions of the joke about the she-dragon the young Witcher shook hands with for a bet. He smiled at the memories. "I prefer you when you smile," said Reynard, scrutinizing him very closely. "I prefer you much more, 100-fold more like you are now, compared to how you were back in October after that scrap in the Druid's forest when we were riding to Beauclair. Back then, let me tell you, you were sullen, embittered, and as sour as a usurer who's been swindled, and as irritable as a man who hasn't had any luck the whole night, or even in the morning." "Was I really like that?" "Really. Don't be surprised that I prefer you the way you are now. Changed." Occupational therapy. Geralt shook the Korolishek he was holding by the tail. The salutary influence of professional activity on the psyche. And so, to continue my cure, let's get down to business. There's a chance of making a little more money on the scoffin than the fee agreed for its killing. It's almost undamaged. If you have a customer for a whole one, to be stuffed or prepared, don't take less than 200. If you have to flog it in portions, remember that the most valuable feathers are from just above the rump, specifically those ones, the central tail feathers. You can sharpen them much thinner than goose feathers. They write more prettily and cleanly, and are harder wearing. A scribe who knows his stuff won't hesitate to give 5 apiece." "I have customers wanting to stuff a corpse," smiled the knight. "The Cooper's Guild. They saw that vile creature stuffed in Castel Ravello. You know, that dryad waterflea, or whatever it's called. You know the one. The one they clubbed to death in the dungeons, under the ruins of the old castle the day after Samhain." "I remember." "Well, so the Coopers saw the stuffed beast and asked me for something equally rarefied to decorate their guild chambers. The Korolishek will be just right. The Coopers in Tucson, as you can guess, are a guild who can't complain of a shortage of orders and thanks to that are wealthy. They're bound to give 220, perhaps even more. I'll try to haggle. And as far as the feathers are concerned, the barrel bodgers won't notice if we pull a few pieces from the Korolishek's arse and sell them to the ducal chancery. The chancery doesn't pay out of its own pocket, but from the ducal coffers, so they'll pay not 5, but 10 for a feather without a quibble." "I take my hat off to your shrewdness." "Nomen est omen." Reynard de Boisfren grinned more broadly. "Mamma must have sensed something, christening me with the name of the sly fox from the well-known cycle of fables." "You ought to have been a merchant, not a knight." "I ought," agreed the knight. "But, well, if you're born the son of a noble lord, you'll live a noble lord and die a noble lord, having first begat further noble lords. You won't change anything, no matter what. Anyway, you reckon up pretty decently, Geralt, but You don't make a living from merchandising. I don't, for similar reasons to you, but with a single difference that I won't begat anything. Let's get out of these dungeons. Outside, at the foot of the castle walls, they were enfolded by the cold and wind from the hills. The night was bright, the sky cloudless and starry. The moonlight sparkled on the swathes of fresh white snow lying on the vineyards. Their tethered horses greeted them with snorts.
"We ought to meet the customer at once and collect the money," said Reynard, looking meaningfully at the Witcher. "But you are surely hurrying back to Beauclair, what? To a certain bedchamber?"
Geralt did not reply, as he didn't answer questions like that on principle. He hauled the Korolashek's remains onto the pack-horse and then mounted Roach. "Let's meet the customer," he decided, turning back in the saddle. "The night is young and I'm hungry, and I fancy a drink. Let's ride to town, to the Pheasantry." Reynard de Boisfren laughed, adjusted a shield with a red and gold checkerboard pattern hanging from the pommel, and climbed up into the high saddle.
"As you wish, my good fellow. The Pheasantry it is. Yah, Bucephalus."
They went at a walk down the snow-covered hillside towards the highway, which was clearly marked by a sparse avenue of poplars. "You know what, Reynard?" Geralt suddenly said. "I also prefer you as you are now, talking normally. Back in October, you were using infuriating, moronic mannerisms."
"'Pon my word, Witcher, I am a knight-errant," chortled Reynard de Boisfren. "Have you forgotten? Knights always talk like morons. It's a kind of sign, like this shield here. You can recognize the fraternity, like by the arms on the shield." "'Pon my word," said the checkered knight. "You needlessly bother yourself, Sir Geralt. Your beloved is surely hale, for she has doubtless utterly forgotten about her infirmity. The Duchess retains excellent court medics, fully capable of curing any malaise. 'Pon my word, there's no need to distress yourself."
"I'm of the same opinion," said Ragius. "Cheer up, Geralt. After all, the Druidesses treated Milva too. And Druidesses are expert healers," interjected Caer, "the best proof of which is my very own noggin, which was cut open by a miner's axe, and which is now, take a look, almost good as new. Milva is sure to be well too. There's no need to worry."
"Let's hope." "She's hale, your Milva, and hearty," repeated the knight. "I'll wager she's already cavorting at wedding balls, cutting a caper, feasting. In Beauclair, at the court of Duchess Anarietta, balls alternate with banquets. Ha! 'Pon my word, now that I've fulfilled my vows, I also—"
"You've fulfilled your vows?"
"Fortune shone on me, for you ought to know that I made my vows, and not just any vows, but on a flying crane, in the spring. I vowed to fell 15 marauders before Yule. I was lucky. I'm now free of my vows. Now I can drink and eat beef. Aha! I don't have to conceal my name. I am, if you will, Reynard de Boisfren."
"It's our pleasure." "Regarding those balls," said Angoulême, urging her horse on to catch up with them, "I hope Platter and Goblet won't pass us by either, and I'd also love to shake a leg."
"'Pon my word, there'll be everything at Beauclair," Reynard de Boisfren assured them. "Balls, feasts, banquets, revels, and poetry evenings. Your friends of Dandelions, for heaven's sake. Of Viscount Julian's, I meant to say. And the Lady Duchess is most fond of the latter."
"I'll see. He was bragging about it," said Angoulême. "What was the truth about that love? Do you know the story, Sir Knight? Do tell."
"Angoulême," said the Witcher,
"Do you have to know?" "I don't, but I want to. Don't whinge, get out, and stop being sullen, for at the sight of your mush, roadside mushrooms pickle. And you, Sir Knight, say on." Other knights errant, riding at the head of the procession, were singing a knightly refrain from a repeating chorus. The words of the song were unbelievably foolish.
"It occurred these 6 summers past," began the knight. "The poet tarried with us all winter and spring. He played his lute, sang romances, and declaimed poetry. Duke Raymond was actually staying in Sintra at a council.
He didn't hurry home. It was no secret he had a paramour in Cintra. And the Duchess and Lord Dandelion... Beauclair is strange indeed, and spellbinding, full of amatory enchantment. You shall see for yourselves, as the Duchess and Lord Dandelion learned then. They noticed not from verse to verse, from word to word, from compliment to compliment, poises, glances, sighs. To put it briefly, both came to an intimate understanding.
How intimate?
Chortled Angoulême. One was not an eyewitness, said the knight coolly, and it is not seemly to repeat rumours. Besides, as my good lady undoubtedly knows, love has many faces, and it is a most relative thing how intimate was the understanding. Caer snorted softly. Angoulême had nothing to add. The Duchess and Lord Dandelion, continued Reynard de Boisfren, trysted in secret some 2 months from Bellatane to the summer solstice, but they disregarded caution. The news got out. Evil rumours began to spread. Lord Dandelion, without hesitating, mounted his horse and rode away. He acted prudently, as it turned out, for as soon as Duke Raymond returned from Cintra, an accommodating serving lad informed him of everything. As soon as the Duke found out what an insult he had suffered and how he had been cuckolded, he was seized by yellow bile, as you may imagine. He overturned a tureen of broth on the table, cleft the informer lad with a hatchet, and uttered scabrous words. He then punched the marshal's face and smashed a great Coviran looking-glass before witnesses. Then he imprisoned the Duchess in her chambers, and having threatened her with torture, extracted everything from her. At which point he sent after Lord Dandelion, ordered him put to death without clemency, and his heart torn from his breast. For, having read something similar in an ancient ballad, he meant to fry his heart, and force Duchess Henrietta to eat it in front of the entire court. Ugh, what an abomination! Luckily, Lord Dandelion managed to flee.
Indeed? And the Duke died?
He did. The incident, as I said, caused him great ill humour. His blood became so heated from it that apoplexy and palsy seized him. He lay like a plank for nigh on a year, but recovered, even began to walk. Only he winked one eye, ceaselessly, like this.
The knight turned around in the saddle, squinted his eye, and screwed up his face like a monkey.
Although the Duke had always been an incurable fornicator and stallion, he continued a moment later, that winking made him even more pericolossus in love-making, for every dame thought he was winking at her out of fondness and giving her amorous signs, and dames are most covetous of such homage. I in no way impute that they are all wanton and dissolute, by no means, but the Duke, as I said, winked much, almost endlessly. So, on the whole, he got what was coming to him. His cup ran over in his frolics, and one night he was struck again by the apoplexy. He gave up the ghost in his bedchamber.
Atop a dame? Guffawed Angoulême.
In truth, the knight, until then deadly serious, smiled under his whiskers. In truth, beneath one. The details are unimportant.
Verily, nodded Caer seriously. Duke Raymond wasn't greatly mourned, was he? During the tale I had the impression that you were fonder of the inconstant wife than the betrayed husband, the vampire interrupted in mid-sentence. Perhaps for the reason that she now reigns?
That is one reason, replied Reynard de Boisfren disarmingly frankly, but not the only one. For Duke Raymond, may the earth lie lightly on him, was such a good-for-nothing rogue and, excuse my language, whoreson, that he would have given the very devil stomach ulcers in half a year, and he reigned for 7 years in Toussaint, while everyone adored and adores Duchess Henrietta.
May I then venture, said the Witcher tartly, that Duke Raymond didn't leave many inconsolable friends who were ready to waylay Dandelion with daggers?
You may.
The knight glanced at him, and his eyes were quick and intelligent. And upon my word, you won't be wide of the mark. I said, did I not? Lady Anarietta dotes on the poet, and everyone here would walk through fire for Lady Anarietta. The good knight returned to find he'd been spurned. His love had not tarried, but swiftly been married. A chevalier's woe with a hey nonny no.
Crows, disturbed by the knight's singing, took flight, cawing from the roadside thicket. They soon rode out of the trees, straight into a valley among hills, on which the white towers of small castles were framed strikingly against the sky, which was coloured with dark blue streaks. Wherever they looked, the gentle hillsides were covered with neat avenues of evenly trimmed bushes like columns of soldiers. The ground was carpeted with red and gold leaves.
"What is it?"
asked Angoulême.
"Vines." "Grapevines, yes," said Reynard de Boisfren. "They're the famed valleys of Sans Retour. The finest wines of the world are pressed from the grapes that mellow here."
"That is true," agreed Regis, who as usual was an expert on everything.
"The crux is the volcanic earth and the microclimate here, which ensures every year a simply ideal combination of sunny and rainy days. If we add traditions, expertise, and the utmost care of the vine dressers, it yields a result in the form of a product of the highest class and distinction." "Well said," the knight smiled. "Distinction indeed. Look over there, say, at the hillside below that castle. Here, the castle gives the distinction to the vineyard and the cellars deep beneath it. That one is called Castel Revello, and from its vineyards come such wines as Evolus, Fiorano, Pomino, and the celebrated Est Est. You must have heard of it. One pays the same for a keg of Est Est as for 10 kegs of wine from Sidaris or the Nilfgaardian vineyards by the Alba. And there, look, as far as the eyes can see are the castles and other vineyards, and the names are surely no strangers to you either. Vermentino, Torricella, Casteldaccia, Tufo, Sancerre, Nuragus, Coronata, and finally Corvo Bianco, Gwyn Cherbin in the elven tongue. I trust the names are familiar to you."
"They are. Ugh." Angoulême contorted her face, particularly by learning the hard way to check if some rascal of an innkeeper hadn't poured us one of those famous wines by chance instead of the usual cider, because then you might have to leave your horse with him. So costly, Castel or Est Est.
Yuck! I don't understand. It might be quality geared to those great lords, but we, ordinary folk, can get plastered just as well on the cheap stuff. And I'll tell you this, because I've experienced it. You puke after Est Est just the same as you do after Scrumpy. Caring not for Angoulême's vulgar October jests, Reynard leaned back from the table, his belt loosened. "Today we drink a fine label and a fine vintage, Witcher. We can afford it. We've made some money. We can revel."
"That's right." Geralt beckoned to the innkeeper. "After all, as Dandelion says, perhaps there are other motivations for earning money, but I just don't know any. So, let's eat whatever's behind those appetizing smells wafting from the kitchen. Incidentally, it's extremely crowded in the pheasantry today, though the hour's quite late."
"Why, it's Yuletide Eve," explained the innkeeper, overhearing him. "Folk are wassailing, making merry, telling fortunes, as tradition demands, and tradition here, I know," interrupted the Witcher.
"And what did tradition demand from the kitchen today?"
"Cold tongue with horseradish, capon broth with brain meatballs, beef roulade served with dumplings and cabbage."
"Keep it coming, good fellow. And to accompany it, what shall we drink with it, Reynard?"
"If it's beef," said the knight after a moment's thought, "then red Cote de Blessure. And the vintage? It was the year old Duchess Caraberta turned up her toes." "That's the year," the innkeeper nodded. "At your service, sire."
A mistletoe wreath, clumsily thrown behind her by a wench from the next table, almost fell into Geralt's lap. The wench's companions whooped with laughter, and she blushed prettily.
"You're out of luck."
The knight picked up the wreath and threw it back. He won't be your future husband. He's spoken for, noble maiden. He's already been ensnared by a pair of green orbs. Be quiet, Reynard.
The innkeeper brought the order. They ate and drank in silence, listening to the revellers' merriment.
Yule, said Geralt, putting down his cup. Mid-Inviern, the winter solstice. I've been hanging around here for 2 months. 2 wasted months.
1 month, Reynard corrected him coolly and soberly. If you've lost anything, it's but a month. Then the snows covered up the mountain passes, and you couldn't have left Toussaint, no matter what. You've waited until Yule, so you'll surely wait till spring too. It's force majeure, thus your grief and sorrow are in vain. While as far as your sorrow goes, don't overdo the pretence, for I don't believe you regretted that much.
Oh, what do you know, Reynard? What do you know?
Not much, agreed the knight, pouring the wine.
Not much more than what I see. And I saw your first encounter, yours and hers, in Beauclair. Do you remember the Feast of the Vat? The white knickers?
Geralt did not reply. He remembered.
A charming place, Beauclair Palace, full of amatory enchantment, muttered Reynard, savouring the wine's bouquet. The very sight is bewitching. I recall how you were all dumbstruck when you saw it in October. What was the expression Kaya used then? Let me think.
An elegant little castle,
Kaya said in admiration.
Well, I'll be. An elegant and pleasing little castle indeed. The Duchess lives well, said the vampire. You have to admit it. Fucking nice gaff, added Angoulême.
Beauclair Palace, repeated Renard de Boisfrene proudly. An elven edifice, only slightly modified, allegedly by Pharamond himself.
Not allegedly, objected Regis. Beyond any doubt. Pharamond's style is apparent at first glance. It suffices to look at those small towers. The slender white obelisks of the red-roofed towers referred to by the vampire soared into the sky, rising up from the castle's delicate construction, which grew wider towards the ground. The sight evoked the image of candles with festoons of wax flowing over the intricately carved base of a candlestick.
The town spreads out at the foot of Beauclair, explained Sir Reynard. The walls, naturally, were added later. After all, as you know, elves don't wall their towns. Spur on your horses, noble comrades. We have a long road ahead of us. Beauclair only seems close, but the mountains distort perspective.
Let us ride on. They rode swiftly, overtaking wanderers and goliards, wagons and carts loaded with dark, seemingly mouldy grapes. Then there were the town's busy, narrow streets, smelling of fermenting grape juice. Then a gloomy park full of poplars, yews, barberries, and boxwood. Then there were rose beds, mainly containing multiflora and centifolia. And further still, there were the carved columns, portals, and archivolts of the palace, liveried servants and flunkies. The man who greeted them was Dandelion, coiffured and arrayed like a prince.
Where's Milva?
She's well, don't worry. You'll find her in the chambers that have been prepared for you. She doesn't want to leave them.
Why not?
You'll find out later. And now follow me. The Duchess awaits.
In our travelling things.
Such were her wishes. The hall they entered was full of people, dressed as colourfully as birds of paradise. Geralt did not have time to look around. Dandelion shoved him towards a marble staircase, beside which were 2 women who stood out from the crowd, being assisted by pages and courtiers. It was quiet, but it became even quieter. The first woman had a pointed, turned-up nose, and her blue eyes were piercing and seemed a little feverish. Her chestnut hair was pinned up into an elaborately truly artistic coiffure, supported by velvet ribbons, complete down to the tiniest nuances, including an unerringly geometric, sickle-shaped curl on her forehead. The upper part of her dress had a plunging neckline shimmering with 1,000 blue and lilac stripes on a black background. The skirt was black,
densely strewn with tiny gold chrysanthemums in a regular pattern. The neckline and décolletage, something like a complicated scaffolding or cage, held captive in its intricate coils a necklace of lacquer, obsidian, emeralds and lapis lazuli, ending in a jade cross which almost plunged between her small breasts, which were supported by a close-fitting bodice. The diamond-shaped neckline was large and plunging, bearing the woman's delicate shoulders, and seemed not to offer adequate support. Geralt was expecting the dress to slide from her bust at any moment. But it didn't, and was held in its proper place by the mysterious arcana of dressmaking and the buffers of puffed sleeves. The second woman equaled the first in height. She was wearing the same lipstick, and there the similarities ended. This woman wore a net cap on her short black hair, which metamorphosed at the front into a veil extending to the tip of her petite nose. The veil's floral motif didn't mask her beautiful, sparkling eyes set off by green eyeshadow. An identical floral veil covered the modest décolletage of her long-sleeved black dress, which in several places was scattered with an apparently random pattern of sapphires, aquamarines, rock crystals, and gold open-work stars.
"Her enlightened ladyship, Duchess Anna Henrietta," someone whispered behind Geralt's back. "Kneel, sire."
I wonder which of the two, thought Geralt, bending his painful knee clumsily into a ceremonial bow. Both look just as bloody high-born, not to say regal.
"Arise, Sir Geralt," said the one with the intricate chestnut coiffure and pointed nose, dispelling his doubts. "We welcome you and your friends to Beauclair Palace in the Duchy of Toussaint. We are delighted to be able to offer lodging to people on such a noble mission. People, furthermore, being bonded in friendship with Viscount Julian, who is so dear to our heart."
Dandelion bowed deeply and vigorously.
"The Viscount," continued the Duchess, "has disclosed your names to us, revealed the nature of your expedition, and said what brings you to Toussaint. The tale touched our heart. We shall be glad to converse with you at a private audience, Sir Geralt. That matter must, however, be somewhat postponed, since state duties make their demands upon us. The grape harvest is over, and tradition demands our participation in the festival of the vat."
The other woman, the one in the veil, leaned over towards the Duchess and quickly whispered something. Anna Henrietta looked at the Witcher, smiled, and licked her lips.
"It is our will," she raised her voice, "that Geralt of Rivia shall serve us in the vat alongside Viscount Julian."
A murmur ran through the group of courtiers and knights like the whisper of pines struck by the wind. Duchess Anarietta shot the Witcher another smouldering glance and left the hall with her companion and a retinue of pages.
"By thunder," whispered the checkered knight, "I'll be damned. Quite some honour has befallen you, Witcher, sir."
"I don't quite understand what this is about," Geralt admitted. "In what way am I to serve Her Highness?"
"Her Grace,"
broke in a portly gentleman with the appearance of a confectioner approaching.
"Forgive me, sire, for correcting you, but in the given circumstances I must do so. We greatly respect tradition and protocol here in Toussaint. I am Sebastian Le Goff, Chamberlain and Marshal of the Court."
"My pleasure."
"Lady Anna Henrietta's official and protocolary title,"
the Chamberlain not only looked like a confectioner, but even smelt of icing,
"is Her Enlightened Ladyship. Her unofficial one is Her Grace. Her familiar one beyond the court is Lady Duchess, but one should always address her as Your Grace."
"Thank you. I shall remember. And the other woman? How should I entitle her?"
"Her official title is the Honourable," the Chamberlain informed him gravely. "But addressing her as Ma'am is permissible. She is kin to the Duchess and is called Fringilla Vigo. In accordance with Her Grace's will, you are to serve her, Madam Fringilla, in the vat."
"And what does this service consist of?"
"Nothing difficult. I shall explain soon. As you'll see, we've used mechanical presses for years, but nonetheless tradition."
The courtyard resounded with a hubbub and frenetic squealing of pipes, the wild music of recorders and the demented jingling of tambourines. Tumblers and buffoons dressed in garlands cavorted and somersaulted around a vat placed on a platform. The courtyard and cloisters were full of people, knights, ladies, courtiers, and richly attired burghers. Chamberlain Sebastian Le Goff raised up a staff twisted around with green vines and struck it 3 times against the podium. "Hear ye, hear ye," he cried, "noble ladies, lords, and knights." "Yea, yea," replied the crowd. "Yea, yea. Welcome to our ancient custom. May the grape prosper. Yea, yea. May it mellow in the sun. Yea, yea. May it mellow. Yea, yea. May the trod grape ferment. May it gather strength and taste in the barrel. May it flow tastily to goblets, and thence to heads, to the glory of majesty, comely ladies, noble knights, and vine-dressers. Yea, yea, may it ferment. Let the beauties step forward." 2 women, Duchess Anna Henrietta and her black-haired companion, emerged from damask tents on opposite sides of the courtyard. They were both wrapped tightly in scarlet capes. "Yea, yea." The chamberlain struck his cane on the ground. "Let the youths step forward." The youths had been instructed and knew what to do. Dandelion approached the Duchess, and Geralt, the black-haired woman, who he now knew was called the Honourable Fringilla Vigo. The 2 women cast off their capes as one, and the crowd greeted them with thunderous applause. Geralt swallowed. The women were wearing tiny, white, gossamer-thin blouses with shoulder straps revealing their midriffs, and clinging frilly knickers, and nothing else, not even jewellery. They were also barefoot. Geralt picked Fringilla up, and she quite eagerly put an arm around his neck. She smelled faintly of ambergris and roses, and femininity. She was warm, and her warmth penetrated him like an arrowhead. She was soft, and her softness scalded and nettled his fingers. They carried them to the vat, Geralt, Fringilla, and Dandelion the Duchess, and helped them alight on the grapes, which burst and spurted forth juice. The crowd roared, "Yea! Yea!" The Duchess and Fringilla placed their hands on each other's shoulders, and, by supporting one another more easily, kept their balance on the grapes, into which they had sunk up to their knees. The must squirted and sprayed around. The women, turning, trod the grapes, giggling like schoolgirls. Fringilla winked at the Witcher, quite against protocol. "Yea! Yea!" shouted the crowd. "Yea! Yea! May it ferment!" The crushed grapes splashed juice. The cloudy must bubbled and foamed copiously around the treader's knees. The chamberlain struck his cane against the planks of the platform. Geralt and Dandelion moved closer, helping the women out of the vat. Geralt saw Anarietta pinch Dandelion's ear as he carried her, and her eyes shone dangerously. It seemed to him that Fringilla's lips brushed his cheek, but he couldn't be certain whether intentionally or not. The smell of the must was heady and intoxicating. He stood Fringilla on the podium and wrapped her in the scarlet cape. Fringilla squeezed his hand quickly and powerfully. "These ancient traditions," she whispered, "can be arousing, can't they?" "They can." "Thank you, Witcher." "The pleasure's all mine." "Not all yours. I assure you, not all yours."
Pour the wine, Reynard. More Yuletide prophecies were being carried out at the next table. A strip of apple peel cut into a long spiral was thrown down, and the initial letter of one's future partner's name was divined from the shape it arranged itself into. Each time, the peel formed itself into a letter S. In spite of that, there was no end to the mirth. The night poured.
It turned out that Milva was well, said the Witcher pensively, although she still had a bandage around her ribs. She remained in her chamber, though, and refused to leave, not wanting at any cost to put on the dress she'd been presented with. It looked as though there could be a protocolary scandal, but the omniscient Regis pacified the situation. After quoting a good dozen precedents, he made the chamberlain bring a male outfit to the archer. Angoulême, for a change, joyfully discarded her trousers, riding boots and foot wraps, and Soap, a dress and a comb, turned her into quite a pretty lass. All of us, let's face it, were cheered up by the bathhouse and the clean clothes. Even me. We set off for the audience in a very decent mood. Stop for a moment. Reynard gestured with his head. Business is heading towards us. Oh, and not one, but two vineyards. Malatesta, our customer, is bringing a comrade, and a rival. Wonders will never cease. Who's the other one? Pomerol vineyard. We're drinking their wine, Côte de Blessure, right now. Malatesta, the steward of the Vermentino vineyard, had noticed them, waved and approached, leading his companion, an individual with a black moustache and a bushy black beard, who resembled a brigand more than an official. Gentlemen, Malatesta introduced the bearded man, Mr. Alcides Firebrass, steward of Pomerol vineyard. Sit you down. We're here for but a moment to talk to Master Witcher regarding a beast in our cellars. I conclude from seeing your good selves here that the monster is killed. Dead. The agreed sum, Malatesta assured him, will be transferred to your account at the Cianfanelli's bank tomorrow at the latest. Oh, thanking you, Master Witcher. Thanks 100-fold. Such a gorgeous cellar. Vaulted, north-pointing, not too dry, not too damp. Just what's needed for wine, and owing to that vile brute it couldn't be used. You saw yourselves. We needs must brick up all that part of the cellar. But the beast managed to find a way through. Where it came from is anyone's guess, probably from hell itself. He spat on the floor. Caves, hollowed out in volcanic tuff, always abound in monsters, instructed Reynard de Boisfrain wisely. He had been accompanying the Witcher for over a month, and being a good listener, had managed to learn a great deal. It goes without saying, where there's tough, there's sure to be a monster. Very well, perhaps it was tough. Malatesta glared at him. Whoever that tough happens to be, but folk are saying it's because our cellars are connected to deep caverns that are said to lead to the very centre of the earth. There are many similar dungeons and caves like that around here. Like under our cellars, to give the first example that springs to mind, said the black-bearded Pomerol vineyard. Those dungeons go on for miles, but no one knows to where. The men who wanted to unravel the matter didn't return, and a dreadful monster was also seen there, they say. I therefore like to suggest. I can guess what you want to propose, said the Witcher dryly, and I consent to the proposition. I will explore your cellars. We shall set the fee, depending on what I find there. You won't do badly, the bearded man assured him. One more thing. Pray speak. That succubus that haunts men at night and torments them, which her enlightened ladyship the Duchess has ordered killed, I believe there's no need, for the ghoul doesn't bother anyone, in truth. Yes, it occasionally haunts, bedevils a little, but not but adults, Malatesta quickly interrupted. You took the words out of my mouth, friend. All in all, the succubus doesn't harm anyone, and recently there's been no word about it at all. Doubtless it will be scared of you, Master Witcher. What, then, is the point of tormenting it? Why, you aren't lacking ready cash, sire, and were you to be short, something could be transferred to my account at Cianfanelli's bank, Geralt said with stony countenance. To the Witcher's pension fund. So be it. Then not a single blonde hair on the succubus's head will be harmed. Farewell, then. The two vineyards stood up. Feast in peace, we shan't disturb. It's a holiday today, a tradition here in Tucson. Tradition is sacred, said Geralt. I know. The party at the next table were making another noisy Yuletide prophecy, carried out with the help of balls fashioned from the soft inside of cakes and bones left over from a carp. The wine was flowing as they did so. The innkeeper and the serving girls were rushed off their feet, hurrying to and fro with jugs. "The famous succubus," remarked Reynard, serving himself more cabbage, "began the memorable series of witcher contracts that you took on in Toussaint. Then things speeded up, and you couldn't keep the customers away. Funny, I don't remember which vineyard gave you the first contract. You weren't present. It happened the day after the audience with the Duchess, which you didn't attend either, as a matter of fact. No wonder. It was a private audience." "Private, huh?" snorted Geralt. "It was attended by some 20 people, not counting the motionless lackeys, youthful pages, and a bored jester. Among that number was Legoff, the chamberlain, with the appearance and smell of a confectioner, and several magnates bowing under the weight of their golden chains. There were several coves in black, councillors, or perhaps judges. There was the Baron with the bull's head coat of arms I met in Caed Mirkvid. There was, naturally, Fringilla Vigo, a person evidently close to the Duchess. And there we were, our entire gang, including Milver in male costume. I was wrong to speak of the entire company. Dandelion was not with us. Dandelion, or rather Viscount What's-his-name, sat sprawled in a curule seat on her pointy-nosed highness Anarietta's right hand and postured like a peacock, like a real pet. Anarietta, Fringilla and Dandelion were the only people seated. No one else was permitted to sit down. And anyway, I was glad they didn't make me kneel. The Duchess listened to my tale, seldom interrupting, fortunately. When, however, I briefly related the results of the conversations with the Druidesses, she wrung her hands, in a gesture suggesting worry as sincere as it was exaggerated. I know that sounds like some sort of bloody oxymoron, but believe me, Reynard, in her case, that's how it was. Oh, said Duchess Anna Henrietta, wringing her hands. "You have sorely worried us, Master Geralt. Truly, do we tell you that sorrow fills our heart?" She sniffed through her pointed nose, held out her hand, and Dandelion at once pressed a monogrammed cambric handkerchief into it. The Duchess brushed both her cheeks with the handkerchief so as not to wipe the powder off. Oh, she repeated. "So the Druidesses knew nothing about Ciri? They were unable to help you? Was all your effort then wasted, and your journey in vain?" "Certainly not in vain," Geralt answered with conviction. "I confess I'd counted on obtaining some concrete information or hints from the Druids that would at least explain in the most general way why Ciri is the object of such a relentless pursuit. The Druids, though, couldn't or didn't want to help me, and in this respect I indeed gained nothing, but—" He paused for a moment, not for dramatic effect. He was wondering how frank he could be in front of the entire auditorium. "I know that Ciri's alive," he finally said dryly. "She was probably wounded. She's still in danger, but she's alive." Anna Henrietta gasped, applied the handkerchief again, and squeezed Dandelion's arm. "We pledge you our help and support," she said. "Stay in Toussaint as long as you wish. You ought to know that we have resided in Sintra, and we knew and were fond of Pavetta. We knew and liked little Ciri. We are with you with all our heart, Master Geralt. If needs be, you shall have the assistance of our scholars and astrologers. Our libraries and book collections stand open before you. You are certain, we deeply trust, to find some track, sign or spoor that will indicate the right way. Do not act hastily. You need not hurry. You may stay here as you like. You are a most welcome guest." "Thank you, Your Grace." Geralt bowed. "Thank you for your kindness and favour. We must, nonetheless, set off as soon as we have rested a little. Ciri is still in danger. When we stay in one place too long, the threat not only grows, but begins to endanger the people who show us kindness, and unrelated strangers. I wouldn't want to allow that to happen for anything." The Duchess was silent for some time, stroking Dandelion's forearm with measured movements, as you would a cat. "Your words are noble and virtuous," she said at last, "but you have nothing to fear. Our knights routed the ne'er-do-wells pursuing you, so that none escaped with his life. Viscount Julian told us about it. Anyone who dares to trouble you will meet the same fate. You are under our care and protection." "I value that." Geralt bowed again, under his breath, cursing his knee, but not only his knee. "Nonetheless, I cannot omit to mention something Viscount Dandelion forgot to tell your enlightened ladyship. The ne'er-do-wells from the mine who pursued me to Belhaven, and whom your valiant knighthood vanquished in Caed Mirkvid, were indeed ne'er-do-wells of the first water, but they bore Nilfgaardian livery." "And what of it?" It was on the tip of his tongue to say that if the Nilfgaardians had captured Aedion in 20 days, they would need just 20 minutes to capture her little duchy. "There is a war on," he said instead. "What happened in Belhaven and Caed Mirkvid may be regarded as a diversion at the rear that usually results in repression. In wartime—" "The war," the Duchess interrupted him, raising her pointy nose, "is definitely over. We wrote to our cousin, Emir var Emrys, regarding this matter. We sent a memorandum to him in which we demanded that he put an end forthwith to the senseless bloodletting. The war is sure to be over. Peace is sure to have been concluded." "Not exactly," replied Geralt coldly. "Fire and sword are wreaking havoc on the far side of the Yaruga. Blood is flowing. There's nothing to indicate that it's about to end. Quite the contrary, I'd say." He immediately regretted what he'd said. "What?" The Duchess's nose, it appeared, became even pointier, and a nasty, grindingly snarling note sounded in her voice. "Did I hear right? The war is still raging. Why wasn't I informed of this, Minister Tremblay?" "Your Grace," mumbled one of the golden chains, genuflecting. "I didn't want to concern you, worry, Your Grace." "God!" Her Majesty howled. "To the tower with him!" "You are in disfavour, Lord Tremblay. In disfavour. Lord Chamberlain, Mr. Secretary." "At your service, your enlightened ladyship." "Have the Chancellery immediately issue a severe note to our cousin, the Emperor of Nilfgaard. We demand that he immediately, and I mean immediately, stops warring and makes peace. For war and discord are evil things. Discord ruins and accord builds." "Your Grace," mumbled the Chamberlain confectioner, as white as caster sugar, "is absolutely right." "What are you still doing here, gentlemen? We have issued our orders. Be off with you this instant." Geralt looked around discreetly. The courtiers had stony expressions, from which he concluded that similar incidents were nothing new at the court. He made a firm resolution only to say yes to the Lady Duchess in future. Anarietta brushed the tip of her nose with a handkerchief and then smiled at Geralt. "As you see," she said, "your anxieties were unfounded. You have nothing to fear, and may rest here as long as you like." "Yes, Your Grace." In the silence, the tapping of a Death Watch beetle in one of the pieces of antique furniture could be heard distinctly, as could the curses being hurled by a groom in a distant courtyard. "We also have a request for you, Master Geralt." Anarietta interrupted the silence. "In your capacity as a witcher." "Yes, Your Grace." "It is the request of many noble ladies of Toussaint, and ours at the same time. A nocturnal monster is plaguing local homesteads. This devil, this phantom, this succubus in female form, so lewd that we daren't describe it, torments our virtuous and faithful husbands. She haunts bedchambers at night, committing lewd acts and disgusting perversions, which modesty forbids us to speak of. You, as an expert, surely know what the matter is." Yes, Your Grace.
The ladies of Toussaint ask you to put an end to this abomination, and we add our voice to this request, and assure you of our generosity.
Yes, Your Grace.
Angoulême found the Witcher and the vampire in the palace grounds, where they were enjoying a walk and a discreet conversation. "You won't believe me," she panted. "You won't believe me when I tell you, but it's the honest truth."
"Spit it out."
"Reynard de Boisfrain, the checkered knight-errant, is standing in a queue before the ducal treasurer with the other knights-errant. And you know for what? For his monthly salary. The queue, I'm telling you, is half an arrow shot long, and it's sparkling with coats of arms. I asked Reynard what it's all about, and he said errant knights also get hungry."
"So what's the problem?"
"You must be joking. It's a knight-errant's noble vocation to wander, not for a monthly salary." "The one does not preclude the other," said the vampire Regius very gravely. "Truly, believe me, Angoulême."
"Believe him, Angoulême," said Geralt dryly. "Stop running around the palace looking for scandal and go and keep Milva company. She's in a dreadful state. She oughtn't to be alone."
"True. I think Auntie's got a period because she's as angry as a wasp. I think Angoulême. I'm going. Geralt and Regius stopped beside a bed of slightly wilted centifolia roses, but they were unable to talk any longer. A very thin man in an elegant cloak, the colour of umber, emerged from behind the orangery. "Good day." He bowed, brushing his knees with a marten calpac. "May I ask which of you gentlemen is the Witcher known as Geralt, and renowned for his craft?"
"I am he."
"I am Jean Catillon, steward of the Castel Torricella vineyards. The fact is that a Witcher would serve us very well in the vineyard. I wish to find out if you would not consider—"
"What is it about?"
"It is thus," began Steward Catillon. "Owing to this damned war, merchants visit more seldom. Our reserves are growing, and there is less and less space for the barrels. We thought it was a small problem, for beneath the castles the cellars go on for miles, ever deeper. I think the cellars extend to the centre of the earth. We also found a little cellar at the Torricella, beautiful, if you please, vaulted, not too dry, not too damp, just right for the wine to mature."
"What of it?"
the Witcher interrupted. "It turned out that some kind of monster prowls in the cellar, if you please, which probably came from the depths of the earth. It burned 2 people, melted their flesh to the bone, and blinded another, because the monster, sire, spits and pukes some sort of caustic lie."
"A Solpuga," Geralt stated bluntly, "also called a venomer."
Well, smiled Regius. "You can see for yourself, Lord Catillon, that you're dealing with an expert. This expert, one might say, is a godsend. And have you turned to the renowned local knights-errant in this matter? The Duchess has an entire regiment of them, and missions like these are, let's face it, their speciality, their raison d'être." "Not at all." Steward Catillon shook his head. "Their raison d'être is to protect the roads and passes, for if the merchants couldn't get here, we'd all be reduced to beggary. What's more, the knights are bold and valiant, but only on horseback. None of them would venture onto the ground. What's more, they're He broke off and fell silent. He had the expression of a person who, if he could, would kick himself, and greatly regretted it.
"They're expensive."
Geralt finished off the sentence without excessive spitefulness.
"So you ought to know, good sir, that I'm more expensive. It's a free market, and there's free competition. If we sign a contract, I'll dismount and head underground. Think it through, but don't bother too long, for I'm not staying long in Toussaint."
"You astonish me," said Regius, as soon as the steward had gone. "Has the Witcher in you suddenly revived? Are you accepting contracts? Going after monsters?"
"I'm astonished myself," replied Geralt frankly. "I reacted instinctively, prompted by an inexplicable impulse. I'll weasel out of it. I'll treat every quote they offer as too low. Always. Let's get back to our conversation."
"Hold on." The vampire
gestured with his eyes. "Something tells me you have more clients." Geralt swore under his breath. 2 knights were walking towards him down the cypress-lined avenue. He recognized the first at once. The huge bull's head on a snow-white tabard couldn't have been confused with any other crest. The other knight, tall, grey-haired, with nobly angular physiognomy, as though carved from granite, had 5 gold demi-fleur-de-lis on his blue tunic. Having stopped at the regulation distance of 2 paces, the knights bowed. Geralt and Regis returned the bows, after which the 4 of them observed a silence of 10 heartbeats, as decreed by chivalric custom. "Gentlemen," said Bull's Head, "may I introduce Baron Parmarin de Launfal? My name is, as you may recall,
Baron de Peran. How could we not?"
"We have an urgent matter for Master Witcher." Peyrac Peran got down to business. "Regarding, so to speak, a professional undertaking."
"Yes?"
"In private."
"I have no secrets from Master Regis."
"But the noble gentleman undoubtedly do." The vampire smiled. "For which reason, with your permission, I shall go to look at that charming little pavilion, probably a temple of quiet and private contemplation. Lord de Peyrac Peran, Lord de Launfal." They exchanged bows.
"I'm all ears."
Geralt interrupted the silence, having no intention of waiting for the 10th heartbeat to die away. "The matter," Peyrac Peran lowered his voice and looked round timidly, "concerns this succubus. Well, this nocturnal phantom, the one that haunts, which the Duchess and the ladies have commissioned you to destroy. Have they promised you much for the killing of the spectre?"
"I beg your pardon, but that's a trade secret."
"But of course," responded Parmarin de Launfal, the knight with the fleur-de-lis cross. "Your conduct is commendable. Indeed, I greatly fear that I shall be insulting you with this proposal, but in spite of that I submit it. Relinquish the contract, Master Witcher. Don't go after the succubus. Leave it in peace, saying nothing to the ladies or the Duchess, and upon my word, we the gentlemen of Toussaint will outbid the lady's offer, bewildering you with our generosity."
"A proposal," said the Witcher coldly. "That is indeed not very far from an insult."
"Sir Geralt," Parmarin de Launfal's face was hard and grave, "I shall tell you what emboldened us to make the offer. It was the rumour about you that said you only kill monsters that represent a danger. A real danger, not an imagined one, stemming from ignorance or prejudice. Permit me to say that the succubus doesn't threaten or harm anybody. It haunts people's dreams, from time to time, and bedevils a little, but exclusively adults," Peyrac Peran added quickly.
"The ladies of Toussaint," said Geralt, looking around, "would not be happy to learn of this conversation. The Duchess likewise."
"We agree absolutely with you," mumbled Parmarin de Launfal. "Discretion is recommended in every respect. One should let sleeping bigots lie."
"Open me an account in one of the local dwarven banks," Geralt said slowly and softly, "and astonish me with your generosity. I nonetheless warn you that I'm not easily astonished."
"And we shall nonetheless do our best," promised Peyrac Peran proudly. They exchanged farewell bows. Regis, who had naturally heard everything with his vampirish hearing, returned. "Now," he said without a smile, "you may also naturally claim that that was an involuntary reaction with an inexplicable impulse, but you'll be hard-pressed to explain away the open bank account." Geralt looked somewhere high up, far away above the tops of the cypresses.
"Who knows?" he said. "Perhaps we'll spend a few days here after all, bearing in mind Milva's ribs. Perhaps even more than a few days. Perhaps a few weeks. So, it won't hurt if we gain financial independence for that time."
Hence the account of the Cianfanellis, nodded Reynard de Boisfrin. Well, if the Duchess learned about this, there would certainly be a reshuffle, a new distribution of patents of nobility. Perhaps I would be promoted. I give my word, I truly regret not having the makings of an informer. Tell me about the famous feast I was so looking forward to. I so wished to be at that banquet, to eat and drink, but they sent me abroad to the watchtower in the cold, foul weather. What a blight, the doom of a night. The great and grandiosely heralded feast, began Geralt, was preceded by serious preparations. We had to find Milva, who'd hidden in the stables, and convince her that the fate of Ciri and almost the entire world depended on her participation in the banquet. We almost had to force her into a dress. Then we had to make Angoulême promise she would avoid saying fuck and arse. Once we'd finally achieved everything and intended to relax with a glass of wine, Chamberlain Le Goff appeared, smelling of icing sugar and puffed up like a swine's bladder.
In the given circumstances, I must stress, began Chamberlain Le Goff nasally, that there are no inferior places at Her Grace's table. No one has the right to feel piqued by the place assigned to him or her. We, in Toussaint, nevertheless, avidly observe ancient traditions and customs, and according to those customs—
Get to the point, sir.
The feast is tomorrow. I must execute a seating plan according to honour and rank.
Naturally, said the Witcher gravely. I tell you what's what. The most noble of us, both in rank and honour, is Dandelion.
Viscount Julian, said the Chamberlain, putting on airs, is an extraordinarily honoured guest, and thus will sit at Her Grace's right hand.
Naturally, the Witcher repeated, as grave as death itself. And regarding us, he didn't reveal our ranks, titles, and honours, did he?
He only revealed— the Chamberlain cleared his throat— that my lords and ladies are incognito on a nightly mission, and he was not able to betray its details or your true names, coats of arms, and titles, since they are protected by vows.
Precisely. So what's the problem?
Why, I must seat you. You are guests, and moreover the Viscount's comrades. So, in any case, I will place you near the head of the table, among the barons. But, of course, it cannot be that you are all equal, lords and ladies, for it is never thus that everyone is equal. If by rank or birth one of you is more superior, he ought to sit at the top table near the Duchess.
He. The Witcher unhesitatingly pointed at the vampire, who was standing close by, raptly admiring a tapestry that took up almost the whole wall. Is a count, but hush, it's a secret.
Understood.
The Chamberlain almost choked in amazement.
In the given circumstances, I shall put him on the right of Countess Nocturna, a nobly born aunt of the Lady Duchess.
Neither you nor the aunt will regret it. Geralt was poker-faced. He has no equal, either in comportment or in the conversational arts.
I'm glad to hear it. You, meanwhile, Lord of Rivia, will sit beside the esteemed Lady Fringilla, as tradition dictates. You bore her to the vat. You are her champion, as 'twere.
Understood.
Very well. Your Grace.
Yes? The vampire said in surprise. He had just moved away from the tapestry, which depicted a fight between giants and cyclops. Nothing, smiled Geralt. We're just chatting.
Ah, Regis nodded. I don't know if you've noticed, gentlemen, but that cyclops in the tapestry, the one with the club, look at his toes. He, let's be frank, has 2 left feet.
Verily, Chamberlain Le Goff confirmed without a trace of amazement.
There are plenty of tapestries like that in Beauclair. The master who wove them was a true master, but he drank an awful lot, as artists do.
It's time we were going, said the Witcher, avoiding the eyes of the girls tipsy on wine who were glancing at him from the table where they'd been amusing themselves with fortune-telling. Let's be off, Reynard. Let's pay, mount up, and ride to Beauclair.
I know why you're hurrying,
the knight grinned.
Don't worry, your green-eyed lady is waiting. It's only just struck midnight.
Tell me about the feast. I'll tell you and we'll ride. And we'll ride. The sight of the table, arranged in a gigantic horseshoe, signalled emphatically that autumn was passing and winter was coming. Game, in all possible forms and varieties, dominated the delicacies heaped on great serving dishes and platters. There were huge quarters of boar, haunches and saddles of venison, various forcemeats, aspics, and pink slices of meat, autumnally garnished with mushrooms, cranberries, plum jam, and hawthorn berry sauce. There were autumn fowls, grouse, capercaillie, and pheasant, decoratively served with wings and tails. There was roast guinea fowl, quail, partridge, gargany, snipe, hazel grouse, and missel thrush. There were also genuine dainties such as fieldfare, roasted whole without having been drawn, since the juniper berries with which the innards of these small birds are full form a natural stuffing. There was salmon trout from mountain lakes, there was zander, there was burbot and pike's liver. A green accent was given by réponse, late spring salad, which, if such a need arose, could even be dug up from under the snow. Mistletoe took the place of flowers. The evening's ornament was placed on a large silver tray in the middle, forming the centrepiece of the high table, at which Duchess Anarietta and the most distinguished guests were seated. Among truffles, flowers cut from carrots, quartered lemons, and artichoke hearts, lay a huge sturgeon, and on its back was a whole roast heron, standing on one leg, holding a gold ring in its upraised beak. "I vow on the heron," cried Perec Peran, the baron with the bull's head in his arms, whom the witcher knew well, standing and lifting up his goblet. "I vow on the heron to defend knightly honour and the virtue of ladies, and I vow never, ever to yield the field to anyone." The oath was rewarded with thunderous applause, and the eating began. "I vow on the heron," yelled another knight with bushy whiskers, pointing pugnaciously upwards. "I promise to defend the borders and her grace Anna Henrietta to the last drop of my blood. And in order to prove my loyalty, I vow to paint a heron on my shield and fight incognito for a year, concealing my name and arms, calling myself the Knight of the White Heron. I wish her grace good health." "Good health, happiness, viva, long live her grace." Henrietta thanked them with a faint nod of her head, decorated with a diamond-encrusted tiara. She had so many diamonds on her that she could have scratched glass just by passing. Beside her sat Dandelion, smiling foolishly. A little further away, between two matrons, sat Emile Regis. He was dressed in a black velvet jacket, looking like a vampire. He was waiting on the ladies and entertaining them with his conversation. They listened with fascination. Geralt took the platter with the zander, garnished with parsley, and served Fringilla Vigo, who sat on his left and was dressed in a gown of mauve satin and a gorgeous amethyst necklace, which sat prettily on her breast. Fringilla, watching him from beneath her black eyelashes, raised her goblet and smiled enigmatically. "Your good health, Geralt. I'm glad they put us together." "Don't count your chickens," he replied with a smile, for he was actually in decent humour. "The feast has only just begun." "On the contrary, it has lasted long enough for you to have complimented me. How long must I wait?" "You are enchantingly beautiful." Slowly, with restraint." She laughed. He would have sworn entirely sincerely. "At this rate, I'm afraid to think where we might end up by the end of the banquet. Start with... say that I have a tasteful dress and that mauve suits me." "Mauve suits you, although I confess I like you most in white." He saw a challenge in her emerald eyes. He was afraid to take it up. He was in such good humour. Caer and Milva had been seated opposite. Caer was sitting between two very young and ceaselessly twittering noblewomen, perhaps the baron's daughters. The archer, meanwhile, was accompanied by an older, gloomy knight with a pockmarked face, who was as quiet as a stone. A little further away, meanwhile, sat Angoulême, calling the tune and making a racket among some young knights errant. "What's this?" she yelled, picking up a silver knife with a rounded end. "Without a point? Are they afraid we'll start stabbing each other or what?" Such knives, exclaimed Fringilla, have been used in Beauclair since the times of Duchess Carolina Roberta, Anna Henrietta's grandmamma. It infuriated Caroberta when, during banquets, the guests used the knives to pick their teeth. And you can't pick your teeth with a knife with a rounded end. You cannot, agreed Angoulême, contorting her face roguishly. Luckily, they've also given us forks. She pretended to put the fork in her mouth, but stopped on seeing Geralt's menacing look. The young knightling on her right chuckled shrilly. Geralt picked up a dish of duck in aspic and served Fringilla. He saw Caer doing his uttermost to satisfy the Baron's daughter's whims while they gazed at him. He saw the young knights buzzing around Angoulême, vying with each other to pass her dishes and chuckling at her foolish jokes. He saw Milva crumbling bread, staring at the tablecloth. Fringilla seemed to read his thoughts. "She's done poorly, your taciturn companion," she whispered, leaning towards him. "Why, it can happen when a seating plan is being drawn up. Baron de Trastamara isn't blessed with courtliness or eloquence." "Perhaps that's better," Geralt said softly. "A courtier drooling graciousness would have been worse. I know Milva." "Are you sure?" She glanced at him swiftly. "You aren't measuring her according to your own standards, are you? Which, incidentally, are quite cruel." He didn't reply, but instead served her pouring her wine, and decided it was high time to clear up a few matters. "You're a sorceress, aren't you?" "I am," she admitted, masking her surprise extremely deftly. "How did you know?" "I can sense the aura," he said, without going into details. "And I'm skilled." "To be quite clear," she said a moment later, "it wasn't my intention to deceive anybody. I have no obligation to flaunt my profession or put on a pointed hat and black cloak. Why use me to frighten children? I have the right to remain incognito." "Undeniably." "I'm in Beauclair because the largest, best-stocked library in the known world is here. Apart from university libraries, naturally. But universities are jealous of giving access to their shelves, and here I'm a relation and good friend of Henrietta, and can do as I wish." "I envy you." "During the audience, Henrietta hinted that the book collection may conceal a clue which may be useful to you. Don't be put off by her theatrical gushiness. That's just the way she is. And it really is likely that you'll find something in the library. Why? It's quite probable. It's enough to know what to look for and where." "Indeed. Nothing more."
"The enthusiasm of your answers truly lifts my spirit and encourages me to talk."
She narrowed her eyes slightly.
"I can guess the reason. You don't trust me, do you?"
"A little more grouse, perhaps?"
"I vow on the heron." A young knight from the end of the horseshoe stood up and blindfolded himself with a sash given him by the lady sitting next to him. "I vow not to take off this sash until the marauders from the Cervantes Pass are entirely wiped out." The Duchess gave her acknowledgement with a gracious nod of her diamond-sparkling head. Geralt hoped Fringilla wouldn't continue on the subject. He was mistaken. "You don't believe me, and you don't trust me," she said. "You've given me a doubly painful blow. You don't only doubt that I sincerely want to help, but neither do you believe I can. Oh, Geralt, you've cut my pride and lofty ambition to the quick."
"Listen."
"No."
She raised her knife and fork as though threatening him.
"Don't try to apologize. I can't bear men who apologize."
"What kind of men can you bear?"
She narrowed her eyes and continued to hold her cutlery like daggers about to strike. "The list is long," she said slowly, "and I don't want to bore you with the details. I merely state that men who are ready to go to the end of the world for their beloved, dauntlessly, scorning risk and danger, occupy quite a high position. And those that don't quit
even though there seems to be no chance of success. And the other positions on the list, he blurted out. The other men to your taste, also madmen. And what is true manliness? She tilted her head playfully, if not class and recklessness blended together in the correct proportions. Lords and ladies, barons and knights, shouted Chamberlain Le Goff loudly, standing up and raising a gigantic cup in both hands. In the given circumstances, I shall take the liberty of offering a toast to her enlightened ladyship, Duchess Anna Henrietta. Health and happiness! Hurrah! Long live the Duchess! Vivat! And now, lords and ladies. The Chamberlain put the cup down and nodded solemnly towards the liveried servants. Now, the Magna Bestia. An enormous roast on a dish, filling the hall with its marvellous aroma, was carried in by 4 servants on something resembling a sedan chair. The Magna Bestia! Roared the revellers as one. Hurrah! The Magna Bestia! What bloody beast is that? Angoulême expressed her anxiety loudly. I'm not going to eat it until I find out what it is. It's an elk, Geralt explained. A roast elk. Not just any elk, said Milva, after clearing her throat. That bull weighed 700 weight. With a fine 6-point rack, 700 weight and 40 pounds, gruffly commented the tight-lipped baron sitting beside her. They were the first words he'd uttered from the start of the banquet. Perhaps it would have been the beginning of a conversation, but the archer blushed, fixed her gaze on the tablecloth, and resumed her crumbling of bread. But Geralt had taken Fringilla's words to heart. Did you, my Lord Baron, he asked, bring down that magnificent bull? Not I, said the tight-lipped baron. My son-in-law is an excellent shot, but that's a male topic, if I may say so. I beg for forgiveness. One shouldn't bore the ladies. With what bow? Asked Milva, still staring at the tablecloth. No doubt nothing weaker than a 70-pounder. Laminate. Layers of yew, acacia and ash, glued together with sinews. The baron slowly responded, visibly surprised. A double-bent zephyr, 75 pounds draw. And the draw length? 29 inches. The baron was speaking slower and slower, and he seemed to be spitting out each word. A veritable ballista, Milva said calmly. You could down a stag at even 100 paces with a bow like that, if the archer was genuinely able. Aye, wheezed the baron, as though somewhat piqued. I can hit a pheasant from 25 paces, if I may say so. From 105, Milva raised her head. I can hit a squirrel. The baron, disconcerted, gave a slight cough and quickly served the archer with food and drink. A good bow, he muttered, is half the success, but no less important as the quality, if I may say so, of the shot. So you see, my lady, according to me, an arrow. Good health to her grace, Anna Henrietta. Good health to Viscount Julian de Lettenhove. Cheers! Vivant! And she fucked him. Angoulême finished another foolish anecdote. The young knights roared with laughter. The baron's daughters, called Quelline and Nique, listened to Caille's tales open-mouthed, their eyes sparkling and their cheeks flushed. At the top table, the entire upper aristocracy were listening to Regis's disquisitions. Only isolated words reached Geralt's ears, despite his witch's hearing. But he worked out that the talk was of spectres, striggers, succubuses, and vampires. Regis waved a silver fork and demonstrated that the best remedy against vampires is silver, a precious metal, the barest touch of which is absolutely fatal to them. And garlic? Asked the ladies. Garlic is also effective, admitted Regis, but socially troublesome, since it stinks awfully. The band on the gallery played fiddles and pipes, and the acrobats, jugglers, and fire-eaters showed off their artistry. The jester tried to amuse the guests, but what chance did he have against Angoulême? Then a bear-tamer appeared with a bear, which, to general delight, did a dump on the floor. Angoulême became morose and subdued. It was difficult to compete with something like that. The pointy-nosed Duchess suddenly fell into a fury, and one of the barons fell out of favour and was escorted to the tower for some imprudent word. Few, apart from those directly involved, seemed bothered by the matter. "You won't be leaving here in a hurry, you daughter," said Fringilla Vigo, swinging her glass. "Although you would leave at once if you could. Nothing will come of it." "Don't read my thoughts, please." "I'm sorry. They were so strong I couldn't help it." "You've no idea how many times I've heard that." "You've no idea how much I know. Eat some artichokes, please. They're good for you. Good for the heart. The heart's a vital organ in a man. The second most important." I thought the most important things were class and recklessness.
"The qualities of the spirit ought to go hand in hand with the attributes of the body. From that comes perfection."
No one's perfect.
"That's not an argument. One ought to try. Do you know what? I think I'll have those hen grouse."
She cut the bird up on her plate so quickly and violently it made the Witcher shudder.
"You won't be leaving here in a hurry," she said. "Firstly, you have no reason to. Nothing's threatening you."
"Nothing at all, indeed," he interrupted, unable to stop himself. "The Nilfgaardians will take fright at the stern note issued by the ducal chancellery, and even if they risked it, they would be driven from here by the knights-errant, taking vows on the heron with their eyes blindfold."
"You're not in danger,"
she repeated, paying no attention to his sarcasm.
"Toussaint is generally regarded as an insignificant fairy tale duchy, ridiculous and unreal, and in a state of permanent intoxication and unending Bacchic joy, owing to the production of wine. It isn't really treated seriously by anybody, but enjoys privileges. After all, it supplies wine, and without wine, as everyone knows, there's no life. For which reason no agents, spies, or secret services operate in Toussaint. And there's no need for an army. It's enough to have blindfolded knights-errant. No one will attack Toussaint. I can see from your face I haven't thoroughly convinced you."
"Not thoroughly."
"Pity."
Fringilla squinted.
"I like doing things thoroughly. I don't like anything that's incomplete, and neither do I like half measures or anything left unsaid. Thus, I will add, Fulco Artevelde, the prefect of Ridbruna, thinks you're dead. He was informed by fugitives that the Druidesses burnt you all alive. Fulco is doing what he can to cover up the issue, which bears the hallmarks of a scandal. It's in his interest to do so. He has his career in mind. Even when he finds out you're alive, it'll be too late. The version he gave in his reports will be binding."
"You know a great deal."
"I've never concealed that. So, the argument about being pursued by Nilfgaard can be eliminated. And there aren't any other arguments in favor of a rapid departure."
"Interesting."
"But true. One can leave Toussaint via 4 mountain passes leading towards the 4 points of the compass. Which pass will you choose? The Druidesses told you nothing and refused to cooperate. The elf from the mountains has vanished."
"You really do know a great deal."
"We've already established that."
"And you wish to help me."
"But you reject that help. You don't believe in the sincerity of my intentions. You don't trust me."
"Listen,
Don't explain yourself, and eat some more artichokes."
Someone else had made a vow on the heron. Cair was paying the Baron's daughters compliments. Angoulême, now tipsy, could be heard throughout the entire hall. The tight-lipped Baron, excited by the discourse on bows and arrows, had begun to dance attendance on Milva.
Please, why don't you try some wild boar, miss? Oh, if I may say so, there are fields of crops on my estates dug up by whole herds of them, if I may say so. Oh, you can come across some fine animals, 300-weight specimens, the height of the season. If, miss, you'd express a desire, we could, so to speak, go hunting together. We shan't be staying here so long. Milver looked strangely inquiringly at Geralt, for we have more serious tasks than hunting, if you excuse me, sir. Although, she added quickly, seeing that the Baron was looking gloomy, I would most eagerly go hunting game with your lordship, if there is time. The Baron's face lit up at once. If not the chase, he declared enthusiastically, then at least I must invite you to my residence. I will show you my antler trophy, pipe and sabre collections, so to speak. Milver fixed her eyes on the tablecloth. The Baron seized a tray of fieldfares, served her, and then filled her wineglass. Forgive me, he said. I am no courtier. I don't know how to entertain. I'm pretty wretched at courtly discourse. I was raised in the forest. Milver cleared her throat. I esteem silence. Fringilla found Geralt's hand under the table and squeezed it hard. Geralt looked her in the eyes. He couldn't guess what was hidden in them. I trust you, he said. I believe in the sincerity of your intentions. You aren't lying? I swear on the heron. The town sentry must have had a few too many Yuletide tipples, for he was swaying. He banged his halberd against a signboard and loudly, though incoherently, announced it was 10 of the clock, although it was actually well after midnight. Go to Beauclair by yourself, Reynard de Boisfren said unexpectedly, as soon as they'd left the tavern. I'm staying in town until tomorrow. Farewell, Witcher. Geralt knew the knight had a lady friend in town whose husband travelled a lot on business. They'd never talked about it, for men don't talk about such matters. Farewell, Reynard. Deal with the scoffing. Don't let it go off. There's a frost. There was a frost. The narrow streets were empty and tenebrous. The moonlight shone on the roofs, gleamed brilliantly on the icicles hanging from the eaves, but didn't reach the streets. Roach's horseshoes rang on the cobblestones. Roach, thought the Witcher, heading towards Beauclair Palace. A shapely chestnut mare, a present from Anna Henrietta, and Dandelion. He spurred his horse on. He was in a hurry. After the feast, everybody met for breakfast, which they had become accustomed to taking in the servants' hall. They were always welcome there. God only knew why. Something hot was always found for them, straight from the saucepan, skillet, or spit, and there was always bread, dripping, bacon, cheese, and pickled mushrooms. A jug or two of some white or red, produce of the famous local vineyards, was never lacking. They always went there. Since they had arrived at Beauclair 2 weeks before, Geralt, Regis, Angoulême, and Milver. Only Dandelion broke his fast elsewhere. They serve him his dripping and scratchings in bed, commented Angoulême, and they pay obeisance to him. Geralt was inclined to believe it was like that, and that day he decided to investigate. He found Dandelion in the Knight's Hall. The poet was wearing a crimson beret as big as a loaf of sourdough rye bread and a matching doublet richly embroidered with golden thread. He was sitting on a curule seat with his lute in his lap and reacting with careless nods to the compliments of the ladies and courtiers surrounding him. Anna Henrietta, fortunately, wasn't in sight. So Geralt, without hesitation, broke protocol and went boldly into action. Dandelion saw him at once. "Lords and ladies," he said pompously, waving a hand just like a real king, "if you could leave us alone, the servants may also absent themselves." He clapped, and before the echo had died away, they were alone in the Knight's Hall, with suits of armour, paintings, panoplies, and the intense, lingering smell of the ladies' powder. "What fun," Geralt remarked, without excessive malice. "You shoo them away like that, do you?
It must feel nice to issue orders with one lordly gesture, one clap, one regal frown. Watch as they scuttle backwards like crayfish, bending over towards you in a bow. What fun, eh, my lord favourite? Dandelion grimaced. Is it about anything particular, he asked sourly, or just to talk for the sake of it? Something particular. So particular it couldn't be more so. Say on, if you please. We need 3 horses. That's for me, Caille and Angoulême, and 2 unmounted pack horses. Together, 3 good steeds and 2 hacks. Hacks, well, as a last resort, mules, laden with victuals and feed. Your Duchess must consider you worth that much, what? You earned at least that, I trust. There won't be a problem with it. Dandelion, not looking at Geralt, got down to tuning his lute. I'm only surprised by your haste. I'd say it surprises me to the same degree as your foolish sarcasm does. My haste surprises you? You'd better believe it. October is ending, and the weather is visibly worsening. Snow will fall in the passes any day now. And you're surprised by my haste? The Witcher nodded. But I'm glad you reminded me. Sort out some warm clothing, some furs. I thought, Dandelion said slowly, that we'd sit out the winter here, that we'd stay here. If you want to stay, Geralt blurted out, then stay. I do. Dandelion stood up suddenly and put down his lute. And I will. The Witcher audibly sucked in air and said nothing. He looked at a tapestry depicting a fight between a titan and a dragon. The titan, standing solidly on 2 left legs, was trying hard to break the dragon's jaw, and the dragon looked none too pleased about it. I'm staying, Dandelion repeated. I love Anarietta, and she loves me. Geralt still said nothing. You'll have your horses, continued the poet. I'll order them to prepare you a thoroughbred mare called Roach, naturally. You'll be equipped, well-stocked with food, and warmly dressed. But I sincerely advise you to wait till the spring. Anarietta, am I hearing right? The Witcher finally regained his voice. Or do my ears deceive me? Your intellect, snapped the troubadour, is certainly blunt. I can't speak for your other senses. I repeat, we love one another, Anarietta and I. I'm staying in Toussaint, with her. In what role? Lover? Favourite? Or perhaps ducal consort? I'm indifferent in principle to our formal and legal status, Dandelion admitted frankly, but one cannot rule anything out, including marriage. Geralt was silent again, contemplating the titan fighting the dragon. Dandelion, he said finally, if you've been drinking, sober up. If you haven't taken a drink, do so, then we'll talk. I don't quite understand why you're talking like this. Dandelion frowned. Then have a little think. What about? Does my relationship with Anarietta shock you so much? Perhaps you'd like to appeal to my good sense. Skip it. I've thought the matter through. Anarietta loves me, and do you know the saying, the favours of duchesses are uncertain? Geralt interrupted. Even if your Anarietta isn't flighty, and if you'll excuse the frankness, she looks that way to me, then what? Duchesses only marry musicians in fairy tales. Firstly, Dandelion puffed himself up. Even a boor like you must have heard of morganatic marriages. Must I give you examples from ancient and modern history? Secondly, it'll probably surprise you, but I'm not from the hoi polloi. My people, the de Lettenhoves, come from I'm listening to you and I'm amazed. Geralt interrupted again, losing his temper. Is my friend Dandelion really spouting such balderdash? Has my friend Dandelion really gone completely mad? Is Dandelion, whom I know as a realist, now beginning all of a sudden to live in the sphere of illusion? Open your bloody eyes, you dolt. Aha, Dandelion said slowly, tightening his lips. What a curious reversal of roles. I'm a blind man, and you, meanwhile, have suddenly become an attentive and astute observer. It was usually the other way around. And, out of interest,
What don't I notice that you can see, eh? What, according to you, should I open my eyes to? For instance, drawled the Witcher, the fact that your Duchess is a spoiled child that has grown up into a spoiled and arrogant turkey cock. That fact she, fascinated by the novelty, has graced you with her charms and will dump you immediately when a new busker with a newer and more beguiling repertoire comes along. What you're saying is very base and vulgar. You're aware of that, I hope. I'm aware of your lack of awareness. You're a lunatic, Dandelion. The poet said nothing and stroked the neck of his lute. Some time passed before he spoke. We set off from Brokilon on a deranged mission, he began slowly. Taking a lunatic risk, we launched ourselves on an insane quest for a mirage without the slightest chance of success. A quest for a phantom, a daydream, an absolutely impossible ideal. We set off in pursuit like idiots, like madmen. But I didn't utter a word of complaint, Geralt. I didn't call you a madman. I didn't ridicule you, for you had hope and love in you. You are being guided by them on this reckless mission. I was too, as a matter of fact. But I've caught up with the mirage, and I was lucky enough that the dream came true. My mission is over. I've found what is so difficult to find, and I intend to keep it. Is that insanity? It would be insanity to give it up and let it slip through my fingers. Geralt was silent for as long as Dandelion had been earlier. Pure poetry, he finally said, and it's difficult to rival you at that. I won't say another word. You've destroyed my arguments. Helped, I admit, by your quite apposite ones. Farewell, Dandelion. Farewell, Geralt. The palace library really was immense. Its dimensions were at least twice those of the Knight's Hall, and it had a glass roof, owing to which it was light, although Geralt suspected it was bloody hot during the summer. The aisles between the bookshelves were narrow and cramped, so he walked cautiously in order not to knock any books off. He also had to step over volumes piled up on the floor. I'm here. The centre of the library was lost among the books, which were arranged in piles and columns. Many were lying quite chaotically, individually or in picturesque heaps. Here, Geralt. He ventured among the canyons and ravines between the books, and found her. She was kneeling among scattered incunables, leafing through and categorizing them. She had on a modest grey dress, hitched up a little for convenience. Geralt found the sight extremely seductive. Don't be horrified by the mess, she said, wiping her brow with her forearm, because she was wearing thin, dust-stained silk gloves. The books are being inventoried and catalogued, but the work has stopped at my request, so I could be alone in the library. I can't bear strangers' eyes on me while I'm working. I'm sorry. Shall I leave? You're not a stranger. She narrowed her eyes slightly. I enjoy having your eyes on me. Don't stand like that. Sit here on the books. He sat down on A Description of the World, published in folio. These shambles, Fringilla indicated around her with a brisk gesture, has unexpectedly made my work easier. I was able to get to books that are normally lying somewhere at the bottom of a heap that's impossible to shift. The ducal librarians moved the mounds, a titanic effort, thanks to which some literary treasures and rarities saw the light of day. Look, ever seen anything like this? Speculum aureum. Yes, I have. I apologize. I forgot. You've seen plenty. That was meant to be a compliment, not sarcasm. And take a glance at that. It's gesta regum. We'll start with that, so you'll understand who your Ciri really is, whose blood flows in her veins. Your expression's sourer than usual, did you know? What's the reason? Dandelion. Tell me. He did. Fringilla listened, sitting cross-legged on a pile of books. Well, she sighed after he'd finished, I admit I expected something of the kind. I noticed long ago that Anarietta was betraying symptoms of lovesickness.
Love, he snorted, or a lordly whim?
You seem not to believe. She looked at him piercingly, in sincere and pure love.
My beliefs, he said, aren't the subject of debate and are beside the point. It's about Dandelion and his stupid...
He broke off, suddenly losing confidence. Love, Fringilla said slowly, is like renal colic. Until you have an attack, you can't even imagine what it's like. And when people tell you about it, you don't believe them.
There's something in that, the Witcher agreed. But there are also differences. Good sense can't protect you from renal colic, or cure it.
Love mocks good sense. That's its charm and beauty.
Stupidity, more like.
She stood up and walked towards him, taking off her gloves. Her eyes were dark and profound beneath the curtains of her eyelashes. She smelled of ambergris, roses, library dust, decayed paper, minium and printing ink, oak gall ink and strychnine, which was being used to poison the library mice. The smell had little in common with an aphrodisiac, so it was all the stranger that it worked on him. "Don't you believe," she said in a changed voice, "in sudden impulses, in unforeseen attractions, in the impacts of fireballs flying along collision trajectories, in cataclysms?" She held out a hand and touched his arms. He touched her arms. Their faces moved closer, still hesitantly, vigilantly, as though they were afraid of scaring away some very, very timid creature. And then the fireballs collided and a cataclysm ensued. They fell onto a pile of folio volumes, which scattered in all directions under their weight. Geralt pushed his nose into Fringilla's cleavage, seized her powerfully, and grabbed her by the knees. Various books impeded him from pulling her dress up above her waist, including The Lives of the Prophets, which was resplendent with intricate initials and illustrations, and De Hemorrhoidibus, a fascinating but controversial medical treatise. The Witcher pushed the volumes to one side, impatiently tugging at her skirt. Fringilla raised her hips enthusiastically. Something was chafing her shoulder. She turned her head, a study of the midwife's art. She quickly looked the other way so as not to tempt fate. On hot, sulphurous waters. The temperature was rising indeed. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the frontispiece of the book her head was resting on. Remarks on Inevitable Death. Even better, she thought. The Witcher was fighting with her underwear. She lifted her hips, but this time gently, so it would look like an accidental movement and not provocative assistance. She didn't know him, and didn't know how he reacted to women, whether he didn't perhaps prefer the kind that pretend they don't know what they want to those that do, and whether it would discourage him if her knickers were hard to take off. The Witcher, however, wasn't betraying any signs of discouragement. On the contrary, one might say. Seeing that it was high time, Fringilla spread her legs enthusiastically and vigorously, knocking over a tower of books and fascicles, which slid down on them like an avalanche. A copy of Mortgage Law bound in embossed leather came to rest against her buttock, and a copy of Codex Diplomaticus decorated with brass edgings against Geralt's wrist. Geralt assessed and exploited the situation at once, placing the bulky tome where it belonged. Fringilla squealed because the edgings were cold, but only for a moment. She sighed loudly, let go of the Witcher's hair, spread her arms, and seized a book in each hand, her left grabbing Descriptive Geometry, her right an outline study of reptiles and amphibians. Geralt, holding her hips, knocked over another pile of books with an unwitting kick, but was nonetheless too occupied to worry about the volumes falling on him. Fringilla, moaning spasmodically, thrashed her head from side to side over the pages of Remarks on Inevitable. The books subsided with a rustle, the sharp scent of old dust making their noses tingle. Fringilla screamed. The Witcher didn't hear it because her thighs were clenched against his ears. He threw off the bothersome History of Wars and the Journal of All the Arts Necessary for a Happy Life.
impatiently fighting with the buttons and fastenings of her bodice. He wandered from the south to the north, unintentionally reading the inscriptions on covers, spines, frontispieces, and title pages. Under Fringilla's waist was the exemplary farmer. Under her armpit, not far from her small, charming, jauntily pert breast, on ineffective and recalcitrant shire reeves. Under her elbow, economics or a simple exposition on how to create, divide up, and consume wealth. He read Remarks on Inevitable Death with his mouth on her neck and his hands near Shire Reeves. Fringilla emitted a difficult-to-classify sound, neither a scream, a moan, nor a sigh. The bookshelves shook. Piles of books trembled and tumbled down, arranging themselves like rocky Inselbergs during a severe earthquake. Fringilla screamed. A rare book, the first edition of De Larve Senesis et Figuris Comicis, fell from its shelf with a crash, followed by a collection of general horsemanship commands, taking down with it John of Atre's heraldry, embellished with beautiful prints. The Witcher groaned, kicking over more volumes as he jerked a leg straight. Fringilla screamed once again, long and loudly, knocking over Contemplations or Meditations for Every Day of the Year, an interesting anonymous work which had ended up on Geralt's back for no apparent reason. Geralt trembled and read above her shoulder, learning, like it or not, that Remarks had been written by Dr. Albertus Rivus, had been published by the Academia Sintrensis, and had been printed by the master typographer Johann Froben Jr. in the second year of the reign of His Majesty King Corbett. All was silent, save only the rustle of books slipping down and pages turning over. What to do? Thought Fringilla, touching Geralt's side and the hard corner of Deliberations on the Nature of Things with lazy strokes of her hand. Should I suggest it, or wait until he does, as long as he won't think me flighty and immodest? What will happen if he doesn't suggest it? Let's go and find a bed somewhere, the Witcher suggested a little hoarsely. It doesn't do to treat books like this. We found a bed, thought Geralt, letting Roach gallop down an avenue in the castle grounds. We found a bed in the alcove in her chambers. We made love like mad things, voraciously, greedily, ravenously, as though following years of celibacy, as though storing it up for later, as though at risk of celibacy again. We told each other many things. We told each other very trivial truths. We told each other very beautiful lies. But those lies, although they were lies, weren't calculated to deceive. Excited by the gallop, he steered Roach straight at a snow-covered rosebed and made the mare jump it. We made love and talked, and our lies became more and more mendacious. 2 months, from October to Yule. 2 months of furious, greedy, wild love. Roach's horseshoes thudded on the flags of the courtyard at Beauclair Palace. He passed through corridors, quickly and soundlessly. No one saw or heard him, not the guardsmen with halberds, killing time on their sentry duty by chatting and gossiping, nor the slumbering lackeys and pages. Even the candle flames didn't flicker when he passed by the candelabras. He was near the palace kitchen, but he didn't go in, didn't join the company, who were inside, disposing of a small cask and something fried. He remained in the shadows, listening. Angoulême was speaking. There's something bewitched about this place, this fucking Toussaint. Some kind of charm hangs over the whole valley, especially over the palace. I was surprised at Dandelion. I was surprised at the Witcher. But now I'm nauseous, and I've got a weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. Shit. I even caught myself... Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that. Seriously, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here as fast as possible. Tell that to Geralt, said Milva. It's him you should tell. Yes, talk to him, said Kaia somewhat sarcastically, during one of those brief moments when he's free, between the 2 activities he's been engaging in for 2 months to help him forget. As for you, snorted Angoulême, You're mainly available in the park, playing at hoops with the Baron's daughters. Pshaw, no two ways about it. There's something bewitched about this bloody Toussaint. Regis disappears somewhere at night. Auntie has a tight-lipped Baron. Shut it, you brat, and don't call me Auntie. Come, come, Regis interjected placatingly. Girls, take it easy. Milva, Angoulême, let there be concord. United we stand, divided we fall. As Her Grace the Duchess, lady of this country, this palace, this bread dripping and gherkins says. Another drop, anyone? Milva sighed heavily. We've stayed here too long. Too long, I tell you. Too long we've sat here in idleness. It's driving us mad. Well said, said Caille. Very well said. Geralt cautiously withdrew, soundlessly, like a bat. He passed through corridors, quickly and soundlessly. No one saw or heard him. Neither the guards, nor the liveried servants, nor the pages. Not even the candle flames flickered as he passed by the candelabras. The rats heard him, raised their whiskered snouts, and stood up on their hind legs. But they didn't take fright. They knew him. He often went that way. In the alcove, it smelled of charms and witchcraft, ambergris and roses, and woman's sleep. But Fringilla wasn't asleep. She sat up in bed, threw off the eiderdown, enthralling him with the sight, and taking possession of him. You are here at last, she said, stretching. You neglect me dreadfully, Witcher. Get undressed and come here quickly. Very, very quickly. She passed, quickly and soundlessly, through the corridors. No one saw or heard her. Neither the guardsmen, idly gossiping at their posts, nor the slumbering liveried servants, nor the pages. Not even the candle flames flickered as she passed by the candelabras. The rats heard her, raised their whiskered snouts, stood up on their hind legs, and followed her with their black, beady eyes. They didn't take fright. They knew her. She often went that way. There was a corridor in Beauclair Palace, and at the end a chamber, the existence of which no one knew about. Neither the current lady of the castle, the Duchess Anarietta, nor the first lady of the castle, her great-grandmamma, the Duchess Adimata, nor the architect, the celebrated Peter Pharamond, who made extensive modifications to the building, nor the master masons who worked according to Pharamond's plans and guidelines. Hell, even Chamberlain Le Goff, who was thought to know everything about Beauclair, didn't know about the existence of that corridor. The corridor and the chamber, disguised by a powerful illusion, were known only to the palace's original elven builders, and later, when the elves had gone and Toussaint became a duchy, to the small number of sorcerers linked to the ducal house, including Artorius Vigo, a master of magical arcana and great specialist in illusions, and his young niece, Fringilla, who had a special talent for illusions. Having passed quickly and noiselessly through the corridors of Beauclair Palace, Fringilla Vigo stopped in front of a fragment of wall between two columns decorated with acanthus leaves. A softly spoken spell and rapid gesture made the wall, which was illusory, vanish, revealing a corridor, apparently blind. At the end of the corridor, though, was a door, disguised by another illusion, and beyond the door, a dark chamber. Once inside, not wasting time, Fringilla launched a telecommunicator. The oval looking-glass became cloudy, and then cleared, lighting up the room, illuminating in the darkness the ancient dust-laden tapestries on the walls. A large room plunged in subtle chiaroscuro. A round table with several women sitting around it appeared in the looking-glass. 9 women. "Greetings, Miss Vigo," said Philippa Eilhart. "What's new?" "Nothing, unfortunately," replied Fringilla, after clearing her throat. "Nothing since the last telecommunication. Not a single attempt at scanning." "That's bad," said Philippa. "Frankly speaking, we'd counted on you uncovering something. Please at least tell us,
Has the Witcher calmed down now? Are you capable of keeping him in Toussaint at least until May?"
Fringilla Vigo said nothing for some time. She didn't have the slightest intention of mentioning to the lodge that only in the last week the Witcher had called her Yennefer twice, and both at a moment when in every respect she was entitled to hear her own name. But the lodge, in turn, was entitled to expect the truth, honesty, and a legitimate conclusion.
"No," she answered at last. "Probably not until May. But I'll do everything in my power to keep him here as long as possible."
Corrid, a monster of the large strigiforms family, QV, also called by local people a Corrigan, Rutakin, Rumpelstiltskin, Fidgeter, or Mesmer. One thing can be said about him: he is dreadfully beastly. He is such a devil's spawn and scoundrel, such a bitch's tail, that we shall not write anything about his appearance or habits, since in sooth I tell you, we shall not waste breath on the whoreson. Physiologus. Chapter 4. An odour that was a mixture of the smells of old wooden panelling, melting candles, and 10 kinds of perfume hung in the columned hall of Monte Calvo Castle. 10 specially selected blends of scent, used by the 10 women seated at a round oak table in armchairs carved in the shape of sphinxes' heads. Fringilla Vigo regarded Tris Merigold, sitting opposite her, in a light blue dress buttoned high up to the neck. Beside Tris, remaining in the shadows, sat Kira Metz. Her large, eye-catching earrings of many-faceted citrines sparkled every now and then with 1,000 reflections.
"Please continue, Miss Vigo," urged Philippa Eilhart. "We're in a hurry to learn the end of the story, and to take urgent steps."
Philippa, exceptionally, wasn't wearing any jewellery apart from a large sardonyx cameo brooch pinned to her vermilion dress. Fringilla had already heard the rumour and knew whose present the cameo brooch had been, and whose profile it depicted. Sheila de Tankerville, sitting beside Philippa, was all in black, diamonds twinkling subtly. Margarita Lozantilla wore heavy gold without stones on claret-coloured satins, while Sabrina Glevisig had her favourite onyxes matching the colour of her eyes in her necklace, earrings, and rings. Nearest to Fringilla sat the 2 elves, Francesca Finderbear and Ida Emaine Apsivny. The Daisy of the Valleys was, as usual, regal, though today neither her coiffure nor her crimson dress were extraordinarily splendid, and the red of her diadem and necklace was that of modest, though tasteful, garnets, not rubies. Ida Emaine, meanwhile, was dressed in muslins and tulles in autumn tones, so delicate and gauzy that they swayed and undulated like anemones, even in the barely perceptible draughts triggered by the movement of the centrally heated air. As usual of late, Azire var Anahid's modest but distinguished elegance aroused admiration. The Nilfgaardian sorceress wore a single emerald cabochon in a gold setting on a gold chain, resting in the high décolletage of her close-fitting dark green dress. Her manicured fingernails, painted very dark green, gave the composition a flavour of truly magical extravagance.
"We are waiting, Miss Vigo," reminded Charlotte de Tankerville. "Time's passing."
Fringilla cleared her throat.
"December came," she began her story. "Yule came, then the New Year. The Witcher calmed down sufficiently to stop mentioning Ciri in every conversation. The expeditions against monsters that he regularly undertook seemed utterly to absorb him. Well, perhaps not quite utterly."
She paused. It seemed to her she could detect a flash of hatred in Tris Merigold's azure eyes, but it might just have been the gleam of flickering candle flame. Philippa snorted, playing with her brooch.
"Don't overdo the modesty, Miss Vigo. This is a closed circle. A circle of women who know what, apart from pleasure, sex can serve. We all use that tool when the need arises. Please, go on." "Even if during the day he maintained the appearance of secretiveness, superiority, and pride," continued Fringilla, "at night he was completely in my power. He told me everything. He paid homage to my femininity, which, considering his age, was extremely generous, I must admit. And then he fell asleep, in my arms, with his mouth on my bosom, searching for a surrogate for the maternal love he never experienced. This time, she was certain it wasn't the gleam of candlelight. Very well, I pray you envy me, she thought. Envy me. There's plenty to envy. He was, she repeated, completely in my power. Come back to bed, Geralt. The sky's still bloody grey.
I'm meeting someone. I have to ride to Pomerol.
I don't want you to ride to Pomerol.
I'm meeting someone. I've given my word. The manager of the vineyard will be waiting for me by the gate.
This monster hunting of yours is stupid and pointless. What are you trying to prove by killing another monster from the caverns? Your masculinity? I know better ways. Come on, back to bed. You aren't going to any Pomerol. At least not so quickly. The steward can wait. And anyway, what is a steward? I want to make love with you.
Forgive me. I don't have time. I've given my word.
I want to make love with you.
If you want to join me for breakfast, start getting dressed.
I don't think you love me, Geralt. Don't you love me anymore? Answer me.
Put on that grey and pearl dress, the one with the mink trimming. It suits you very much.
He was completely under my spell. He fulfilled my every wish, repeated Fringilla. He did everything I demanded of him. That's how it was.
And we believe you, said Sheila de Tankerville, extremely dryly. Please continue.
Fringilla coughed into her fist. The problem was his troop, she went on. That strange assemblage he called a company. Cair Maur Daifran ap Cialach, who watched me and flushed with effort trying to remember me. But he couldn't recall, because when I stayed at Dun Daifra, his grandparents' family castle, he was 6 or 7. Milva, an apparently swashbuckling and haughty girl, and whom I happened to catch crying twice, hiding in a corner of the stable. Angoulême, a flighty whelp, and Regis Tertiev Godefroy, a character I was unable to fathom. That entire gang had an influence on him I couldn't eradicate. Very well, she thought. Don't raise your eyebrows so high. Don't sneer. Wait. That's not the end of the story yet. You're yet to hear of my triumph. Every morning, she continued, the whole company would meet in the kitchen in the basement of Beauclair Palace. The royal chef was fond of them, God knows why. He always cooked something up for them, so ample and tasty that breakfast usually lasted 2 and occasionally even 3 hours. Geralt and I ate with them many times, which is how I know what absurd conversations they used to have.
2 hens, one black, the other speckled, were walking around the kitchen, stepping timidly on their clawed feet. Glancing at the company breaking their fast, the hens pecked crumbs from the floor. The company had gathered in the palace kitchen, as they did every morning. The royal chef was fond of them, God knows why, and always had something tasty for them. Today it was scrambled eggs, sour rice soup, stewed aubergine, rabbit forcemeat, goose breasts and sausage with beetroot, with a large circle of goat's cheese on the side. They all ate briskly and in silence, apart from Angoulême, who was talking nonsense. And I tell you, we should set up a brothel here. When we've done what we have to do, let's return and open a house of ill repute. I've looked around in town. There's everything here. There are 10 barber shops alone, and 8 apothecaries, but there's only 1 knocking shop, and it's more like a seedy shithouse than a proper cat house, I tell you. There's no competition. We'll open a luxury bordello. We'll buy a big house with a garden. Angoulême have mercy. Just for respectable punters. I'll be the madam. I tell you, we'll make a fortune and live like kings. Finally, they'll elect me councillor, and then I won't let you die for sure, because when they elect me, I'll elect you, and before you can say Jack Robinson, Angoulême, we've asked. There, eat some bread and forcemeat. It was quiet for a while.
What you hunting today, Geralt? Tough job.
Eyewitnesses gave conflicting descriptions. The Witcher raised his head from his plate. So, it's either a Pruskianik, i.e. a fairly hard job, or a Drelichon, i.e. a fairly hard job, or an Ajempik, a fairly easy one. It might turn out the job's extremely easy, because they last saw the monster before Lammas last year. It might have bolted from Pomerol over the hills and far away.
I hope it has, said Fringilla, gnawing at a goosebone.
And how's Dandelion doing? The Witcher suddenly asked. I haven't seen him for such a long time that I get all my information about him from lampoons sung in the town.
We aren't any better off, smiled Regis with pursed lips. All we know is that our poet is on such intimate terms with Lady Duchess Anarietta that she's allowed him, even before witnesses, to use quite a familiar cognomen. He calls her Little Weasel.
That's very apt, Angoulême said with her mouth full.
That Lady Duchess really does have a weaselly nose, not to mention her teeth. No one's perfect.
Fringilla narrowed her eyes. How very true.
The hens, the black and the speckled one, had become audacious enough to begin pecking at Milva's boots. The archer drove them away with a brisk kick and an oath. Geralt had been scrutinizing her for some time. Now he made up his mind.
Maria, he said gravely, almost harshly. I know our conversations can't be considered serious or our jokes sophisticated, but you don't have to pull such sour faces. What's the matter?
Something must be the matter,
said Angoulême.
Geralt silenced her with a fierce look. Too late.
What do you know?
Milva stood up suddenly, almost knocking over her chair.
What do you know, eh? The devil take you. You can kiss my arse, all of you. Get it?
She grabbed her cup from the table, drained it, and smashed it on the floor without a second thought, and ran out, slamming the door.
Things are serious, Angoulême began a moment later,
but this time the vampire silenced her.
The matter is very serious, he confirmed. I hadn't expected such an extreme reaction from our archer. One usually reacts like that when one is jilted, not when one jilts another. What the bloody hell are you talking about? Said Geralt, annoyed. Eh? Perhaps someone will finally explain what this is all about.
It's about Baron Amadis de Trastamara.
The tight-lipped hunter?
The very same. He proposed to Milva 3 days ago on a hunting trip. He'd been inviting her to go hunting for a month.
One hunt, Angoulême flashed her teeth impudently, lasted 2 days, with the night spent in his hunting lodge. Get it? I swear, shut up, girl. Speak, Regis.
He formally and ceremoniously asked for her hand. Milva declined, it appears, in quite a harsh way. The Baron, though he looks level-headed, was upset by the rejection, sulked like a jilted stripling, and immediately left Beauclair. And since then, Milva has been walking around downcast.
We've been here too long, muttered the Witcher. Too long.
Now who's talking? Said Caillou, who had said nothing up until then. Who's talking?
Forgive me.
The Witcher stood up.
We'll talk about it when I return. The steward of Pomerol Vineyard is waiting for me, and punctuality is part of the Witcher's code.
After Milva's abrupt exit and the Witcher's departure, the rest of the company ate in silence. The 2 hens, one black, the other speckled, walked around the kitchen, stepping timidly on their clawed feet. I have a small problem, said Angoulême, raising her eyes towards Fringilla from over the plate she was wiping with a crust.
I understand, nodded the sorceress. It's nothing dreadful. When was your last period?
What do you mean? Angoulême leapt to her feet, frightening the chickens. It's nothing of the sort. It's something completely different.
Tell me.
Geralt wants to leave me here when he goes back on the road.
Oh?
He says, Angoulême snapped, that he can't put me at risk and similar rubbish, and I want to go with him.
Oh?
Don't interrupt me, will ye? I want to go with him, with Geralt, because it's only when I'm with him I'm not afraid that one-eyed Volko will catch me.
And here in Tucson, Angoulême. Regis interrupted her. Your words are in vain. Madame Vigo is listening but can't hear. Only one thing horrifies her, the Witcher leaving. Oh? Fringilla repeated, turning her head towards him and screwing up her eyes. What are you hinting at, Mr. Turksev Godefroy? The Witcher leaving? And when might that be, if one might ask? Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, the vampire replied in a soft voice. But one day for certain. No offence intended. I don't feel offended, responded Fringilla coldly. If you had me in mind, naturally. Returning to you, Angoulême, I assure you that I shall discuss the matter of leaving Toussaint with Geralt. I guarantee you that the Witcher will hear my opinion on the subject. Why, naturally, snorted Caer. How did I know you'd say that, Madame Fringilla? The sorceress looked long and hard at him. The Witcher, she said finally, ought not to leave Toussaint. No one who wishes him well should encourage him to do that. Where will he have it so good as here? He is living in the lap of luxury. He has his monsters to hunt. He's earning a pretty penny from it. His friend and comrade is the favourite of the reigning Duchess, and the Duchess herself is also favourably disposed to him, mainly owing to the succubus that was haunting people's bedchambers. Yes, gentlemen, Henrietta, like all the noble ladies of Toussaint, is inordinately well disposed towards the Witcher, for the succubus has suddenly stopped haunting. The ladies of Toussaint have thus clubbed together to pay him a special bonus, which they will deposit in the Witcher's account in the Chianfanelli's bank any day now, increasing the small fortune that the Witcher has already stored up there. A pretty gesture from the ladies. Regis didn't lower his gaze. And a well-deserved bonus. It isn't easy to stop a succubus from haunting. You may believe me, Madame Fringilla. I do. And while we're on this subject, one of the palace guards claims he saw it, at night, on the battlements of Caroberta's tower, in the company of another spectre, some kind of vampire. The two demons were taking a stroll, the guard swore, and they looked as though they were friends. Do you, perhaps, know anything about this, Mr. Regis? Are you able to explain it, sir? No, I'm not, madam. Regis didn't even bat an eyelid. There are things in heaven and earth that even philosophers have never dreamed about. Without doubt there are such things, said Fringilla, nodding her black hair. Regarding, nonetheless, whether the Witcher is preparing to depart, do you know anything else? For you see, he hasn't mentioned any such plan, and he usually tells me everything. Of course he does, Caer grunted. Fringilla ignored him. Mr. Regis? No, the vampire said after a moment's silence. No, Madame Fringilla, please worry not. The Witcher doesn't show us any greater affection or confidence than you. He doesn't whisper into our ears any secrets he would keep from you. Where then, Fringilla was as composed as granite, do these revelations about departing come from? Well, it's like our darling Angoulême's catchphrase, which brims with youthful charm. The vampire didn't bat an eyelid this time either. There comes a time when you've either got to shit or free up the shithouse. In other words, spare the other words, Fringilla interrupted sharply. Those charming ones will suffice. Silence reigned for quite some time. The two hens, the black and the speckled one, walked around pecking whatever they could. Angoulême wiped her beetroot-stained nose with her sleeve. The vampire toyed pensively with a wooden peg from the sausage. Thanks to me, Fringilla broke the silence, Geralt has come to know Ciri's lineage, the complexities and secrets of her genealogy, known only to a few. Thanks to me, he knows what he had no idea about a year ago. Thanks to me, he has information, and information is a weapon. Thanks to me and my magical protection, he is safe from enemy scanning, and thus also from assassins.
Thanks to me and my magic, his knee doesn't hurt him now, and he can bend it. Around his neck is a medallion made by my magical art. Possibly not as good as his original Witcher one, but powerful anyway. Thanks to me, and only me, in the spring or summer, he will be able to face his enemies in combat, equipped with information, protected, fit, prepared, and armed. If anyone present here has done more for Geralt, given him more, may they step forward. I'd be happy to honor them.
No one said anything. The hens pecked Cair's boots, but the young Nilfgaardian paid no attention. "Verily," he said with a sneer, "none of us has given Geralt more than you, my lady."
How did I know you'd say that? That's not the point, Madame Fringilla, began the vampire.
The sorceress didn't let him finish.
What is the point then? She asked aggressively. That he's with me? That we are joined by affection? That I don't want him to leave now? That I don't want a sense of guilt to destroy him? That same sense of guilt, that atonement which drove you all onto the road?
Regis said nothing. Cair didn't speak either. Angoulême watched, clearly not understanding very much.
If it is written in the scrolls of destiny, the sorceress said after a moment, that Geralt will win Ciri back, then it shall happen, irrespective of whether the Witcher goes into the mountains or whether he stays in Toussaint. Destiny catches up with people, and not the other way around. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Lord Regis Tutsieff Godefroy? Better than you think, Madame Vigo.
The vampire twiddled the wooden peg from the sausage.
But for me, please forgive me, destiny isn't a scroll written on by a great demiurge, nor the will of heaven, nor the inevitable verdict of some providence or other, but the result of many apparently unconnected facts, events, and occurrences. I would be inclined to agree with you that destiny catches up with people, and not just people. But the view that it can't be the other way around doesn't convince me, for such a view is facile fatalism, a paean praising torpor and indolence, a warm eiderdown and the beguiling warmth of a woman's loins. In short, life in a dream. And life, Madame Vigo, may be a dream, may also finish as a dream. But it's a dream that has to be dreamed actively, which is why, Madame Vigo, the road awaits us. Soot yourselves!
Fringilla stood up, almost as suddenly as Milva a moment earlier.
As you wish. Blizzards, frost and destiny await you in the mountain passes, and the expiation you so sorely search for. Soot yourselves. But the Witcher shall stay here in Toussaint with me. I think, the vampire said calmly, that you are wrong, Madame Vigo. The dream that the Witcher is dreaming, I humbly submit with respect, is an enchanting and beautiful one. But every dream, if dreamed too long, turns into a nightmare, and we awake from such dreams screaming.
The 9 women sitting around the great round table in Monte Calvo Castle were looking fixedly at Fringilla Vigo, at Fringilla, who suddenly began to stammer.
Geralt left for the Pomerol vineyard on the morning of the 8th of January, and returned at 8 in the evening, or 9 in the morning. I don't know. I'm not sure. Organize your thoughts, Charlotte de Tankerville said gently. Please speak more coherently, Madame Vigo. And if part of the story discomfits you, you may simply pass over it.
The speckled hen, treading cautiously on its clawed feet, was walking around the kitchen. The smell of chicken broth was in the air. The door slammed open. Geralt rushed into the kitchen. He had a bruise and a purple and red scab on his wind-burnt face. Come on, company, get packed, he announced, without necessary introductions. We're riding out, in an hour, and not a moment longer. I want to see you all on the hillock outside the town by that post, packed, in the saddle, ready for a long ride and a difficult one. That was enough. It was as though they had been waiting for this news for a long time, as though they'd been in readiness for a long time. "I'll be ready in a flash," yelled Milver, leaping up. "I'll be ready in half an hour." "I will too." Kaia stood up, discarded a spoon, and looked closely at the Witcher. "But I'd like to know what it is. A whim? A lover's tiff? Or are we really leaving?" "We really are." "Angle them? Why are you making faces?" "Get out. Don't worry, I'm not leaving you. I've changed my mind. You need looking after, my girl. I can't let you out of my sight." "To horse," I said. "Get packed and fasten on your saddlebags. And singly, so as not to raise suspicion. Outside the town, by the post on the hillock. We'll meet there in an hour." "Without field, Geralt," yelled Angoulême. "At fucking last!" In the blink of an eye, all that was left in the kitchen were Geralt and the speckled hen, and the vampire, who went on calmly slurping chicken broth and dumplings. "Are you waiting for a special invitation?" the Witcher asked coldly. "Why are you still sitting here, rather than loading up Dracul the mule and saying goodbye to the succubus?" "Geralt," Regis said calmly, giving himself a second helping from the tureen. "I need as long to say goodbye to the succubus as you do to your raven-haired beauty, assuming you have any intention of saying goodbye to her. And just between you and I, you can send the youngsters to get packed by shouting, hastening, and making a fuss. I deserve something else, if only for reasons of age. A few words of explanation, please. Regis, an explanation, Geralt. The quicker you begin, the better. Yesterday morning, in accordance with your agreement, you met the steward of Pomerol Vineyard at the gate." Alcides Fierabras, the black-bearded steward of the Pomerol Vineyard he'd met in the pheasantry on Yule Eve, was waiting for the Witcher at the gate with a mule, and he, in turn, was dressed and equipped as though planning to journey far, far away to the ends of the earth, beyond the Solvega Gate and the Elskaderg Pass. "It's close, but as a matter of fact, it isn't," he responded to Geralt's sour remark. "You are, sire, a visitor from the wide world. Our little Toussaint may seem a backwater to you. You think you can toss a hat from one border to the other, and a dry one to boot. Well, you're mistaken. It's quite a long way to Pomerol Vineyard, which is where we're headed, and if we arrive by noon, it'll be a success." "So it's a mistake," the Witcher said dryly, "for us to be setting off so tardily." "Well, maybe it is." Alcides Fierabras glowered at him and blew into his whiskers. "But I knew not that you were the kind who was inclined to start at daybreak. But that's rare among grand lords." "I'm not a grand lord. Let's be off, steward, sir. Let's not waste time on idle chatter." "You took the words right out of my mouth." They took a shortcut through the town. At first, Geralt wanted to protest, afraid of getting stuck in the familiar crowded back streets. But Steward Fierabras, it turned out, knew better both the town and the times when the streets wouldn't be crowded. They rode quickly and without difficulty. They entered the town square and passed the scaffold, and the gallows displaying a hanged man. "A perilous thing," the steward nodded, "to make rhymes and sing airs, particularly in public." "Judgments are harsh here," said Geralt, realizing what it was about. "Elsewhere you're pilloried at most for a lampoon." "Depends who the lampoon's about," commented Alcides Fierabras soberly, "and on the rhymes. Our Lady Duchess is good and endearing, but when she's irritated—" "You can't stifle a song, as a friend of mine says." "Not a song, but a singer you can, sir." They crossed the town and left through the Cooper's Gate, straight into the valley of the Blessure, whose rapids were briskly splashing and foaming. The snow in the fields was only in furrows and hollows, but it was quite cold. They were passed by a detachment of knights, heading, no doubt, towards the Pass of Cervantes, to the border watchtower of Vedette. Suddenly, all they could see were colourful griffins, lions, hearts, lilies, stars, crosses, chevrons, and other heraldic trifles, painted on shields and embroidered on cloaks and caparisons. Hooves drummed, pennants flapped, and a song resounded about the fortunes of a knight and his beloved, who married another instead of waiting for him. Geralt followed the detachment with his eyes. The sight of the knights errant reminded him of Reynard de Boisfren, who'd just returned from service and was recuperating in the arms of his townswoman, whose husband, a merchant, didn't return morning or night, probably having been held up somewhere on his journey by swollen rivers, forests full of beasts, and other turmoil of the elements. The Witcher wouldn't have dreamed of tearing Reynard away from his lover's embrace, but sincerely regretted not postponing the contract with Pomerol Vineyard to a later date. He'd grown fond of the knight and missed his company. "Let's ride, Master Witcher." "Let us ride, Master Fearabrath." They rode upstream along the highway. The Blessure wound and meandered, but there was an abundance of small bridges, so they didn't have to go out of their way. Steam belched from the nostrils of Roach and the mule. "What do you think, Mr. Fearabrath? Will the winter last long? There were frosts at Solwyn, and the saying goes, when at Solwyn there's ice, dress warm and nice." "I see. And your vines? Won't the winter damage them?" "It's been colder." They rode on in silence. "Look there," said Fearabrath, pointing. "There in the valley lies the village of Foxholes. Pots grow in the field there. Wonder of wonders." "I beg your pardon?" "Pots. They grow in the bosom of the earth, just like that. A pure trick of nature, without any human help at all. Like spuds or turnips grow elsewhere, in Foxholes pots grow, of all shapes and kinds." "Indeed." "As they live and breathe, for which reason Foxholes has an agreement with the village of Dudno in Mecht, because there, so the stories go, the earth bears forth pot lids." "Of all shapes and kinds." "Precisely, Master Witcher." They rode on in silence. The Blessure sparkled and foamed on the rocks. "And look over yonder, Master Witcher, the ruins of the ancient borough of Duntina. That borough was the witness to dreadful scenes, if one is to believe the stories. Valgerius, who they called the Cuckold, killed his faithless wife, her lover, her mother, her sister, and her brother, cruelly and bloodily, and then sat down and cried. No one knows why." "I've heard about that." "Have you been here before?" "No." "Ah, meaning the story has travelled widely." "Precisely, Master Steward." "And that slender tower, beyond that borough over there?" The Witcher pointed. "What is it?" "Over there? That's a temple." "To which godhead?" "Who'd remember that?" "Very true. Who would?" Around noon, they saw the vineyard, hillsides gently falling towards the Blessure, bristling with evenly pruned vines, now misshapen and woefully leafless. At the top of the highest hill, lashed by the wind, were the soaring towers, squat keep, and barbican of Pomerol Castle. Geralt was interested to see that the road leading to the castle was well used, no less furrowed by hooves and wheel rims than the main highway. It was evident that people often turned off the highway towards Pomerol Castle. He stopped his questions until he noticed, at the foot of the castle, a dozen or so wagons with horses and covered in tarpaulins, sturdy and well-made vehicles used for transporting goods long distances. "Merchants," explained the steward when asked. "Wine merchants." "Merchants?" Geralt was surprised. "How's that? I thought the mountain passes were covered in snow and Toussaint cut off from the world. How could the merchants get here?" "There are no bad roads for a merchant," said Steward Firebrass gravely, "at least not for those who treat their trade seriously. They observe the principle, Master Witcher, that since the end is justified, the means must be found." "Indeed," Geralt said slowly. "An apposite principle, worthy of imitation, in any situation." "Without doubt. But in truth, some of the traders have been stuck here since autumn, unable to leave, but they don't lose heart. They say, 'Why, who cares? In the spring of the year, we'll be here first before the competition shows up.' With them, they call it positive thinking." "It would be hard to fault that principle either," nodded Geralt. "One thing still interests me, Master Steward. Why do the merchants stay here in the middle of nowhere and not in Beauclair? Isn't the Duchess keen on putting them up? Perhaps she disdains merchants."
"Not at all," answered Fierabras.
"The Lady Duchess always invites them, while they graciously decline and stay among the vineyards." "Why?"
"Beauclair, they say, is naught but feasts, balls, junkets, boozing and armour. A fellow, they say, only grows idle and stupid and wastes time instead of thinking about trade. And one should think about what's really important, about the goal guiding us, without let-up, not distract your thinking on mere bagatelles. Then, and only then, is the intended goal achieved."
"Indeed, Mr. Fierabras," the Witcher said slowly. "I'm content with our shared journey. I've gained a great deal from our conversations. Truly, a great deal."
Contrary to the Witcher's expectations, they didn't ride to Pomerol Castle, but a little further, to a prominence beyond the valley, where another castle rose, somewhat smaller and much more neglected. The castle was called Zuberan. Geralt was thrilled at the prospect of the upcoming work. Zuberan, dark and toothed with crumbling crenellations, looked the epitome of an enchanted ruin, and was no doubt teeming with witchcraft, marvels, and monsters. Inside, in the courtyard, instead of marvels and monsters, he saw around a dozen people preoccupied with tasks as enchanted as rolling barrels, planing planks, and nailing them together. It smelled of fresh timber, fresh lime, stale cat, sour wine, and pea soup. The pea soup was served out soon after. Made hungry by the journey, the wind and the cold, they ate briskly and in silence. They were accompanied by Steward Firabras's subordinate, introduced to Geralt as Shimon Gilka. They were served by two fair-haired women with plaits 2 ells long. They both sent the Witcher such suggestive glances he decided to hasten to his work. Shimon Gilka hadn't seen the monster. He only knew of its appearance second-hand.
"It was as black as pitch, but when it crawled across the wall, the bricks could be seen through it. Like jelly it was, see, Master Witcher, or some sort of snot, if you'll excuse me. And it had long, thin limbs, and a great number of them, 8 or even more. And Yontek stood and watched until at last he had a brainwave and shouted out loud, 'Die! Perish!' And then threw in an exorcism. 'Croak, you bastard, by God!' Then the beastie, hop, 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 hopped away, and that's all we saw of it. Bolted into the cave mouth. Then the lad said, 'If there's a monster, give us a bonus for toiling in dangerous conditions, and if you don't, we'll complain to the guild.' And I says, 'Your guild can kiss my—'"
"When was the monster first seen?" Geralt interrupted.
"About 3 days since, bit before Yule."
"You said?"
The Witcher looked at the steward. "Before Lammas."
Alcides Fierabras blushed in the places not covered by his beard.
Gilka snorted. "Aye, aye, Master Steward. If you want to steward, you should come here more often and not just polish a chair with your arse in your office in Beauclair. That's what I think."
"I'm not interested in what you'll think," interrupted Fierabras. "We're talking about the monster."
"But I've already said it, everything what happened."
"Weren't there any victims? Was no one attacked?"
"No, but last year a farmhand disappeared without trace. Some say a monster dragged him into the chasm and finished him off. Others, meanwhile, say it weren't no monster, but that the farmhand made a cowardly escape off his own bat because of debts and alimony and maintenance. Because he, mark you, played the bones hard, and on top of that was shafting the miller's daughter, and that miller's daughter rushed to the courts, and the courts ordered the farmhand to pay maintenance.
Did the monster attack anyone else?"
Geralt unceremoniously interrupted his discourse.
"Did anyone else see it?"
"No."
One of the serving women, pouring Geralt more of the local wine, brushed his ear with her breast, then winked encouragingly.
"Let's go," said Geralt quickly. "No point idling time away talking. Take me to these cellars."
Fringilla's amulet, unfortunately, didn't live up to the hopes pinned on it. Geralt didn't believe for a moment that the polished chrysoprase mounted in silver would replace his Witcher's wolf medallion. In any case, Fringilla hadn't given any such promises. She had assured him, however, with great conviction,
that after melding with the psyche of the wearer, the amulet was capable of various things, including warning of danger. Nonetheless, either Fringilla's spells hadn't worked, or Geralt and the amulet differed in the matter of what constituted danger. The chrysoprase perceptibly twitched when, as they walked to the cellars, they crossed the path of a large ginger cat sauntering across the courtyard with its tail in the air. Indeed, the cat must have received some kind of signal, for it fled, meowing dreadfully. When, though, the Witcher went down into the cellars, it kept vibrating annoyingly, but in dry, well-ordered and clean vaults, where the only danger was the wine in huge barrels. Someone who had lost their self-control and was lying with their mouth open under the spigot would be in danger of serious overdrinking, and nothing else. The medallion didn't twitch, however, when Geralt abandoned the service part of the cellars and descended down a series of steps and drifts. The Witcher had worked out long before that there were ancient mines under most of the vineyards in Toussaint. When the vines had been planted and started to bear fruit and generate better profits, exploitation of the mines must have ceased and the mines abandoned, their corridors and galleries partly modified into wine cellars and stores. Pomerol and Suberan castles stood over a disused slate mine. It was riddled with drifts and holes, and a moment's inattention would have been enough for one to end up at the bottom of one of them with a compound fracture. Some of the holes were covered by rotten planks covered with slate powder, and thus hardly differed from the floor. An incautious step onto something like that would have been dangerous, so the medallion ought to have given him a warning. It didn't. It also didn't give a warning when a vague grey shape sprang out of a heap of slate waste about 10 paces in front of Geralt, scratched the mine floor with its claws, pranced, howled piercingly, then uttered a squeal and a snicker before tearing off down the corridor and ducking into one of the niches gaping in the wall. The Witcher swore. The magical trinket reacted to ginger cats, but not to gremlins. He'd have to talk to Fringilla about that, he thought, as he approached the opening into which the creature had vanished. The amulet twitched powerfully. About time, he thought. But right away, he pondered matters more deeply. The medallion couldn't have been that stupid after all. The standard favourite tactic of the gremlin was to flee and then slash its pursuer from an ambush with a surprise blow of its sickle-sharp talons. A gremlin might be waiting there in the darkness, and the medallion had signalled it. He waited a long time, holding his breath, intently focusing his hearing. The amulet lay placid and inert on his chest. A musty, disagreeable stench drifted from the hole. It was deadly silent. And no gremlin could have endured being quiet for so long. Without a second thought, he entered the hole on hands and knees, scraping his back against the jagged rock. He didn't get far. Something rustled and cracked. The floor gave way, and the Witcher tumbled downwards, along with a few hundredweight of sand and stones. Fortunately, it didn't last long, and there wasn't a bottomless chasm under him, but an ordinary corridor. He flew like shit off his shovel and smashed with a crunch at the foot of a pile of rotten wood. He shook the dirt from his hair and spat sand, swearing very coarsely. The amulet was twitching ceaselessly, fluttering on his chest like a sparrow inside his jacket. The Witcher stopped just short of tearing it off and flinging it away. First of all, Fringilla would have been livid. Second of all, the chrysoprase was supposed to have other magical abilities. Geralt hoped they would be less unreliable. When he tried to stand up, he laid a hand on a rounded skull and realized that what he was lying on wasn't wood at all. He stood up and quickly inspected the pile of bones. They belonged to people. At the moment of their deaths, they had all been manacled and were most probably naked. The bones were crushed with bite marks. The victims might not have been alive when they were being bitten, but he couldn't be certain. He was led out of the drift by a long corridor, which headed onwards as straight as a die. The slate wall had been worked to a smooth finish. It no longer looked like a mine. He suddenly emerged into an immense cavern whose ceiling vanished into the darkness. In the centre of the cavern was a huge black bottomless hole, over which was suspended a dangerously fragile-looking stone bridge. The jingle of water dripping from the walls echoed. Coldness and unidentifiable stenches drifted up from the chasm. The amulet hung motionless. Geralt set foot on the bridge, intent and focused, trying hard to stay well away from the crumbling balustrade. There was another corridor on the far side of the bridge. He noticed rusted cressets in the smoothly carved walls. There were also niches, some of which contained small sandstone figures, but the ceaseless dripping of water had melted and eroded them into amorphous lumps. There were also tiles bearing reliefs set into the walls. The tiles were made of a more durable material, so the reliefs were still recognizable. Geralt made out a woman with crescent horns, a tower, a swallow, a wild boar, a dolphin, and a unicorn. He heard a voice. He stopped, holding his breath. The amulet twitched. No, it wasn't an illusion. It wasn't the murmur of shifting slate or the echo of dripping water. It was a human voice. Geralt shut his eyes and looked hard, searching for the source. The voice, the Witcher could have sworn, was coming from another niche, from behind another small figure, also eroded, but not enough to remove its shapely female curves. This time, the medallion did its job. It flashed, and Geralt suddenly saw a reflection of metal in the wall. He grasped the eroded woman in a powerful embrace and twisted hard. There was a grating, and the entire niche revolved on steel hinges, revealing a spiral staircase leading upwards. The voice again sounded from the top of the stairs. Geralt didn't think twice. At the top, he found a door that opened smoothly and without any grating. Beyond the door was a tiny vaulted room. 4 enormous brass pipes with their ends flared like trumpets protruded from the wall. A chair stood in the middle between the trumpet-like openings, and on the chair sat a skeleton. On its pate it had the remains of a beretta slumped down beyond its teeth. It was wearing the rags of fine garments. Around its neck was a golden chain, and on its feet curled-toed Cordovan slippers, much gnawed by rats. The sound of a sneeze erupted from one of the horns, so loud and unexpected that the Witcher started. Then someone blew their nose, and the sound, intensified by the brass tube, was simply unbearable.
"Bless you," the pipe sounded. "Why, how your nose is running, skeleton."
Geralt shoved the skeleton off the chair, not forgetting to remove and pocket the golden chain. Then he sat down at the surveillance post, at the end of the horn. One of the men being eavesdropped on had a deep, rumbling bass voice. When he spoke, the brass tube vibrated.
"Why, how your nose is running, skeleton. Where did you catch such a chill, and when?"
"Not worth mentioning," answered the man with the runny nose. "I caught the damned illness, and now it won't subside. As soon as it lets up, it returns. Even magic doesn't help."
"Perhaps you ought to change your sorcerer,"
came another voice, grating like a rusty old hinge.
"For at the moment that Vilgefortz can't boast of much success, can he?"
"I'd say leave it,"
interjected someone speaking with characteristic, long, drawn-out syllables.
"That wasn't why we organized this meeting here in Tucson, at the world's end."
"At the end of the bloody world."
"This world's end," said the man with a cold, "is the only country I know that doesn't possess its own security service, the only corner of the empire that isn't crawling with Vatia de Rideau's agents. They regard this endlessly merry and fuddled duchy as ridiculous, and no one takes it seriously." "Little countries like this," said the one who stretched out his syllables, "have always been a paradise for spies and favorite locations for rendezvous. So they also attract counterintelligence and knocks, diverse professional snoopers and eavesdroppers. Perhaps it was like that long ago, but not during the distaff governments that have prevailed in Tucson for almost 100 years. I repeat, we are safe here. No one will track us down or eavesdrop on us. We can, in the guise of merchants, humbly discuss matters so vital to your ducal majesties, so vital to your private fortunes and estates.
I despise self-interest. It's as simple as that, said the one with the grating voice, annoyed. And I'm not here for self-interest. I'm concerned only with the good of the Empire. And the good of the Empire, gentlemen, is a strong dynasty. It will be detrimental and most evil for the Empire of some mongrel, rotten fruit of bad blood and spawn of the corporally and morally sick northern kinglets ascends to the throne. No, gentlemen. I, Devet of the Devets, shall not look on passively by the great sun at something like this. Particularly since my daughter had almost been promised.
Your daughter, Devet, roared the thundering bass. What am I to say? I, who supported that pup Emir in the fight against the usurper. Indeed, the cadets set off from my residence to storm the palace. Afterwards, the little sneak looked benignly at my island, smiled, paid her compliments while he was squeezing her titties behind a curtain I happened to know. And now what? A fresh empress? Such an affront, such an outrage. The emperor of the eternal empire who prefers a stray from Sintra to the daughters of ancient houses. What? He's on the throne by my grace, and he dares insult my Elan. No, I will not abide that.
Nor I,
shouted another voice, high and gushing. He also maligned me. He discarded my wife for that Sintran stray. As luck would have it, said the man who drawled his syllables, the stray has been dispatched to the next world, so it would appear from Lord Skelen's account. I listened to that account attentively, said the grating-voiced man, and I've come to the conclusion that nothing is certain apart from that the stray vanished. If it has vanished, it may reappear once more. It has vanished and reappeared several times since last year. Indeed, Lord Skelen, you have disappointed us greatly. It's as simple as that. You and that sorcerer Vilgefortz.
This is not the time, Wakim. Not the time to accuse and blame each other, driving a wedge into our unity. We must be a strong, unified force, and a decisive one. For it's not important if the Sintran is alive or not. An emperor who has once abused the ancient families with impunity will do it again. The Sintran is no more? Then he is liable in a few months to present us with an empress from Zerikania or Zanglibar. No, by the great sun, we shall not allow it.
We shall not allow it. It's as simple as that. Well said, Ardal. He has dashed the hopes of the Emrys family. Every moment Emir is on the throne, he damages the empire. Simple as that. And there is someone to put on the throne. Young Voris.
A loud sneeze, and then the sound of someone blowing their nose boomed out.
A constitutional monarchy, said the sneezer. It's high time for a constitutional monarchy, for a progressive political system, and afterwards democracy, the government of the people.
Imperator Voris, repeated the deep voice with emphasis. Imperator Voris Stefan Skelen, who will be married to my Elan or one of Wakim's daughters, and then I, as the Grand Chancellor of the Crown, and Devet as the Marshal of Internal Affairs. Unless, as an advocate of some hoi polloi, you declare your resignation from the title and the position. What?
Let's leave aside historical processes, said the one with the cold in a conciliatory tone. Nothing can stop them anyhow. But for today, your Grace, Grand Chancellor Abdai, if I have any reservations about Prince Voris, it's chiefly because he is a man of iron character, proud and unyielding, whom it is difficult to sway.
If one may say something, said the drawling voice, Prince Voris has a son, a little Movran. He is a much better candidate. Firstly, he has a more compelling right to the throne, both on the spear and the distaff side. Secondly, he is a child, on whose behalf a council of regents shall govern, which means us.
Foolishness. We shall cope with his father too. We shall find a way.
We could plant my wife on him, suggested the gushing one.
Be silent, Lord Bruiner. Now is not the time. Gentlemen, it behoves us to debate something else. It's as simple as that. For I would like to observe that Emir Var Emrys still reigns.
I'll say, agreed the man with the cold, trumpeting into a handkerchief. He lives and reigns, is well in body and in mind. The second in particular cannot be questioned after he expelled from Nilfgaard both your graces and your armies, which may have been loyal to you. How do you plan to stage a coup, Duke Ardal, when at any moment you may have to go into battle at the head of the East Army Group? And by now, Duke Joachim should probably also be with his army and the Verden Special Operations Group.
Give the acerbity a miss, Stefan Skellen, and don't make faces that only you think make you look like your new paymaster, the sorcerer Vilgefortz. And know this, Tawny Owl, since Emir suspects something, it is you and the Vilgefortz who shoulder the blame. Admit it, you'd like to capture the Sintron and trade her to gain favor with Emir, wouldn't you? Now that the girl is dead, there's nothing to trade with, is there? Emir will tear you apart with horses, simple as that. You must accept it with humility, you and the sorcerer you've allied with against us.
We must all accept it, Joachim, interjected the base. It's time to face facts. We aren't at all in a better position than Skellen. The circumstances have put us all in the same boat.
But it was Tawny Owl who put us in that boat. We were supposed to act in secret, and now what? Emir knows everything. Vate de Rido's agents are hunting Tawny Owl throughout the Empire, and we've been sent to war to get rid of ourselves, quite simply.
I'd be pleased about that, said the drawling one. I'd take advantage of it. Everyone has had enough of this current war, I can assure you, gentlemen. The army, the common folk, and above all, merchants and entrepreneurs. News of a cessation of hostilities will be greeted throughout the Empire with great joy, irrespective of the result. And you, gentlemen, as commanders of the armies, have an influence on the result of the war permanently within arm's reach, so to speak, don't you? What could be easier than to don a laurel wreath in the event of the victory that ends the war? Or, in the event of defeat, to step forward as men of the moment, intercessors of the negotiations that'll put an end to the bloodshed?
True, said the one with the grating voice a moment later. By the great sun, it's true. You talk sense, Lord Loivarden.
By sending you to the front, said the base, Emir put a noose around his own neck.
Emir is still alive, Your Grace, said the gushing one. He's alive and well. Let's not sell the bear's skin before catching the bear.
No, said the base. First, let's kill the bear.
There was a long silence. Assassination, then. Death.
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 Death. It's the only solution. As long as he's alive, Emir has supporters. When he dies, everyone will support us. The aristocracy will be on our side, for we are the aristocracy, and the aristocracy's strength is in its solidarity. A significant part of the army will be with us, particularly the part of the officer corps that remembers Emir's purges after the defeat at Sodden. And the people will be on our side, because the people are ignorant, stupid, and easily manipulated, finished Skellen, blowing his nose. It's enough to shout hurrah, make a speech from the steps of the Senate, open the prisons and lower taxes. You are absolutely right, Count, said the one who extended his syllables. Now I know why you clamor so for democracy.
I warn you, gentlemen, grated the one called Joachim, that it won't go off without a hitch. Our plan depends on Emir dying, and we can't close our eyes to the fact that Emir has many henchmen, has a corps of internal troops, and a fanatical guard. It won't be easy to hack our way through the Impera Brigade, and they, let's not delude ourselves, will fight to the last man.
And here, declared Skellen, Vilgefortz can offer us his help. We won't have to besiege the palace or fight our way through the Impera. The issue will be solved by one assassin with magical protection, as it was in Tritko just before the rebellion of the mages on Thaneth.
King Radovid of Redania.
That's right.
Does Vilgefortz have such an assassin?
He does. In order to prove our reliability, gentlemen, I'll tell you who it is. The sorceress Yennefer, who we're holding in prison.
In prison? I heard that Yennefer was Vilgefortz's accomplice.
She's his prisoner. She will carry out the assassination like a golem, bewitched, hypnotized, and programmed, and then commit suicide.
A bewitched hag doesn't especially suit me, said the one who drew out his syllables, and his reluctance made him draw them out even more.
Better would be a hero, an ardent idealist, an avenger.
An avenger, Skellen interrupted. That fits perfectly here, Lord Loyvarden. Yennefer will be avenging the harm caused her by the tyrant. Emir tormented and caused the death of her ward, an innocent child. That cruel dictator, that deviant, instead of taking care of the empire and the people, persecuted and tortured a child. For that, he won't escape vengeance.
I very much approve, Ardal Abdai declared.
I do too,
grated Wachem de Vet.
Splendid, gushed the Count of Broina. For outraging other men's wives, the tyrant and degenerate will receive his just deserts. Splendid.
One thing,
Loyvarden drawled out his syllables.
In order to establish trust, Count Stefan, please reveal to us Lord Vilgefortz's current place of abode.
Gentlemen, I'm forbidden.
It will be a guarantee, a safeguard of your sincerity and devotion to the cause. Don't be afraid of betrayal, Stefan, added Epdai. None of those present here will betray us. It's a paradox. Under other conditions, perhaps among us, there'd be one who would buy his life by betraying the others. But all of us know only too well that we don't buy anything with perfidy. Emir Var Emrys doesn't forgive. He is incapable of forgiving. He has a lump of ice in place of his heart, which is why he must die.
Stefan Skellen didn't hesitate for long. Very well, he said. Let it be a safeguard of my sincerity. Vilgefortz is hiding in... The Witcher, sitting at the openings of the trumpets, clenched his fists so hard they hurt. He pricked up his ears and racked his memory. The Witcher's doubts regarding Fringella's amulet were misplaced and were dispelled in a flash. When he entered the large cavern and approached the stone bridge above the black chasm, the medallion jerked and fluttered on his neck, now not like a sparrow, but like a large, strong bird, a rook, for example. Geralt froze. The amulet calmed down. He didn't make the smallest movement in order that not a single rustle or even loud breath would confuse his ears. He waited. He knew that on the other side of the chasm, beyond the bridge, was whatever was lurking in the darkness. He couldn't rule out that something might also be hiding behind his back, and that the bridge was meant to be a trap. He had no intention of being caught in it. He waited until something happened.
Greetings, Witcher,
he heard.
We've been waiting here for you.
The voice emerging from the gloom sounded strange. But Geralt had heard voices like that before, and he knew them. The voices of creatures not accustomed to communicating using speech. Able to use the apparatus of the lungs, diaphragm, windpipe, and voice box, these creatures weren't in complete control of their articulatory apparatus, even when the construction of their lips, palates, and tongues were quite similar to those of humans. The words spoken by creatures like that, apart from their strange accent and intonation, were full of sounds unpleasant to the human ear, from hard and nastily barking to hissing and slimily soft.
We've been waiting for you,
repeated the voice.
We knew you'd come. lured by rumours that you'd crawl in here under the ground to stalk, pursue, torment and murder. You won't leave here now. You won't see the sun you've come to love so much again.
Show yourself. Something moved in the darkness on the far side of the bridge. In one place, the gloom seemed to thicken and assume a more or less human form. The creature, it seemed, never remained in the same position or place for a moment, but shifted with the help of swift, nervous, and shimmering movements. The Witcher had seen such creatures before. "A Corrid," he stated coldly. "I might have expected somebody like you here. It's a wonder I haven't happened upon you before."
Well.
Derision sounded in the restless creature's voice.
It's dark, but he recognized me. And do you recognize him? And him? And him?
3 more creatures emerged from the darkness, as noiselessly as ghosts. One of them, lurking behind the Corrid's back, was also humanoid in shape and general appearance, but was shorter, more hunched and more simian. Geralt knew it was a Kilmulis. The 2 other monsters, as he had rightly suspected, were skulking in front of the bridge, ready to cut off his retreat if he stepped onto it. The first, on the left, scrabbled its claws like a huge spider, stopped moving, and shuffled its numerous legs. It was a Prishkirnik. The last creature, roughly resembling a candelabra, seemed to slip straight out from the cracked slate wall. Geralt couldn't guess what it was. A monster like that didn't feature in any Witcher tomes. "I don't want to fight," he said, counting a little on the fact that the creatures had begun by talking instead of simply leaping on his back from the darkness. "I don't want to pick a fight with you, but if it comes to it, I'll defend myself."
"We've taken that into account,"
hissed the Corrid.
"Which is why there are 4 of us. Which is why we lured you here. You've driven us to a dog's life, oh roguish Witcher. The most beautiful holes in this part of the world, a wonderful place for wintering. We've been wintering here almost since the dawn of time. And now you've come here hunting, you good for nothing. Chasing us, stalking us, killing us for money. We're putting an end to it and to you too.
"Listen, Corrid."
Be polite, the creature snapped. I can't stand boorishness.
"How should I address
Mr. Schweitzer?
And so, Mr. Schweitzer," continued Geralt, apparently obediently and meekly, "it's like this. I came here, I admit, as a Witcher with a Witcher task. I suggest we pass over the matter. Something has occurred in these vaults, however, which has changed the situation diametrically. I've learned something extremely important to me, something that may change my entire life."
And what results from that?
"I must immediately get onto the surface." Geralt was a model of calm and patience. "I must immediately set off on a long journey without a moment's delay. A road which may turn out to be one from which I won't return. I doubt if I'll ever be back in these parts."
You want to buy your life like that, Witcher?
hissed Mr. Schweitzer.
Nothing doing. Your begging is in vain. We have you in our grasp, and we won't let you out of it. We will kill you, not just for our own sake, but for the sake of our other comrades. For our freedom and your freedom, so to speak.
I won't just never return here, Geralt continued patiently, but I shall cease my witcher activities. I shall never kill any of you again.
You lie. You lie from fear.
But Geralt wasn't to be interrupted this time either. I must, as I've said, get out of here right away. So you have two alternatives to choose from. Firstly, you'll believe in my sincerity, and I'll leave you here. Or secondly, I leave here over your dead bodies.
Or thirdly,
the Corrid rasped,
you'll be the dead body.
The Witcher's sword rasped as he drew it from the scabbard on his back. Not the only one, he said unemotionally. Certainly not the only one, Mr. Schweitzer. The Corrid was silent for some time. The Kilmulis was rocking and rasping behind his back. The Prishgirnik was bending and straightening its limbs. The candelabra was changing its shape. Now it looked like a misshapen Christmas tree with two huge glowing eyes.
Give us some proof,
the Corrid said at last,
of your sincerity and goodwill.
What?
Your sword. You claim you give up being a witcher. A witcher is his sword. Throw it into the chasm, or break it. Then we'll let you out.
For a moment, Geralt stood without moving. The water dripping from the walls and ceiling could be heard in the silence. Then, slowly, without hurrying, he jammed his sword vertically and deeply into a rocky cleft, and broke the blade with a powerful blow of his boot. The blade shattered with a whine whose echo sounded in the caverns. Water dripped from the walls, dribbling down them like tears.
I can't believe it,
the Corrid said slowly.
I can't believe anyone would be that stupid.
They all fell on him, instantly, without any shouting, noises, or commands. Mr. Schweitzer was the first to lope across the bridge, his claws extended and bearing fangs that wouldn't have shamed a wolf. Geralt let him come closer, then twisted his hips and slashed, hacking through his throat and lower jaw. The next moment, he was on the bridge and cutting open the Kilmulis with a powerful blow. He crouched and fell to the ground just in time, and the attacking candelabra flew over his head, barely scratching his jacket with its talons. The Witcher dodged away from the Prishgirnik, from its thin legs flashing like scythes. A blow from one of them hit him on the side of the head. Geralt danced, making a feint and encircling himself with a sweeping slash. The Prishgirnik leapt again, but missed. It crashed against the barrier and smashed it, tumbling into the chasm with a hail of stones. Until that moment, it hadn't emitted the merest sound, but now it howled as it hurtled into the chasm. The howling gradually faded. They attacked him from two sides. From one, the candelabra, from the other, the Kilmulis, which, although wounded and gushing blood, had managed to stand up. The Witcher jumped onto the balustrade of the bridge, felt shifting stones grinding against each other, and the whole bridge shuddering. He balanced, slipped out of reach of the candelabra's clawed feet, and found himself behind the Kilmulis's back. The Kilmulis didn't have a neck, so Geralt slashed it in the temple. But the monster's skull was like iron, so he had to hack it a second time. He lost too much time doing it. He was hit in the head, The pain exploded in his skull and eyes. He whirled around, defending himself with a parry, feeling blood pouring from under his hair, trying hard to understand what had happened. He dodged another blow of the claws and understood. The candelabra had changed shape. It was now attacking with its improbably extended legs. That had a flaw. Now its center of gravity and balance was disrupted. The Witcher ducked under the legs, drawing closer. The candelabra, seeing what was afoot, fell on its back like a cat, sticking out its rear legs, which were just as taloned as its forelegs. Geralt jumped over it, slashing mid-leap. He felt the blade cut flesh. He hunched up, turned, and cut once more, dropping to his knee. The creature screamed and threw its head forward violently, savagely snapping its massive teeth just in front of the Witcher's chest. Its huge eyes shone in the darkness. Geralt shoved it back with a powerful blow of the sword pommel and cut from close range, removing half its skull. Even without that half, the strange creature, which didn't feature in any Witcher tomes, still snapped its teeth for a good few seconds. Then it died, with a terrible, almost human sigh. The Corrid was twitching convulsively in a pool of blood. The Witcher stood over it. "I cannot believe," he said, "that someone could be so stupid as to be taken in by such a simple illusion as the one with the broken sword." He wasn't certain if the Corrid was conscious enough to understand, but actually, he didn't care. "I warned you," he said, wiping off the blood that was pouring down his cheek. "I warned you I had to get out of here." Mr. Schweitzer trembled violently, wheezed, whistled, and gnashed his teeth, then fell silent and stopped moving. Water dripped from the walls and ceiling. "Are you satisfied, Regis?" "I am now." "In that case," the Witcher stood. "Go on, run off and pack and be quick." "It won't take me very long. Omnia mea mecum porto." "What?" "I have very little luggage." "So much the better. Outside the town in half an hour." "I'll be there." He'd underestimated her. She caught him in the act. He only had himself to blame. Rather than rushing, he could have ridden around the back of the palace and left Roach in the larger stables there, the one for the errant knighthood, staff and servants, and where his company also kept their horses. He hadn't done that, but had used the ducal stables owing to haste and habit, and he might have guessed there would be somebody in the stable who would inform on him. She was walking from stall to stall, kicking the straw. She was wearing a short lynx-skin coat, a white satin blouse, a black equestrian skirt, and high boots. The horses snorted, sensing the anger emanating from her. "Well, well," she said on seeing him, flexing the riding crop she was holding. "We are bolting, without saying goodbye, for the letter which is probably lying on my table is no farewell, not after what we had. I imagine some extremely important arguments explain and justify your behavior." "They do. Sorry, Fringilla." "Sorry, Fringilla," she repeated, sneering furiously. "How curt, how economical, how unpretentious, with such attention to style. The letter you left for me, I'm absolutely certain, is doubtless edited just as elegantly, without excess lavishness as regards ink." "I must ride," he uttered. "You can guess why, and for whose sake." "Please forgive me. I intended to flee stealthily and silently, because I didn't want you to try and come after me." "Your fears were groundless," she drawled, bending the crop. "I wouldn't have gone after you, even if you'd asked me, groveling at my feet. Oh, no, Witcher. Ride alone, die alone, freeze alone in the mountain passes. I have no obligations towards Ciri, and towards you. Do you know how many have begged for what you had, and for what you're now contemptuously rejecting, tossing away?" "I'll never forget you." "Oh," she hissed, "you don't know how much I feel like making sure you really want. Even if not using magic, then using this whip." "You won't do it." "You're right. I won't.
I wouldn't be able to. I shall behave as befits a scorned and spurned lover. Classically, I shall walk away with my head high, with dignity and pride, swallowing back the tears, then I'll howl into a pillow and then I'll bid another.
By the end, she was almost screaming. He said nothing. Neither did she.
Geralt,
She said finally, in quite a different voice.
stay with me. I think I love you,
She said, seeing he was delaying his answer.
Stay with me. I implore you. I've never asked anyone, nor thought I ever would. But I ask you.
Fringilla, he answered after a while. You're a woman a man can only dream about. My fault, my only fault, is that I don't have the nature of a dreamer.
You are,
She said a moment later, biting her lip.
like an angler's hook, which once it's stuck in, can only be pulled out with blood and flesh. Well, I've only got myself to blame. I knew what I was doing, playing around with a dangerous toy. Luckily, I also know how to cope with the effects. In that respect, I have an advantage over the rest of the female species.
He didn't comment.
In any case, she added, a broken heart, although it hurts greatly, a lot more than a broken arm, heals much more quickly.
He didn't comment that time either. Fringilla contemplated the bruise on his cheek.
How was my amulet? Does it work well?
It's quite simply wonderful. Thank you. She nodded.
Where are you riding to?
She asked in a completely different voice and tone.
What did you find out? You know where Vilgefortz is hiding, don't you?
Yes. Don't ask me to tell you where that is. I won't.
I'll buy that information. Quid pro quo?
Oh, yes.
I have information, she repeated, that is valuable, and to you, quite simply invaluable. I'll sell it to you in exchange for
peace of mind, he finished, looking her in the eyes. For the trust I placed in you. A moment ago there was talk of love, and now we're starting to talk of trade. She was silent for a long while. Then she hit her boot violently hard with the riding crop.
Yennefer,
she quickly recited.
The one whose name you called me several times in the night, in moments of ecstasy, never betrayed you, nor Ciri. She was never an accomplice of Vilgefortz. In order to rescue Cirilla, she fearlessly took an exceptional risk. She suffered a defeat and fell into Vilgefortz's hands. She was certainly tortured into the attempts at scanning that took place last autumn. It's not known if she's alive. I don't know anymore, I swear.
Thank you, Fringilla.
Now go.
I trust you, he said without moving, and I shall never forget what was between us. I trust you, Fringilla. I won't stay with you, but I think I loved you too, in my own way. Please keep utterly secret what you are about to find out. Vilgefortz's hideout is in—
Wait,
she interrupted.
you'll tell me later. You'll disclose it later. Now, before you leave, say goodbye to me. The way you ought to say goodbye. Not with paltry letters, not with mumbled apologies. Say goodbye to me the way I desire.
She took off her lynx fur coat and tossed it down on a pile of straw. She violently tore off her blouse, beneath which she was naked. She fell onto the fur, pulling him after her, onto her. Geralt caught her by the nape of her neck, lifted up her skirt, and suddenly realized There'd be no time to take his gloves off. Fringilla was fortunately not wearing gloves, or knickers. Even more fortunately, she wasn't wearing spurs either, for soon after, the heels of her riding boots were literally everywhere. It doesn't bear thinking what might have happened had she been wearing spurs. When she screamed, he kissed her, stifling the scream. The horses, scenting their furious passion, neighed, stamped, and thumped against their stalls until hay and dust fell from the ceiling.
Rhys Rhan Citadel in Nazaire by Lake Muirdach, Fringilla Vigo ended triumphantly. That's where Vilgefort's hideout is. I got it out of the Witcher before he rode away. We have enough time to overtake him. He has no chance of getting there before April.
The 9 women gathered in the columned chamber of Monte Calvo Castle nodded, favouring Fringilla with looks of great appreciation.
Rhys Rhan,
repeated Philippa Eilhart, baring her teeth in a predatory smile and playing with a sardonyx cameo brooch fastened to her dress.
Rhys Rhan in Nazaire. Well, see you soon, Master Vilgefortz. See you soon. When the Witcher gets there, hissed Ciara Metz, he'll find rubble, which by then won't even be stinking of ash.
Or dead bodies, Sabrina Glevissig smiled enchantingly.
Well done, Miss Vigo, nodded Sherla. Over 3 months in Toussaint. But it was probably worth it.
Fringilla Vigo's eyes swept over the sorceresses sitting at the table, over Sherla, Philippa and Sabrina Glevissig, over Ciara Metz, Margarita Lozantila and Triss Merigold, over Francesca Finderbear and Ida Emaen, whose eyes, ringed with garish elven makeup, expressed absolutely nothing, over Azira var Anahid, whose eyes expressed anxiety and concern.
It was,
she admitted, quite sincerely. The sky slowly changed from dark blue to black. An icy gale blew among the vineyards. Geralt fastened his wolfskin cloak and wrapped a woolen scarf around his neck, and felt wonderful. As usual, love expressed had raised him up to the peak of his physical, psychological, and moral powers, had erased all traces of doubt, and his thinking was clear and intense. He only regretted he would be deprived of that wonderful panacea for a long time. The voice of Reynard de Boisfrene startled him out of his reverie.
"Bad weather's coming,"
said the knight-errant, looking eastwards from where the gale was blowing.
"Make haste. If snow comes with that wind, if it catches you on the Malheur Pass, you'll be stuck in a trap. And then pray for a thaw to all the gods you venerate, know and understand."
"We understand."
"The Sandretur will guide you for the first few days. Keep to the river. You'll pass a trapper's manufactory and reach a place where a right bank tributary flows into the Sandretur. Don't forget, a right bank tributary. Its course will indicate the way to the Malheur Pass. Should you, with God's will, conquer Malheur, don't hurry too much, for you'll still have the Sans Merci and the Mort Blanc passes ahead of you. Should you conquer both of them, you'll descend into the Suduth Valley. Suduth has a warm microclimate, almost like Toussaint. Were it not for the poor soil, they would plant vines there."
He broke off, embarrassed by the reproachful gazes.
"Indeed," he hemmed. "To the point. At the mouth of the Suduth lies the small town of Caravista. My cousin, Guy de Boisfrene, lives there. Visit him and mention me. Should it turn out my cousin's died or gone insane, remember the direction of your journey is the Magdera Plain, the valley of the River Silt. Further on, Geralt, it's according to the maps you copied at the town cartographers. Since we're on the subject of cartography, I don't exactly understand why you asked me about some castles or other."
"Better forget about that, Reynard. Nothing like that took place. You heard nothing, saw nothing, even if they torture you. Understand?"
"I do."
"A rider," warned Cair, getting his unruly stallion under control. "A rider's galloping towards us from the palace."
"If there's only one," Angoulême grinned, stroking the battle-axe hanging from her saddle, "it's small beer."
The rider turned out to be Dandelion, riding like a bat out of hell. Astonishingly, the horse turned out to be Pegasus, the poet's gelding, which didn't like galloping and was not in the habit of doing so.
Well, said the troubadour, panting as though he had been carrying the gelding and not the other way around. Well, I made it. I was afraid I wouldn't catch you. Just don't say you're finally riding with us.
No, Geralt.
Dandelion lowered his head.
I'm not. I'm staying here in Tucson with my little weasel. I mean with Henrietta. But I couldn't not say farewell to you, or wish you a safe journey.
Thank the Duchess for everything. I'll make excuses as to why it's so sudden and without a farewell. Explain it somehow.
You took a knightly vow, and that's that. Everybody in Tucson, including the little weasel, will understand. And here, have it. Let it be my contribution.
Dandelion.
Geralt took a heavy pouch from the poet.
We aren't suffering from a shortage of money. It's not necessary.
Let it be my contribution,
repeated the troubadour.
Cash always comes in useful. And besides, it isn't mine. I took those ducats from the little weasel's private coffer. Why are you looking like that? Women don't need money. I mean, what for? They don't drink, they don't play dice, and they're bloody women themselves. Well, farewell. Be off, because I'll burst into tears, and when it's all over, you're to stop by Tucson on your way back and tell me everything. And I want to hug Ciri. Do you promise, Geralt?
I promise.
So farewell.
Wait. Geralt wheeled his horse around and rode closer to Pegasus. He took a letter surreptitiously from his bosom.
Make sure this letter reaches
Fringilla Vigo.
No, Dykstra.
Are you serious, Geralt? And how do you propose I do it?
Find a way. I know you will. And now farewell. Give us a hug, you old fool.
Give us a hug, comrade. I'll be looking out for you.
They watched him ride away and saw him trotting towards Beauclair. The sky darkened.
Reynard?
The Witcher turned around in the saddle.
Ride with us.
No, Geralt,
replied Reynard de Boisfren a moment later.
I'm errant, but not asinine.
There was unusual excitement in the great columned chamber of Monte Calvo Castle. The subtle chiaroscuro of candelabras that usually predominated there was replaced by the milky brightness of a huge magical screen. The image on the screen shimmered, flickered, and vanished, intensifying the excitement and tension, and anxiety.
Ha,
said Philippa Eilhart, smiling predatorily.
Pity I can't be there. A little action would do me good, and a little adrenaline.
Sheila de Tankerville looked at her sarcastically, but didn't say anything. Francesca Finderbear and Ida Emayan magically stabilized the image and enlarged it to fill the entire wall. They clearly saw black mountain peaks against a dark blue sky, stars reflecting in the surface of a lake, and the dark and angular shape of a castle.
I still can't be sure, said Sheila, if it wasn't a mistake to entrust the command of the strike force to Sabrina and young Metz. They broke Kira's ribs on Thaneth. She may want to get revenge. And Sabrina? Why, she loves action and adrenaline a little too much. Right, Philippa, we've discussed that already.
Philippa cut her off, and her voice was as acidic as plum pickle.
We've established what there was to establish. No one will be killed without an absolute need. Sabrina and Kira's force will enter Riethrun as quiet as mice, on tiptoe, hush, hush. They'll take Vilgefortz alive, without a single scratch, without a single bruise. We agreed on that, although I still think we ought to make an example, so that those in the castle who survive the night will awake screaming to the end of their days when they dream of this night. Revenge, said the sorceress from Kovir, is the delight of mediocre, weak, and petty minds.
Perhaps, agreed Philippa, with an apparently indifferent smile.
but that doesn't stop it being a delight. Let's drop it. Margarita Losantilla raised a goblet of sparkling wine. I suggest we drink to the health of Madame Fringilla Vigo, thanks to whose efforts Vilgefortz's hideout was discovered. Solid, exemplary work indeed, Madame Fringilla. Fringilla bowed, responding to the salutes. She noticed something like mockery in Philippa's black eyes and dislike in the azure gaze of Tris Merigold. She couldn't decipher the smiles of Francesca and Sheila. They are beginning, said Azirava Anahid, pointing at the magical image. They settled themselves more comfortably. Philippa dimmed the lights with a spell in order for them to see better. They saw swift black shapes peeling off from the rocks, as silent and agile as bats. Saw them flying low and then plummeting onto the battlements and machicolations of Risrun Castle. I probably haven't had a broom between my legs for a century, murmured Philippa. I'll soon forget how to fly. Sheila, staring at the screen, quietened her with an impatient hiss. Fire flashed briefly in the windows of the Black Castle complex. Once, twice, thrice. They knew what it was. The bolted doors and hasps splintered asunder under the impact of ball lightning. They're inside, said Azirava Anahid softly. She was the only one not observing the screen on the wall, but was staring at a crystal ball on the table. The strike force is inside, but something's not right. Not how it's meant to be. Fringilla felt the blood flowing from her heart to her belly. She now knew what wasn't right. Madame Glevisig, reported Azira, is opening the direct telecommunicator. The space between the columns in the hall suddenly lit up. In the materializing oval, they saw Sabrina Glevisig in male attire, her hair tied on her forehead with a chiffon scarf, and her face blackened with stripes of camouflage pigment. Behind the sorceress's back could be seen dirty stone walls, and on them shreds of rags, once tapestries. Sabrina extended a gloved hand hung with long strands of cobwebs towards them. The only thing there's plenty of here, she said, gesticulating wildly, is this. Just this. Bloody hell, what stupidity, what a fiasco. Make yourself clearer, Sabrina. Make what clearer? Yelled the Kaedwenian witch. What could be clearer here? Can't you see? This is Risrun Castle. It's empty. Empty and dirty. It's a sodding empty ruin. There's nothing here. Nothing. Kira Metz emerged from behind Sabrina's shoulder, looking like a hellish fiend in her facial camouflage. There isn't and there hasn't been anyone in this castle, she said calmly, for at least 50 years. For 50 years, there hasn't been a living soul here, not counting the spiders, rats and bats. We made the landing in completely the wrong place. Have you made sure it isn't an illusion? Do you take us for children, Philippa? Listen, both of you. Philippa Eilhart nervously ran her fingers through her hair. Tell the mercenaries and novices they were on manoeuvres. Pay them and return. Return at once. And put a brave face on it. Do you hear? Put a brave face on it. The oval of the communicator went out. Only the image on the wall screen remained. Risrun Castle against the black sky, twinkling with stars, and the lake with the stars reflected in it. Fringilla Vigo looked down at the table. She felt as though the pounding blood would soon burst her cheeks. Really, she said at last, unable to bear the silence in the columned hall of Montecalvo Castle. I really don't understand. But I do, said Tris Merigold. That castle, said Philippa, deep in thought, not paying any attention to her comrades. That castle, Risrun, will have to be destroyed, utterly annihilated. And when legends and tales begin to be made up about this whole debacle, it will be necessary to subject them to scrupulous censorship. Do you understand what I mean, ladies? Only too well, nodded Francesca Finderbear, who had been silent up until that moment. Ida Emayan, also silent, took the liberty of making quite an ambiguous snort. Fringilla Vigo still seemed stunned. I truly can't comprehend how it could have happened.
"Oh," said Shale de Tankerville after a very long silence. "It's nothing serious, Miss Vigo. No one's perfect." Philippa snorted softly. Azira va Anahid sighed and raised her eyes towards the plafond. "After all," added Shayla, pouting her lips, "it's befallen all of us at some time. Each of us sitting here has been cheated, taken advantage of, and made a laughing stock of by some man at some time."
I love you. I'm charmed by your lovely form, and if you're not willing, I'll have to use force. Father, my father, he's gripped me at last. The Earl König's hurting me, holding me fast. Johann Wolfgang Goethe.
Everything has been, everything has happened, and everything has already been written about.
Visigotta of Corvo. Chapter 5. A scorching, stuffy afternoon fell on the forest, and the lake surface, which had been as dark as jade shortly before, now flashed gold and lit up with reflections. Ciri had to shield her eyes with her hand. The glare reflected in the water blinded her, and she felt pain in her eyeballs and temples. She rode through the lakeside thicket and urged Kelpie into the lake, deep enough for the water to reach above the mare's knees. The water was so clear that even from the height of the saddle, Ciri could see the colourful mosaic of the bottom, the mussels and the swaying feathery pondweed in the shadow cast by the horse. She saw a small crayfish striding proudly among the pebbles. Kelpie whinnied. Ciri jerked the reins and rode into the shallows, but not onto the bank, because it was sandy and covered in rocks, and that ruled out riding fast. She led the mare right to the water's edge, so she could walk on the hard gravel at the bottom, and almost at once urged Kelpie into a trot. She was as fleet as a real trotter, trained not to be ridden, but to pull a gig or a landau. But she soon found that trotting was too slow. A kick of Ciri's heels and a shout urged the mare into a gallop. They raced among splashes of water flying all around, sparkling in the sun like drops of molten silver. When she saw the tower, she didn't slow down, yet not even the merest snort was audible in Kelpie's breathing, and her gallop was still light and effortless. She hurtled into the courtyard at full speed with a clatter of hooves and pulled the mare up so suddenly that for a moment Kelpie's horseshoes slid over the flags with a long drawn-out grinding sound. She stopped just before the elf women waiting at the foot of the tower, right in front of their noses. She felt satisfaction, for two of them, usually unmoving and dispassionate, now stepped back involuntarily. "Never fear," she snorted. "I won't ride you down, unless I mean to." The elves recovered quickly. Their faces once more smoothed by calm and nonchalant indifference returned to their eyes. Ciri dismounted, or rather flew from the saddle. There was defiance in her eyes. "Bravo," said a fair-haired elf with a triangular-shaped face, emerging from the shadow under an arcade. "A nice display, Lochlight." He had greeted her like that the first time, when she had entered the Tower of the Swallow and found herself among the blooming spring. But that was long ago, and things like that had stopped making any impression on her at all. "I'm no lady of the lake," she barked. "I'm a prisoner here, and you're my jailers, and I may as well speak bluntly. There you go." She threw the reins to one of the elves. "The horse needs rubbing down. Water her when she cools, and above all, she must be looked after." The fair-haired elf smiled slightly. "Indeed," he said, watching the elf women wordlessly lead the mare to the stable. "You're a wronged prisoner here, and they are your harsh jailers. It's quite plain. Let them have a taste of their own medicine." She stood akimbo, stuck up her nose and looked him boldly in the eyes, which were pale blue like aquamarines and quite gentle. "I'm treating them as they treat me, and a prison's a prison.
You astonish me, Lochleith. And you treat me like a fool. And you haven't even introduced yourself. I apologize. I am Crevan Isbane Ipcomchan Macha. I am, if you know what it means, Ian Severn. I do? She looked at him with an admiration that she was unable to hide in time. A knowing one, an elven sorcerer. I could be called that. For convenience, I use the alias Avalach, and you may address me as such. Who told you? She became sullen. That I wish to address you at all? Knowing one or not, you're a jailer, and I'm a prisoner, he finished sarcastically. You mentioned it. A badly treated prisoner to boot. You're probably forced to take rides around here. You wear a sword on your back as a punishment. Likewise, the elegant and quite rich apparel. So much more elegant and clean than what you arrived here in. But in spite of these dreadful conditions, you haven't given in. You get your revenge for the harm you've received with brusqueness. With great courage and enthusiasm, you also smash looking-glasses which are works of art. She blushed, very cross with herself. Oh, he said quickly, you may smash looking-glasses to your heart's content. After all, they're only objects, and who cares if they were made 700 years ago? Would you like to promenade with me along the lake shore? The wind that rose slightly tempered the heat. Furthermore, the tall trees and the tower cast shadows. The water in the bay was a dull green, densely garlanded by water lilies, and piled up with spherical yellow flowers. It almost resembled a meadow. Moorhens, gargling and nodding their red beaks, cruised briskly among the leaves. That mirror, Ciri mumbled, twisting a heel in the wet gravel. I'm sorry about that. I lost my temper, and that's that. Ah. They disrespect me, those elf women. When I talk to them, they pretend they can't understand. And when they do talk to me, they speak incomprehensibly on purpose. They humiliate me. You speak our tongue fluently, he explained calmly, but it's still a foreign language to you. Besides, you use henchlinge, and they use elichlion. The differences are slight, but do nonetheless exist. I understand you, every word. When I talk to you, I use henchlinge, the language of the elves from your world. And you? She turned around. What world are you from? I'm not a child. It's enough to look up at night. There isn't a single constellation I know. This world isn't mine. It isn't my place. I entered it by accident. And I want to leave, to get away. She bent over, picked up a stone, and made a movement as though meaning to throw it absent-mindedly into the lake, towards the moorhens. She abandoned her plans under his gaze. Before I've ridden a furlong, she said, not hiding her resentment, I'm at the lake, and I can see the tower. Regardless of which direction I ride, when I turn around, there's always the lake and the tower. Always. There's no way of getting away from it. So it's a prison. Worse than a dungeon, than an oubliette, than a chamber with a barred window. Do you know why? Because it's more humiliating. Elichlon or not, it angers me when I'm sneered at and shown disrespect. Yes, yes, there's no sense making faces. You've also slighted me. You also mock me. And you're surprised that I'm furious. As a matter of fact, I am. He opened his eyes wide, inordinately. She sighed and shrugged. I entered the tower long ago, she said, trying to stay calm. I happened upon another world. You were waiting for me, sitting and playing the pipes. You were even astonished at how long I'd delayed my arrival. You called me by my name, and only afterwards began that Lady of the Lake nonsense. Then you vanished without a word of explanation, leaving me in prison. Call it what you like. I call it spiteful and malicious contempt. Ziriel, it's only been 8 days. Ah, she scowled. You mean I'm lucky? Because it might have been 8 weeks, or 8 months, or 8... she fell silent. "You've strayed far from Lara Doren," he said softly. "You've lost your inheritance. You've lost the bond with your blood. No wonder the women don't understand you, nor you them. You don't just talk differently. You think differently. Quite different frames of reference. What is 8 days or 8 weeks? Time means nothing."
Very well, she screamed in anger. I agree I'm not a wise elf. I'm a stupid human. To me, time does mean something. I count the days. I even count the hours. And I've reckoned that many of both the first and the second have passed. I don't want anything from you now. I'll make do without explanations. It doesn't bother me why it's spring here, why there are unicorns here and different constellations in the night sky. I'm not at all interested how you know my name and how you knew I'd turn up here. I only want one thing. To return home. To my world. To people. People who think like me. Using the same frames of reference.
You'll return to them in some time.
I want to go now, she yelled. Not in some time. For time here is an eternity. What right do you have to hold me here? Why can't I leave this place? I came here myself, of my own will. You don't have any right.
You came here yourself, he calmly confirmed. But not of your own will. You were led here by destiny, helped a little by us, for you have been long awaited. Very long, even according to our reckoning.
I don't understand any of that.
We've waited long. He paid no attention to her, fearing but one thing, whether you'd be able to enter here. You were. You proved your blood, your lineage, and that means that your place is here, not among the Dain. You are the daughter of Lara Doran ap Shairdal.
I am Pavetta's daughter. I don't even know who your Lara is.
He snorted, but very slightly, almost imperceptibly. In that case, he said, it'd be best if I explained to you who my Lara is. Since time is short, I'd prefer to begin the explanations en route. But why? For the sake of a foolish demonstration, you've almost run the mare into the ground.
Into the ground? Ha! You don't yet know how much that mare can endure. Where are we going?
If you permit, I'll also explain that en route.
Ciri halted Kelpie, who was now wheezing, recognizing that a breakneck gallop was senseless and of no use at all. Avalach hadn't lied. Here, on open ground, on meadows and moors dotted with menhirs, the same force was active as around Tor Zirael. You could try riding at full speed in any direction, but after a furlong or so, an invisible force made you ride around in a circle. Ciri patted the wheezing Kelpie on her neck and looked at the small group of elves who rode at an easy pace. A moment earlier, when Avalach had finally told her what they wanted from her, she had launched into a gallop to escape from them, to leave them as far as possible behind her, they and their impudent, unthinkable task. Now, though, they were in front of her again, at a distance of more or less a furlong. Avalach hadn't lied. There was no escape. The only good thing the gallop had brought was that it had cooled her head, chilled her rage. She was now much calmer, but nonetheless, she was still shaking with anger. What a mess I'm in, she thought. Why did I go into the tower? She shuddered, thinking back, recalling Bonhart riding after her across the ice on his grey horse, muzzle foaming. She shuddered even more intensely and calmed down. I'm alive, she thought, looking around. It's not the end of the battle. Death will end the fight. Everything else only interrupts it. They taught me that at Caer Moran.
She urged Kelpie to a walk, and then, seeing the mare was gamely raising her head, to a trot. She rode down an avenue of menhirs. The grass and heather reached her stirrups. She quite quickly caught up with Avalach and the 3 elf women. The sage, smiling slightly, turned his aquamarine eyes inquiringly on her.
"Please, Avalach."
She cleared her throat.
"Tell me it was a dismal joke."
Something like a shadow passed over his face. "I am not accustomed to joking," he said. "And since you consider it a joke, I'll take the liberty repeating it with due gravity. We want to have your child, O Swallow, daughter of Laradoran. Only when you bear it will we permit you to leave here, to return to your world. The choice, naturally, is yours. I presume your reckless dash helped you to reach a decision. What is your answer?"
"My answer is no," she replied firmly. "Categorically and absolutely no. I don't agree, and that's that."
"Tough luck." He shrugged. "I admit I am disappointed. But why? It's your choice."
"How can you demand something like that at all?" she cried in a trembling voice. "How could you dare? By what right?"
He looked at her calmly. Ciri also felt the gaze of the elf women on her. "I believe," he said, "that I told you the story of your family in detail. You seemed to understand. Thus, your question astonishes me. We have the right to demand, and we can, O Swallow. Your father, Cregennan, took a child from us. You will give us one back. You will repay the debt. It seems just and logical to me."
"My father? I don't remember my father, but he was called Dooney, not Cregennan. I've already told you."
And I replied that those few ridiculous human generations are meaningless to us.
"But I don't want to,"
yelled Ciri, so loudly that the mare skittered beneath her.
"I don't want to, understand? I don't want to. The thought of a bloody parasite being implanted in me is sickening. I feel nauseous when I think that that parasite will grow inside me, that—"
She broke off, seeing the faces of the elf women. 2 of them expressed boundless astonishment. The third, boundless odium. Avalach coughed meaningfully. "Let's ride on a little and talk in private," he said coolly. "Your views, O Swallow, are a little too radical to be expressed in front of witnesses." She did as he asked. They rode on in silence for a long while.
"I'll escape from you."
Ciri spoke first.
"You won't keep me here against my will. I escaped from the Isle of Thanedd. I escaped from the Trappers and the Nilfgaardians. I escaped from Bonhart and Tawny Owl. And I'll escape from you. I'll find a way to outwit your witchcraft."
"I thought," he replied a moment later, "that you cared more about your friends, about Yennefer and Geralt."
"You know about that?"
She gasped in amazement.
"Well, yes, true. You are a knowing one, so you ought to know I'm thinking about them. There, in my world, they're in danger now, at this moment, and yet you want to imprison me here. Well, for at least 9 months. You see for yourself I don't have a choice. I understand it's important for you, a child, that elder blood, but I cannot. I simply cannot."
The elf said nothing for a while. He rode so close he was touching her knee. "The choice, as I said, belongs to you. You ought, however, to know something. It would be dishonest to conceal it from you. You can't escape from here, O Swallow. So if you refuse to cooperate, you will stay here forever, and will never see your friends or your world again."
"That's despicable blackmail."
"If, though," he continued, unconcerned by her yelling, "you agree to what we ask, will prove to you that time is meaningless. I don't understand. Time passes differently here than there. If you do us this favor, we shall return the favor. We shall enable you to regain the time you will lose among us here, among the folk of the Elder. She said nothing, her eyes fixed on Kelpie's black mane. Use delaying tactics, she thought. As Vesemir said in Caer Morhen, when they're about to hang you, ask for a glass of water. You never know what might happen before they bring it. One of the elf women suddenly screamed and whistled. Avalach's horse neighed and danced on the spot. The elf brought it under control and shouted something to the elf women. Ciri saw one of them draw a bow from a leather quiver hanging from her saddle. She stood up in the stirrups and shielded her eyes with a hand. Keep calm, said Avalach sharply. Ciri gasped. Some unicorns were galloping over the moor about 200 paces from them, an entire herd, at least 30 head. Ciri had seen unicorns before. Sometimes, particularly at dawn, they came up to the lake at the foot of the Tower of the Swallow. They had never let her approach them, though, but had vanished like ghosts. The leader of the herd was a great stallion with a strange reddish coat. He suddenly stopped, neighed piercingly, and reared up. He trotted on his hind hooves, waving his forehooves in the air in a way that would have been absolutely impossible for any horse. Ciri noted in amazement that Avalach and the 3 elf women were humming, singing in chorus some strange monotonous tune. Who are you? She shook her head. Who are you? The question sounded again in her skull, pounded in her temples. The elves' song suddenly rose a tone in pitch. The ruddy unicorn neighed, and the entire herd answered in kind. The earth trembled as they galloped away. The song of Avalach and the elf women broke off. Ciri saw the knowing one furtively wiping the sweat from his brow. The elf glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, understanding that she had seen. Not everything here is as pretty as it looks, he said dryly. Not everything. Are you afraid of unicorns? But they're wise and friendly. He didn't answer. I heard, she went on, that elves and unicorns loved one another. He turned his head. Then accept, he said coldly, that what you saw was a lover's tiff. She didn't ask any more questions. She had enough of her own concerns. The tops of the hills were decorated by cromlechs and dolmens. The sight of them reminded Ciri of the stone near Ellender, beside which Yennefer taught her what magic is. That was so long ago, she thought. Ages. One of the elf women shouted again. Ciri glanced to where she was pointing. Before she had time to note that the herd being led by the ruddy stallion had returned, the second elf woman shouted. She stood up in the stirrups. Another herd emerged from the opposite side, from behind a hill. The unicorn leading it was bluish-grey and dappled. Avalach quickly said a few words. It was the Ethlilon language that Ciri found so difficult, but she understood, particularly since the elf women reached for their bows in unison. Avalach turned his face towards Ciri, and she felt a buzzing growing in her head. It was a buzzing quite similar to what a conch shell emits when pressed to the ear, but much stronger. Do not resist, she heard a voice. Do not fight. I must leap. I must transport you to another place. You are in mortal danger. A whistle and a long drawn-out cry reached them from far away, and a moment later the earth shuddered under iron-shod hooves. Riders emerged from behind the hill, an entire troop. The horses were wearing caparisons, the riders crested helmets, and the cloaks around their shoulders fluttered in the gallop. Their vermilion, amaranth, crimson colour brought to mind the glow of a fire in the sky illuminated by the blaze of the setting sun. a whistling and a cry. The horsemen raced towards them en masse. Before they had ridden half a furlong, the unicorns had vanished. They disappeared, leaving a cloud of dust behind them. The rider's leader, a black-haired elf, sat on a dark bay stallion as huge as a dragon. It was adorned, like all the horses in the troop, in a caparison embroidered with dragon scales, and wore on its head a truly demonic horned bucranium. Like all the elves, the black-haired one wore beneath his cloak of a myriad shades of red a mail shirt made of unbelievably tiny rings, thanks to which it fit his body snugly, like knitted woolen cloth.
"Avalach,"
he said, saluting.
"Eredin, you owe me a favor. You will pay it back when I demand it."
"I'll pay it back when you demand it." The black-haired elf dismounted. Avalach also dismounted, gesturing to Ciri to do the same. They walked up the hill between white rocks with peculiar shapes covered in spindle and dwarf shrubs of flowering myrtle. Ciri looked at them. They were of equal height, meaning they were both extremely tall. But Avalach's face was gentle, while the black-haired elf's face brought to mind a bird of prey. Fair and black, she thought. Good and evil. Light and dark.
"Zirael, let me introduce you to Eredin Breachlas." "I'm pleased to meet you."
The elf bowed, and Ciri returned the bow, not very gracefully.
"How did you know,"
Avalach asked, "that we were in danger?"
"I had no idea."
The elf scrutinized Ciri.
"We patrol the plain, for news has got out that the One-Horns have become anxious and aggressive. No one knows why. I mean, now I know why. It's because of her, naturally."
Avalach neither confirmed nor denied it. Meanwhile, Ciri countered the black-haired elf's gaze with a haughty expression. For a moment, they looked at each other, neither of them wanting to be the first to look away.
"So that's the supposed elder blood," remarked the elf. "Ein Henich here. The inheritance of Shadal and Lara Doran. One isn't inclined to believe it, for it's simply a young Doina, a human female."
Avalach said nothing. His face was motionless and indifferent.
"I assume you aren't mistaken,"
the black-haired elf continued.
"Why, I take it for granted, for you, as rumor has it, never err. Hidden deep in this creature is the Lara gene. Yes, when one examines her more closely, one can see certain traits testifying to the young one's lineage. She indeed has something in her eyes that brings to mind Lara Doran. Doesn't she, Avalach? Who, if not you, is more entitled to judge?"
Avalach didn't speak this time either, but Ciri noticed a faint blush on his pale face. She was very surprised and pondered it.
"Summing up,"
the black-haired elf grimaced,
"there is something precious, something beautiful in this little Daina female. I see it, and I have the impression I've seen a gold nugget in a pile of compost."
Ciri's eyes flashed furiously. Avalach slowly turned his head.
"You talk just like a human, Eredin," he said slowly.
Eredin Breachlas bared his teeth in a smile. Ciri had seen teeth like that before. Very white, very small, and very inhuman, as straight as a die and lacking canines. She'd seen teeth like that on the dead elves lying in a row in the courtyard of the Kaidwen watchtower. She had delighted in teeth like that on Iskra. But the teeth in Iskra's smile looked pretty, while on Eredin they were ghastly.
"Does this lass," he said, "who is trying hard to kill me with her stare, already know the reason she's here?"
"Indeed."
"And is prepared to cooperate?"
"Not completely."
"Not completely," he repeated. Ah, that's not good, since the nature of the cooperation demands that it be complete. It is simply not possible if it's less than complete. And because we are separated from Tir Nalia by half a day's ride, it would be worth knowing where we stand.
Why be impatient? Avalach pouted his lips slightly. What can we gain by haste?
Eternity.
Eredin Breachlas became serious. Something shone briefly in his green eyes.
But that's your speciality, Avalach. Your speciality and your responsibility.
You have spoken.
Indeed I have. And now, forgive me, for duty calls. I'll leave you an escort for safety. I advise you to overnight here on this hill. If you set off tomorrow at daybreak, you'll be in Tir Nalia at the right time. Varfael. Aha! One more thing.
He leaned over, broke, and then tore off a twig of flowering myrtle. He brought it close to his face, then handed it to Ciri.
My apologies, he said briefly, for the hasty words. Varfael, Lunet.
He walked away quickly, and a moment later the earth shuddered beneath hooves as he rode off with the entire troop.
Just don't tell me, she growled, that I would have to... that it's him. If it's him, then I'll never, ever...
No, Avalach slowly corrected her. It's not him. Be calm. Ciri brought the myrtle up to her face, in order for him not to see the excitement and fascination that had seized her.
I am calm.
The dry thistles and heather of the steppe were replaced by lush green grass and damp ferns. The marshy ground was yellow and violet with buttercups and lupins. Soon they saw a river, which, although it was crystal clear, had a brown tinge. It smelled of peat. Avalach was playing various lively tunes on his pipes. Ciri, glum, was thinking intensely.
Who, she finally said, is to be the father of the child that matters so much to you? Or perhaps it is of no importance?
It is important. Am I to understand you've made your decision?
No, you aren't. I'm simply clearing up certain matters.
May I help? What do you want to know?
You know very well what.
They rode on in silence for a time. Ciri saw some swans sailing elegantly down the river. The child's father, Avalach spoke calmly and to the point, will be Auberon Muirchertach. Auberon Muirchertach is our, how do you say, our highest leader?
King? King of all the Ae and She?
Ae and She, the people of the hills, are elves of your world. We are Ae and El, the folk of the Elder, and Auberon Muirchertach is indeed our king.
The Elder King?
One could call him that. They rode on in silence. It was very warm.
Avalach?
Yes?
If I agree, then afterwards, later, will I be free?
You'll be free and may go wherever you wish, assuming you don't decide to stay with the child. She snorted contemptuously, but said nothing. So you've decided? He asked.
I'll decide when we arrive.
We have arrived. Ciri saw the palaces from behind the weeping willows, which hung down towards the water like green curtains. She had never seen anything like them in her entire life. The palaces, although built of marble and alabaster, were like fragile bowers. They seemed so delicate, light and airy,
as though they weren't buildings but apparitions of buildings. Ciri expected at any moment that the wind would blow and the little palaces would vanish along with the mist rising from the river. But when the wind blew, when the mist vanished, when the willow branches moved and ripples appeared on the river, the little palaces didn't vanish and had no intention of vanishing. They only gained in beauty. Ciri looked in admiration at the little terraces, at the little towers resembling water lilies sticking up from water, at the little bridges suspended over the river like festoons of ivy, at the staircases, steps, balustrades, at the arcades and cloisters, at the peristyles, at the tall and short columns, at the large and small domes, at the slender pinnacles and towers resembling asparagus spears. "Tir na lia," Avalach said softly. The closer they went, the more the beauty of the place seized her powerfully by the heart, more powerfully squeezed her throat, making tears well up in the corners of her eyes. Ciri looked at the fountains, at the mosaics and terracotta, and at the sculptures and monuments, at lacy constructions of whose purpose she couldn't conceive, and at constructions she was certain served no purpose, beside aesthetics and harmony. "Tir na lia," repeated Avalach. "Have you ever seen anything like it?" "I have." She felt the pressure on her throat. "I once saw something like this in Sheeroweth." Now it was the elf's turn to say nothing for a long while. They crossed over the river on an open-work bridge which seemed so fragile that Kelpie danced and snorted a long time before she was brave enough to step on it. Although agitated and tense, Ciri looked around attentively, not wanting to overlook anything. No sight that the fairy tale city of Tir na lia offered. Firstly, she was simply consumed by curiosity, and secondly, she couldn't stop thinking about escaping and so looked out watchfully for an opportunity. She saw long-haired elves in close-fitting jerkins and short cloaks embroidered with fanciful leaf-shaped motifs, walking on small bridges and terraces, along avenues and peristyles, on balconies and cloisters. She saw coiffured and provocatively made-up elf women in gauzy dresses or in outfits resembling male costume. Eredin Breachglas greeted them outside the portico of one of the palaces. At his curt order, small, grey-attired elves swarmed around, quickly and silently, taking care of their horses. Ciri looked on, somewhat amazed. Avalach, Eredin, and all the other elves she had met before were extremely tall. She had to crane her neck to look them in the eye. The small grey elves were much shorter than her. A different race, she thought. A race of servants. Even here in this fairy tale world, there must be someone to do the work for the idol. They entered the palace. Ciri gasped. She was an infanta of royal blood raised in palaces, but she had never seen such marble and malachite, such stuccos, floors, mosaics, mirrors and candelabras. She felt uncomfortable, awkward in that dazzling interior, out of place, dusty, sweaty, and unwashed after her journey. Avalach, quite the opposite, wasn't at all concerned. He brushed his breeches and boots with a glove, ignoring the fact that the dust was settling on a looking-glass. Then he tossed his gloves grandly to the grey elf woman, bowing before him. "Hauberon?" he asked curtly. "Is he waiting?" Eredin smiled.
Yes, he is in a great hurry. He demanded that the swallow go to him immediately, without a moment's delay. I talked him out of it."
Avalach raised his eyebrows.
"Zirael," Eredin explained very calmly, "ought to go to the king free of cares, unburdened, rested, composed, and in a good mood. A bath, a new outfit, hairstyle, and makeup will ensure that good mood. Auberon will probably be able to hold out that long, I think."
Ciri sighed deeply and looked at the elf. She was positively amazed at how kind he seemed. Eredin smiled, revealing his even teeth.
Only one thing arouses my reservations, he declared, and that is the aquiline glint in our swallow's eyes. Our swallow is flashing her eyes left and right, quite like a stot looking for holes in a cage. The swallow, I see, is still far from unconditional surrender. Avalach didn't comment. Ciri naturally didn't either. I'm not surprised, continued Eredin. It cannot be any other way, since it's the blood of Shaedal and Lara Doran. But listen to me very attentively, Zirael. There is no escape from here. There is no possibility of breaking Gaia's Garath, the spell of the barrier. Ciri's gaze said clearly that she wouldn't believe it until she had tested it. Even if you were by some miracle to force the barrier, Eredin didn't take his eyes off her, then know that it would mean your doom. This world only looks pretty, but it carries death, particularly to the inexperienced. Even magic can't heal a wound from a one-horn spike. Know also, he continued, not waiting for a comment, that your wild talent won't help you at all. You won't make the leap, so don't even try. And even if you managed, know that my Derech Ruari, my Red Riders, can catch up with you even in the abyss of times and places. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but it puzzled her that Avalach had suddenly become sullen and was frowning, very evidently unhappy about Eredin's speech, as though Eredin had said too much. Let us go, he said. Come this way, Zirael. We'll hand you over to the ladies. It's necessary for you to look beautiful. The first impression is most important. Her heart was pounding in her breast. The blood thrummed in her temples. Her hands were shaking a little. She brought them under control by clenching her fists. She calmed herself with the help of deep breaths. She loosened her shoulders and moved her neck, stiff with nervousness. She observed herself once again in the large looking-glass. The sight didn't especially please her. Her hair, still damp from bathing, was trimmed and combed, so it at least partly concealed her scar. Her makeup nicely emphasized her eyes and mouth. The silver-grey skirt slit to halfway up her thigh and black waistcoat with sheer blouse of pearl crepe looked very presentable. The silk scarf around her neck highlighted it all compellingly. Ciri adjusted and straightened the scarf, then reached between her thighs and adjusted what was necessary. And she had on some truly sensational things beneath the skirt. Panties as delicate as gossamer, and stockings almost reaching the panties, which in some incredible way stayed up without garters. She reached for the handle, hesitantly, as though it wasn't a handle but a sleeping cobra. Spit, she thought involuntarily in the elven tongue. I fought against men with swords. I'll take on one man with... She closed her eyes and sighed, and entered the chamber. There was no one inside. A book and a carafe lay on the malachite table. There were strange reliefs on the walls, which were draped with heavy curtains and flowery tapestries. In one corner stood a statue, in another a four-poster bed. Her heart began to pound again. She swallowed. She saw a movement out of the corner of one eye, not in the chamber, on the terrace. He was sitting there, turned towards her in half-profile. Although by now somewhat aware that among elves everything looked different to what she was accustomed to, Ciri experienced a slight shock. All the time the king had been talked about, God knows why, she had had in mind Ervil of Verden, whose daughter-in-law she had almost once become. Thinking about that king, she saw a large man immobilized by rolls of fat, breath sticking of onions and beer, with a red nose and bloodshot eyes visible above an unkempt beard, holding a scepter and orb in his swollen hands flecked with liver spots. But a completely different king was sitting by the balustrade of the terrace. He was very slim,
and it was also apparent that he was very tall. His hair was as ashen as hers, shot with snow-white streaks, long and falling down onto his shoulders and back. He was dressed in a black velvet jerkin. He was wearing typical elven boots with numerous buckles running all the way up the leg. His hands were slender and white with long fingers. He was busy blowing bubbles, holding a small bowl of soapy water and a straw which he was blowing through. The iridescent rainbow bubbles floated down towards the river. She cleared her throat softly. King Ealdor turned his head. Ciri was unable to suppress a gasp. His eyes were extraordinary, as bright as molten lead, bottomless, and full of unimaginable sadness.
"Swallow," he said. "Ciriel, thank you for agreeing to come."
She swallowed, not knowing at all what to say. Oberon Muirhartach put the straw to his lips and sent another bubble into space. She locked her fingers in order to stop them trembling, cracking her knuckles. Then she nervously combed her hair. The elf was apparently only paying attention to the bubbles.
"Are you anxious?"
"No," she lied arrogantly. "I'm not."
"Are you hurrying somewhere?"
"Indeed I am." She must have put a little too much nonchalance into her voice and felt she was balancing on the edge of good manners. But the elf wasn't paying attention. He blew a huge bubble through the end of the straw, making it resemble a cucumber by rocking it. He admired his handiwork for a long time.
"Would I be a nuisance if I asked you where you're in such a rush to get to?"
"Home," she snapped, but at once corrected herself, adding in a calm tone, "To my world."
"To what?"
"To my world."
"Ah, forgive me. I'd have sworn you said, to my quirk, and I was indeed very amazed. You speak our language splendidly, but you could still work on your pronunciation and accent."
"Is my accent important? After all, you don't need me for conversation."
"Nothing should stop us striving for excellence."
Another bubble sprang up at the end of the straw. When it broke away, it drifted up and burst as it touched a willow branch. Ciri gasped.
"So, you're in a hurry to get back to your world?"
Oberon Muirhartach said a moment later.
"To yours? Indeed, you humans aren't overly blessed with humility."
He dipped the straw in the bowl and, with a seemingly careless blow, encircled himself in a swarm of rainbow bubbles.
"Humans," he said. "Your hirsute forebear on the spear side appeared in the world much later than the hen, and I've never heard of any hens laying claim to the world. Why are you fidgeting and hopping on the spot like a little monkey? What I'm saying ought to interest you. After all, it's history." "Ah, let me guess. History doesn't interest you and bores you."
A huge iridescent bubble floated towards the river. Ciri said nothing, biting her lip.
"Your hirsute forebear,"
the elf continued, stirring the mixture with the straw,
"quickly learned how to use his opposable thumb and rudimentary intelligence. With their help, he did various things, usually as amusing as they were woeful. That is, I meant to say, that if the things your forebear did
hadn't been woeful, they would have been amusing. Another bubble, and immediately after a second and a third. We, the ANL, were a little concerned what foolishness your ancestor got up to. We, unlike our cousins, the ANC, left that world long ago. We chose another, more interesting universe. For at that time, you'll be astonished by what I say, one could move quite freely between the worlds, with a little talent and skill, naturally. Beyond all doubt, you understand what I have in mind.
Ciri was dying of curiosity, but remained stubbornly silent, aware that the elf was teasing her a little. She didn't want to make his task any easier. Oberon Muirhartach smiled and turned around. He had on a golden necklace, a badge of office called a torch in the elder speech.
Mire, Luned.
He blew softly, moving the straw around nimbly. Instead of one large bubble, as before, several of them hung from the end.
A bubble beside a bubble, and another beside another, he crooned. Oh, that's how it was. That's how it was. We used to say to ourselves, what's the difference? We'll spend some time here, some time there. So what if the Daina insist on destroying their world along with themselves? We'll go somewhere else, to another bubble.
Ciri nodded and licked her lips under his burning gaze. The elf smiled again, shook the bubbles, blew once again, this time creating a single large bunch from a myriad of small bubbles joined to each other at the end of the straw.
The conjunction came.
The elf raised the straw hung with bubbles.
And even more worlds were created. But the door is closed. It is closed to all, apart from a handful of chosen ones. And time is passing. The door ought to be opened, urgently. It's imperative. Do you understand that word? I'm not stupid. No, you aren't.
He turned his head.
You can't be, for you are Eanhen Icher, of the elder blood. Come closer.
When he reached out his hand towards her, she clenched her teeth involuntarily, but he only touched her forearm and then her hand. She felt a pleasant tingling. She dared to look into his extraordinary eyes.
I didn't believe it when they said it, he whispered. But it's true. You have Shaiadal's eyes, Lara's eyes.
She lowered her gaze. She felt insecure and foolish. The elder king rested his elbow on the balustrade and his chin on his hand. For a long time, he seemed only to be interested in the swans swimming in the river.
Thank you for coming,
he finally said, without turning his head.
And now go away and leave me alone.
She found Avalach on the terrace by the river, just as he was boarding a boat, in the company of a gorgeous elf-woman with straw-coloured hair. The elf-woman was wearing lipstick the colour of pistachios, and flecks of golden glitter on her eyelids and temples. Ciri was about to turn around and walk away when Avalach stopped her with a gesture, and invited her into the boat with another.
Ciri hesitated. She didn't want to talk in front of witnesses. Avalach said something quickly to the elf-woman and blew her a kiss. The elf-woman shrugged and went away. She only turned around once to show Ciri with her eyes what she thought of her. "If you could refrain from comment," said Avalach when she sat down on the bench nearest the bow. He also sat down, took out his pipes and played, utterly unconcerned about the boat. Ciri looked around apprehensively, but the boat was sailing perfectly down the center of the current, not deviating by even an inch towards the steps, pillars and columns extending into the water. It was a strange boat. Ciri had never seen one like it, even on Skellige, where she had spent a long time examining everything that was capable of floating on the water. It had a very high, slender prow, carved in the shape of a key. It was very long, very narrow, and very unstable. Indeed, only an elf could sit in something like that and play his pipes instead of holding the tiller or the oars. Avalach stopped playing. "What troubles you?" He heard her out, watching her with a strange smile. "You're saddened," he stated rather than asked. "Saddened, disappointed, but above all, indignant." "Not at all. I'm not." "And you shouldn't be." The elf became serious. "Oberon treated you with reverence, like a born Aen Etle. Don't forget, we, the elder folk, never hurry. We have time." "He told me something quite different." "I know what he told you." "And what it's all about? Do you also know that?" "Indeed." She had already learned a great deal. Not by sighing, not even by flickering an eyelid, did she betray her impatience or anger, when once again he put the pipes to his mouth and played, melodiously, longingly, for a long time. The boat glided along, and Ciri counted the bridges passing over their heads. "We have," he said, right after the fourth bridge, "more than serious grounds to suppose that your world is in danger of destruction by a climactic cataclysm of immense scale. As a scholar, you have certainly encountered Ian Aethlina's Beat, Aethlina's prophecy. There is talk of the white frost in the prophecy. According to us, it concerns extensive glaciation. And because it so happens that 90% of the land of your world is in the northern hemisphere, this glaciation may endanger the existence of most living creatures. They will simply perish from the cold. Those that survive will fall into barbarism, will destroy each other in merciless battles for food, or become prey to predators insane with hunger. Remember the text of the prophecy. The time of contempt, the time of the battle axe, the time of the wolfish blizzard." Ciri didn't interrupt, fearing he would begin playing again. "The child that matters so much to us," continued Avalach, fiddling with the pipes, "the descendant and bearer of the Lara Doran gene, the gene that was specially constructed by us, may save the denizens of that world. We have reason to believe that the descendant of Lara, and of you, naturally, will possess abilities 1,000-fold more powerful than that which we, the knowing ones, possess, and which you possess in rudimentary form. You know what this is about, don't you?" Ciri had come to learn that in the elder speech, such rhetorical devices, although apparently questions, not only did not demand, but quite simply did not brook a response. "In short," Avalach continued, "it concerns the possibility of transferring between worlds not only oneself, one's own, indeed, insignificant person. It concerns the opening of Ardgaet, the great and permanent gateway through which everyone would pass. We managed to do it before the conjunction, and we want to achieve it now. We will evacuate from the dying world the Aeon She residing there, our brothers to whom we owe it to help. We wouldn't be able to live with the thought that we had abandoned anything, and we shall rescue, evacuate from that world everyone who is in danger. Everyone, Zirael. Humans, too.
Really? She couldn't hold it back. Dinah, too?
Dinah, too. Now you see for yourself how important you are, how much depends on you, how important a thing it is for you to remain patient, how important a thing it is for you to go to Auberon this evening and stay all night. Believe me, his behavior wasn't a demonstration of enmity. He knows that this isn't an easy matter for you, that he might hurt and discourage you by being importunately hasty. He knows a great deal, O Swallow. I don't doubt you've noticed.
I have, she snapped. I've also noticed that the current has borne us quite far from Tir na Lir. Time to take up the oars, which I can't see here as a matter of fact.
Because there aren't any.
Avalach raised an arm, twisted his hand, and snapped his fingers. The boat stopped. It rested for a while in place, and then began to move against the current. The elf made himself more comfortable, put his pipes to his lips, and gave himself over entirely to his music. In the evening, the Elder King entertained her to supper. When she entered, rustling silk, he invited her to the table with a gesture. There were no servants. He served her himself. The supper consisted of over a dozen kinds of vegetables. There were mushrooms, boiled and simmered in a sauce. Ciri had never eaten mushrooms like them before either. Some of them were as white and thin as dainty leaves, tasted delicate and mild, and others were brown and black, fleshy and aromatic. Auberon was also generous with the rosé wine. Seemingly light, it went to her head, relaxed her, and loosened her tongue. The next thing she knew, she was telling him things she never thought she would. He listened, patiently. And then, when she suddenly remembered why she was there, she turned gloomy and fell silent.
As I understand it.
He served her quite new mushrooms, greenish and smelling of apple pie.
You think that destiny connects you to this Geralt?
Precisely so. She raised a cup, now marked with numerous smudges of lipstick. Destiny. Geralt, is linked to me by destiny, and I am to him. Our destinies are conjoined, so it would be better if I went away from here, right away. Do you understand?
I confess that I don't quite.
Destiny. She took a sip. A force which it's better not to get in the way of. Which is why I think... No, thank you. Don't serve me any more, please. I've eaten so much I think I'll burst.
You mentioned thinking?
I think it was a mistake to lure me here and force me to... Well, you know what I mean. I must get away from here and hurry to help him, because it's my destiny. Destiny! He interrupted, raising his glass.
Predestination. Something that is inevitable. A mechanism which means that a practically unlimited number of unforeseeable events must end with the same result and no other. Is that right?
Certainly.
Then, whence and wherefore do you wish to go? Drink your wine, enjoy the moment, delight in life. What is to come will come, if it's inevitable.
Like hell, it's not that easy.
You're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not.
You're contradicting your contradiction, and that's a vicious circle.
No! She tossed her head. You can't just sit and do nothing. Nothing comes by itself. Sophistry. You can't waste time unthinkingly. You might overlook the right moment. That one right, unique moment. For time never repeats itself. Permit me. He stood up. Look at that. Over there. On the wall he was pointing at was a protruding relief portraying an immense scaly snake. The reptile, curled up in a figure of 8, was sinking its great teeth into its own tail. Ciri had once seen something like it, but couldn't remember where. There, said the elf. The ancient snake, Ouroboros. Ouroboros symbolizes eternity and is itself eternal. It is the eternal going away and the eternal return. It is something that has no beginning and no end. Time is like the ancient Ouroboros. Time is fleeting moments, grains of sand passing through an hourglass. Time is the moments and events we so readily try to measure. But the ancient Ouroboros reminds us that in every moment, in every instant, in every event is hidden the past, the present, and the future. Eternity is hidden in every moment. Every departure is at once a return. Every farewell is a greeting. Every return is a parting. Everything is simultaneously a beginning and an end. And you too, he said, not looking at her at all, are at once the beginning and the end. And because we are discussing destiny, know that it is precisely your destiny to be the beginning and the end. Do you understand? She hesitated for a moment, but his glowing eyes forced her to answer. I do. Get undressed. He said it so casually, so indifferently, she almost yelled in anger. Instead, she began to unfasten her waistcoat with trembling hands. Her fingers were disobedient, the hooks and eyes, little buttons and ribbons awkward and tight. Though Ciri hurried as much as she could, wanting to get everything over as quickly as possible, the undressing lasted an annoyingly long time. But the elf didn't give the impression of being in a hurry, as though he really had the whole of eternity at his disposal. Who knows, she thought. Perhaps he has. Now, completely undressed, she shuffled from foot to foot, the floor chilling her feet. He noticed it and pointed wordlessly to the bed. The bedclothes were made of mink pelts sewn into great sheets, wonderfully soft, warm, and pleasantly ticklish. He lay down beside her fully dressed, even in his boots. When he touched her, she tensed up, involuntarily, a little angry at herself, for she had decided to act proud and impassive. Her teeth, whether she liked it or not, were chattering somewhat. His touch thrilled her, however, and his fingers taught her and commanded her, guided her. Once she had begun to understand the suggestions so well that she was almost anticipating them, she closed her eyes and imagined it was Missel. But she was unable to, for he was so unlike Missel. He instructed her with his hand. She obeyed, willingly, urgently. He didn't hurry at all. He made her soften beneath his caresses like a silk ribbon. He made her moan, made her bite her lips, made her whole body jerk in a sudden, shocking spasm. What he did then, she hadn't expected at all. He stood up and walked away, leaving her aroused, panting and trembling. He didn't even look back.
The blood struck Ciri's face and temples. She curled up in a ball on the mink sheets and sobbed, from rage, shame, and humiliation. In the morning, she found Avalach in the peristyle behind the palace, among an avenue of statues. The statues, most peculiarly, portrayed elven children, in various mainly playful poses. The one Avalach was standing by was particularly interesting. It depicted a young elf standing on one leg with its face contorted in anger, fists clenched. Ciri couldn't tear her gaze away for a long time, and she felt a dull ache in her belly. Only when urged by Avalach did she tell him everything, in general terms and stammering. "He," Avalach said gravely after she had finished, "has watched the smokes of Samhain more than 600 times. Believe me, Swallow, that is a lot, even for the Alder folk." "What do I care?" she snapped. "I made an agreement. You must have learned from the dwarves, your comrades, what a contract is. I'm keeping my side of it. I'm giving myself. What do I care what he can't or doesn't want to? What do I care if it's senile impotence or if I don't attract him? Perhaps Doina repulse him? Perhaps, like Eredin, he sees only in me a nugget in a heap of compost. I hope." Avalach's face exceptionally changed and contorted. "I hope you didn't say anything like that to him." "No, I didn't, though I felt like it. Beware. You don't know what you're risking." "It's all the same to me. I entered into a contract. Take it or leave it. Either you keep your side of the bargain, or we nullify the contract and I'll be free." "Beware, Zirael," he repeated, pointing at the statue of the upset child. "Don't be like this one here. Consider every word. Try to understand. And if you don't understand something, don't act rashly under any circumstances. Be patient. Remember, time means nothing." "Yes, it does. Please, don't be an unruly child. I repeat again, be patient with Oberon, because he's your only chance of regaining your freedom." "Really?" she almost screamed. "I'm beginning to have my doubts. I'm beginning to suspect you of cheating me. That you've all cheated me. I promised you." Avalach's face was as lifeless as a stone statue. "You will return to your world. I've given my word. Doubting someone's word is a serious insult to the Aen Elle. In order to keep you from doing it, I suggest we end this conversation." He was about to go, but she barred his way. His aquamarine eyes narrowed, and Ciri understood she was dealing with a very, very dangerous elf. But it was too late to withdraw. "That's very much in the elven style," she hissed like a viper. "To insult someone and then not let them get even. Beware, O Swallow. Listen." She lifted her head proudly. "Your elder king won't fulfill the task, that's more than clear. It isn't important if he's the problem or if I am. That's trivial and meaningless. But I want to fulfill the contract and get it over with. Let someone else impregnate me to beget the child you care so much about. You don't know what you're talking about. And if I'm the problem..." She didn't change her tone or expression. "It means you're mistaken, Avalach. You lured the wrong person to this world." "You don't know what you're talking about, Zirael." "If, though," she screamed, "you're all repulsed by me, use the henny breather method. What? Don't you know? You show the stallion a mare, and then you blindfold it and put the jenny in front of it." He didn't even deign to reply. He passed her by unceremoniously and walked off along the avenue of statues. "Or you, perhaps?" she yelled. "If you want, I'll give myself to you. Well, won't you sacrifice yourself? I mean, they say I've got Lara's eyes." He was in front of her in 2 paces. His hands shot towards her neck like snakes and squeezed like steel pincers. She understood that if he'd wanted to, he could have throttled her like a fledgling. He let her go. He leaned over and looked into her eyes from close up. "Who are you?" he asked extremely calmly. "To dare to defile her name in such a way? Who are you to dare to abuse me with such miserable charity? Oh, I know. I see who you are. You are not the daughter of Lara. You are the daughter of Cregennan. You are a thoughtless, arrogant, selfish Doina, a simply perfect representative of your race who understands nothing and must ruin and destroy, besmirch by touch alone, denigrate and defile by thought alone. Your ancestor stole my love from me, took her away from me, selfishly and arrogantly took Lara from me. But I shall not permit you, oh, his worthy daughter, to take the memory of her from me." He turned around. Ciri overcame the lump in her throat. "Avalach." A look. "Forgive me. I behaved thoughtlessly and shabbily. Forgive me. And if you can, forget it." He went over to her and embraced her. "I've already forgotten," he said warmly. "No, let us not return to that ever again." When she entered the royal chambers that evening, bathed, perfumed and coiffured, Aubron Muirchartach was sitting at the table bent over a chessboard. He instructed her to sit opposite without a word. He won in 9 moves. The second time, she played white, and he won in 11 moves. Only then did he raise his eyes, his extraordinary, clear eyes. "Get undressed, please." He deserved credit for one thing. He was delicate and didn't hurry at all. When, as before, he got up from the bed and walked away without a word, Ciri accepted it with calm resignation. But she couldn't fall asleep until almost the very break of day. And when the windows brightened from the dawn and she finally fell asleep, she had a very strange dream. Visogota, stooping, was cleaning duckweed from a muskrat trap. Reeds blown by the wind rustled.
"I feel guilty, Swallow. It was I who suggested the idea of this insane escapade. I showed you the way to that accursed tower."
"Don't reproach yourself, old raven. Had it not been for the tower, Bonnart would have caught me. At least I'm safe here."
"You are not safe there."
Visogota straightens up. Behind him, Ciri sees hills, bare and rounded, sticking up from the grass like the bent back of a monster lurking in ambush. A huge boulder is lying on the hill, and 2 figures stand beside it. A woman and girl. The wind yanks and tugs the woman's black hair. The horizon blazes with lightning.
"Chaos extends a hand towards you, daughter. O child of the elder blood, O girl entangled in movement and change, destruction and rebirth, both destined and destiny. From behind a closed door, chaos holds its talons out to you, not knowing yet if you will become its tool or a hindrance in its plans. Not knowing if you will by chance play the role of a grain of sand in the works of the clock of destiny. Chaos fears you, O child of destiny, and wants to make you feel fear, which is why it sends you dreams."
Visogota stoops and cleans the muskrat trap.
"But he's dead,"
Ciri thinks clear-headedly.
Does that mean that in the spirit world, the dead have to clean muskrat traps? Visagota straightens up. The sky burns with the glow of fires behind his back. Thousands of horsemen gallop across the plain. Horsemen in red cloaks. Der Ruari. Listen to me carefully, Swallow. The elder blood you have in your veins gives you great power. You are the master of places and times. You have a mighty power. Don't let criminals and rogues take it from you and use it for dishonorable purposes. Defend yourself. Flee out of the reach of their vile hands. That's easy to see. They've ensnared me with some kind of magical barrier or tether. You are the master of places and times. You cannot be tethered. Visagota straightens up. Behind his back is a plateau, a rocky plain, and on it shipwrecks. Dozens of shipwrecks, and beyond them a castle, black, ominous, toothed with battlements rising up above a mountain lake. They will perish without your help, O Swallow. Only you can save them. Yennefer's mouth, cut and bloodied, moves noiselessly, gushing blood. Her violet eyes shine, burn in her face. Gaunt, contorted, blackened by torture, covered by a shock of unkempt, dirty black hair. A foul-smelling puddle in a hollow of the floor, rats scurrying all around. The horrifying cold of the stone walls, the cold of shackles on her wrists, on her ankles. Yennefer's hands and fingers are a mass of dried blood. Mummy, what have they done to you? A marble staircase leading downwards. A staircase with 3 landings. Something ends. What? A staircase. Fire blazing in iron cressets at the bottom. Burning tapestries. Let's go, says Geralt. Steps leading downwards. We have to. We must. There's no other way. Just this staircase. I want to see the sky. His lips aren't moving. They're blue, and there's blood on them. Blood. Blood everywhere. The stairs are totally covered in blood. There's no other way. No other way, Star-Eye. How? She cries. How can I help them? I'm in another world, imprisoned and powerless. You cannot be imprisoned. Everything has been written, says Visagota. Even this. Look beneath your feet. Ciri sees in horror that she's standing in a sea of bones, among skulls, shin bones and ribs. Only you can prevent it, Star-Eye. Visagota straightens up. Behind him is winter, snow, a blizzard. The wind blows and whistles. Before her in the snowstorm on a horse is Geralt. Ciri recognizes him, although he has a fur hat on his head and his face is shrouded in a woolen scarf. Behind him in the blizzard loom other riders, their silhouettes vague. So muffled up are they that there is no way to identify them. Geralt looks straight at her, but doesn't see her. Snow falls into his eyes. Geralt! It's me, here! He can't see her, or hear her among the wailing of the gale. Geralt! It's a mouflon, says Geralt. Only a mouflon. Let's go back. The riders disappear, dissolving in the snowstorm. Geralt! No! She woke up. Next morning, she went at once to the stables without even eating breakfast. She didn't want to meet Avalach, didn't want to talk to him. She preferred to avoid the intrusive, curious, questioning, clinging looks of the other elves and elf women.
On every other occasion, studiously indifferent, now the elves were betraying their curiosity on the subject of the royal bedchamber, and the palace walls, Ciri was certain, had ears. She found Kelpie in her stall, found her saddle and harness. Before she managed to saddle the mare, the servants were already beside her, those little grey elves, short, a head shorter than ordinary ANL. They assisted her with the mare, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. "Thank you," she said. "I'd cope by myself, but thank you. It's sweet of you." The nearest girl smiled, and Ciri shuddered, for she had canine teeth. Ciri was by her so fast the girl was almost dumbfounded. Ciri brushed the hair back from her ear, an ear that didn't end in a point. "You're human." The girl, and all the others with her, knelt down on the freshly swept floor. She bowed her head, expecting to be punished. Ciri began, kneading the reins. She didn't know what to say. The girls continued to kneel. The horses nervously snorted and stamped in their stalls. Outside, in the saddle, trotting, she still couldn't gather her thoughts. Human girls, working as servants. But that was unimportant. What was important was that there were Doina in this world. People, she corrected herself. I'm thinking like them. She was startled out of her reverie by Kelpie neighing loudly and starting. She raised her head and saw Eredin. He was sitting on his dark bay stallion, now without its demonic bucranium and most of the other battle paraphernalia. He was, though, wearing a mail shirt beneath a cloak shimmering in many shades of red. The stallion neighed a husky welcome, shook its head and bared its yellow teeth at Kelpie. Kelpie, in accordance with the principle that one settles matters with the master and not with the servant, reached for the elf's thigh with her teeth. Ciri jerked the reins sharply. "Careful," she said. "Keep your distance. My mare doesn't like strangers, and she bites." "Biters?" The elf glared at her evilly. "Should be tamed with an iron bit, tight enough to draw blood. A splendid method for eradicating bad habits in horses, too." He jerked the stallion's bridle so hard that the horse snorted and took several paces backwards, foam trickling from its muzzle. "Why the mail shirt?" Now Ciri was glaring at the elf. "Are you preparing for war?" "Quite the opposite. I desire peace. Does your mare, apart from being skittish, have any other virtues?" "What kind?" "May I challenge you to a race?" "If you wish, why not?" She stood up in the stirrups. "There, towards those cromlechs." "No," he interrupted, "not there." "Why not?" "That's off limits." "For everyone, naturally." "Not everyone, naturally. Your company is too precious to a swallow for us to risk being deprived of it by you or anyone else." "Anyone else? You can't be thinking about the unicorns." "I don't want to bore you with what I think or be frustrated by you not understanding my thoughts." "I don't understand." "I know you don't. Evolution didn't give you a sufficiently folded brain to enable you to understand. Listen, if you want a race, I suggest along the river, that way, to the Porphyry Bridge, the third one along, then across the bridge to the other side, then along the bank, downstream, finishing at the stream that flows into the river. Ready?" "Always." He urged on his stallion with a cry, and the horse set off like a hurricane. Before Kelpie could start, he was well ahead. He made the earth tremble, but he couldn't match Kelpie. She caught up with him quickly, even before the Porphyry Bridge. The bridge was narrow. Eredin yelled, and the stallion, incredibly, picked up speed. Ciri understood immediately what was happening. Not for all the world would two horses fit on the bridge. One had to yield. Ciri had no intention of slowing. She pressed herself to Kelpie's mane, and the mare shot ahead like an arrow. She brushed against the elf's stirrup and hurtled onto the bridge. Eredin yelled again. The stallion reared up, hit its side against an alabaster figure, knocking it from its plinth and smashing it into pieces. Ciri, sniggering like a ghoul, galloped across the bridge without looking back. She dismounted by the stream and waited. He trotted up a moment later, smiling and composed. "My compliments," he said curtly, dismounting, "both to the mare and to the Amazon." Although she was strutting like a peacock, she snorted carelessly. "Aha! Won't you brutally tame us now?"
"Not unless you permit me."
He smiled suggestively.
"Some mares like rough caresses."
"Not so long ago." She looked at him haughtily. "You compared me to compost, and now we're talking about caresses." He went closer to Kelpie, stroked and patted the mare's neck, and shook his head on finding it was dry. Kelpie tossed her head and neighed at length. Eredin turned towards Ciri. "If he pats me too," she thought, "he'll regret it." "Follow me." Moss-covered steps made of sandstone blocks stood alongside the stream, which flowed down from a steep, thickly wooded hillside into the river. The steps were ancient, cracked, split by tree roots. They zigzagged upwards, occasionally crossing the stream over footbridges. All around was a forest, a wild forest, full of old ash and hornbeam, yew, maple and oak, the floor carpeted with a thicket of hazel, tamarisk and bramble. It smelled of wormwood, sage, nettles, wet stones, the spring, and mould. Ciri walked in silence, not hurrying and controlling her breathing. She was also trying to control her nerves. She had no idea what Eredin might want from her, but she had her misgivings. There was a stone terrace beside another cascade, falling with a roar from a rocky cleft, and on it, overshadowed by wild lilac, was an old bower, wound around with ivy and spiderwood. The ribbon of the river, roofs, peristyles, and the terraces of Tir Nalia could be seen below the crowns of the trees. They stood a while, looking. "No one told me." Ciri was the first to interrupt the silence. "What that river's called?"
"The Earsnach."
"The sigh? Pretty. And that stream?"
"The Tuat."
"The whisper? That's pretty too. Why did no one tell me that there are humans living in this world?"
"Because it's irrelevant information and totally meaningless to you. Let's go into the bower."
"What for?"
"Let's go in."
The first thing she noticed after entering was a bare wooden divan. Ciri felt her temples beginning to throb. "Of course," she thought. "I should have seen that coming. I read a romance written by Anna Tiller in the temple, didn't I? About an old king, a young queen, and a pretender prince greedy for power. Eredin is ruthless, ambitious, and determined. He knows that whoever has a queen is the real king, a real ruler, a real man. Whoever possesses a queen possesses the kingdom. Here, on this couch, will begin the coup d'etat." The elf sat down on a marble table and gestured at a chair for Ciri. The view from the window seemed to interest him more than she did, and he wasn't looking at the couch at all.
"You'll remain here forever," he said, surprising her. "My Amazon, as light as a little butterfly, to the end of your butterfly life."
She was silent, looking him straight in the eye. There was nothing in those eyes.
"They won't let you leave," he repeated. "They won't accept that, contrary to the prophecy and myths, you're no one and nothing, a meaningless creature. They won't believe it, and they won't let you leave. They hoodwinked you with a promise to ensure your submission, but they never intended to keep that promise. Never."
Avalach gave me his word, she said hoarsely. Allegedly, it's an insult to doubt the word of an elf.
Avalach is a knowing one. Knowing ones have their own code of honor, in which every second sentence there's mention of the end justifying the means.
I don't understand why you're telling me all this, unless you want something from me. Unless I have something you desire, and you want to bargain. Well, Eredin, my freedom for what?
He looked at her for a long while, and she vainly searched in his eyes for some indication, some signal, some sign, of anything.
You've no doubt managed to get to know Auberon a little, he began slowly. You've certainly noticed already that he is simply unimaginably ambitious. There are things he'll never accept, that he'll never concede. He'd sooner die.
Ciri was silent, biting her lips and glancing at the couch.
Auberon Muirchertach, continued the elf, will never use magic or other measures which might change the current situation. And such measures exist. Good, powerful, guaranteed measures. Much more effective than the aphrodisiacs that Avalach's servants saturate your cosmetics with.
He moved his hand quickly over the dark-veined tabletop. When he withdrew it, a tiny flacon of grey-green nephrite was lying on the table.
No, said Ciri hoarsely. Absolutely not. I won't agree to that.
You didn't let me finish.
Don't treat me like a fool. I won't give him what's in that flacon. You won't use me for things like that.
You draw very hasty conclusions, he said slowly, looking her in the eye. You're trying to outrun yourself in the race, and things like that always end with a fall. A very painful fall.
I said no.
Think it over well. Regardless of what the vessel contains, you always win. You always win, Swallow.
No!
With a movement just as dexterous as before, truly worthy of a conjurer, he swept the flacon from the table. Then he stayed silent for a long while, looking at the river Esna, glinting among the trees.
You'll die here, little butterfly, he said finally. They won't let you leave, but it's your choice.
I made a deal. My freedom for
freedom, he snorted. You keep talking about freedom. And what would you do if you finally regained it? Where would you make for? Get it into your head that at this moment not only places but time separate you from your world. Time passes differently here than there. Those you knew as children are now decrepit. Those who were your peers died long ago.
I don't believe you.
Think back to your legends. Legends about people who mysteriously disappeared and returned years later, only to gaze on the overgrown graves of their loved ones. Do you think they were fantasies? Fabrications? You're mistaken. For whole centuries, people have been kidnapped, carried away by horsemen whom you call the Wild Hunt. Kidnapped, exploited, and then discarded like the shell of a sucked-out egg. But not even that will befall you, Ciri. You will die here. You won't even have the chance of seeing your friends' graves.
I don't believe what you're saying.
Your beliefs are your own private matter, and you choose your own fate yourself. Let's go back. I have a request, Swallow. Would you like to consume a light meal with me in Tirnalia?
For several heartbeats, hunger and a reckless fascination fought in Ciri against anger, fear of poison, and general antipathy. "With pleasure." She lowered her eyes. "Thank you for the offer."
"No, I thank you. Let's go."
As they were exiting the bower, she glanced at the divan once again and thought that Anatilla was actually a stupid and gushing hack. They descended to the river Sai slowly, in silence, amidst the aroma of mint, sage, and nettle, down the steps, along the bank of a stream called the Whisper. When that evening, perfumed with hair still damp after an aromatic bath, she entered the royal chambers, she found Auberon on a sofa bent over a large book. Without a word, with only a gesture, he ordered her to sit beside him. The book was richly illustrated. To tell the truth, there was nothing in it apart from illustrations. Although she tried to play the sophisticated lady, the blood rushed to Ciri's cheeks. She'd seen several such works in the temple library in Elender, but they couldn't compete with the Book of the Elder King, neither in the richness and variety of the positions, nor in the artistry of their depiction. They looked at it for a long time in silence.
"Please get undressed."
This time, he also got undressed. His body was slender and boyish, downright skinny like Gisela, like Cayley, like Reef, whom she'd seen many times when they bathed in streams or mountain lakes. But vitality exuded from Gisela and the rats. Life exuded from them, the desire to live, blazing among the silver drops of water spraying around. But from him, from the Elder King, the cold of eternity exuded. He was patient. Several times it seemed it was about to happen, but nothing came of it. Ciri was angry at herself, certain that it was because of her ignorance and paralyzing lack of skill. He noticed and calmed her. As usual, very effectively, and she fell asleep in his arms. But in the morning, he wasn't with her. The next evening, for the first time, the Elder King betrayed his impatience. She found him hunched over the table where a looking-glass framed in amber was lying. White powder had been sprinkled on it. "It's beginning," she thought. Auberon used a small knife to gather the fish-take and form it into 2 lines. He took a silver tube and sniffed up the narcotic, first to the left, then to the right nostril. His eyes, usually sparkling, dimmed slightly and became cloudy, began to water. Ciri knew at once it wasn't his first dose. He formed 2 fresh lines on the glass, then invited her over with a gesture, handing her the tube. "Oh, who cares?" she thought. "It'll be easier." The drug was extremely powerful. A short while later, they were both sitting on the bed, hugging and staring at the moon with their eyes watering. Ciri sneezed. "An uncharted night," she said, wiping her nose with the sleeve of her silk blouse. "Enchanting," he corrected her, wiping an eye. "Encheas, not encheas. You need to work on your pronunciation." "I will." "Get undressed." At first it seemed it would be good, that the drug would stimulate him as much as it was her, and its effect on her was to make her active and adventurous. Why? She even whispered a few extremely indecent, in her opinion, words into his ear. It must have got to him a little. The effect was tangible, and at one moment Ciri was certain it was about to happen. But it didn't. At least, not all the way. And once again he became impatient. He stood up and threw a sable fur over his shoulders. He stood like that, turned away, staring at the window and the moon. Ciri sat up and wrapped her arms around her knees. She was disappointed and cross, and at the same time she felt strangely wistful. It was doubtless the action of the powerful fish deck. "It's all my fault," she mumbled. That scar blights me, I know. I know what you see when you look at me. There's not much elf left in me. A gold nugget in a pile of compost. He turned around suddenly. You're extremely modest, he drawled. I would say rather a pearl in pig shit. A diamond on the finger of a rotting corpse. As part of your language training, you can create even more comparisons. I'll test you on them tomorrow, little Dinah. Oh, human creature, in whom nothing but nothing remains of an elven woman. He walked over to the table, picked up the tube and leaned over the looking-glass. Ciri sat as though petrified. She felt as if she'd been spat on. I don't come here out of love, she barked furiously. I'm being held and being blackmailed, as you well know. But I'm reconciled to it. I'm doing it for whom? He interrupted heatedly, quite unlike an elf. For me? For the Aeon she imprisoned in your world, you foolish maid. You're doing it for yourself. You come here for yourself and vainly try to give yourself to me. For it's your only hope, your only chance. And I'll tell you one more thing. Pray zealously to your human idols, godheads and totems. Because it'll either be me or Avalach and his laboratory. Believe me, you wouldn't want to end up in the laboratory and become acquainted with the alternative. It's all the same to me, she said softly, huddling up in bed. I'll agree to anything as long as I regain my freedom. To finally free myself from you, to depart. To my world, to my friends. Your friends, he sneered. Here are your friends. He turned around and abruptly tossed the fish-tech-strewn looking-glass to her. Here are your friends, he repeated. Have a look. He went out, the tails of the fur flapping behind him. At first, she only saw her own blurred reflection in the dirtied glass. But almost immediately, the looking-glass brightened up, milkily, filled up with smoke. And then with an image. Yennefer, suspended in a chasm, back arched with hands raised. The sleeves of her dress are like the outstretched wings of a bird. Her hair undulates. Little fishes dart among it. Whole shoals of shimmering, busy little fish. Some of them are nibbling the sorceress's cheeks and eyes. A rope runs towards the bottom of the lake from Yennefer's leg, and at the end of the rope, trapped in the sludge and waterweed, is a large basket of stones. High above, the surface of the water shines and sparkles. Yennefer's dress undulates in the same rhythm as the waterweed. The surface of the looking-glass, smudged with fish-tech, becomes enveloped in smoke. Geralt, glassily pale with closed eyes, sits under long icicles extending from a rock. Motionless, covered in ice and quickly being buried in snow, being blown over him by a blizzard. His white hair has already become white tangles of ice. White icicles hang from his eyebrows, eyelashes and lips. The snow keeps falling and falling. The snowdrift covering Geralt's legs grows. The fluffy piles on his shoulders grow. The blizzard howls and whistles. Ciri leapt up from the bed and hurled the looking-glass at the wall with great force. The amber frame smashed and the glass shattered into a million splinters. She recognized, knew, remembered that kind of vision from her earlier dreams. It's all false, she yelled. Do you hear, Oberon? I don't believe it. It's not true. It's just your anger, which is as impotent as you are. It's your anger. She sat on the floor and burst into tears. She suspected the palace walls had ears. The next day, she couldn't rid herself of the ambiguous looks. She felt sneers behind her back, listened out for whispers. Avalach was nowhere to be found. He knows, she thought. He knows what happened and is avoiding me. In advance, before I got up, he sailed or rode somewhere far away with his gilded elf woman. He doesn't want to talk to me, doesn't want to admit his entire plan has come to nothing. Eredin was nowhere to be found either, but that was to be expected. He often went riding with his Der Gruathri, the Red Horseman. Ciri led Kelpie out of the stable and rode to the far side of the river, frantically thinking the whole time, not noticing anything around her. To escape is what matters. It doesn't matter if all those visions were false or true. One thing is certain. Yennefer and Geralt are there, in my world, and my place is there with them. I have to escape from here, escape without delay. After all, there must be a way. I entered it alone. I ought to be able to leave alone. Eredin said I have an untamed talent, and Visagota suspected the same thing. There was no way out of Tor Zirael. I explored it thoroughly. But perhaps there is some other tower. She looked into the distance, at the far-off hill, at the silhouette of the cromlech visible there. Forbidden territory, she thought. Huh? I see it's too far. The barrier probably won't allow me to go there. Not worth the effort. I'll ride upstream instead. I haven't ridden there yet. Kelpie neighed, tossed her head, and broke into a hard run. She wouldn't let herself be turned. Instead, she trotted hard towards the hill. Ciri was so dumbstruck that for a moment she didn't react and let the mare run. Only a moment later did she yell and tug at the reins. The result was that Kelpie reared up, kicked, jerked her rump, and galloped away, continuing in the same direction. Ciri didn't stop her, didn't try to control her. She was utterly amazed. But she knew Kelpie too well. The mare could be disobedient, but not to this extent. Behaviour like this must mean something. Kelpie slowed to a trot. She continued straight ahead towards the hill topped with the cromlech. More or less a furlong, Ciri thought. At any moment the barrier will come down. The mare ran into the stone circle amidst crowded, moss-covered and lopsided monoliths growing out of a thicket of thorny brambles, and stopped dead. The only thing Kelpie moved was her ears, which she pricked up attentively. Ciri tried to rein her around and then set off, without success. Were it not for the blood vessels throbbing on Kelpie's neck, Ciri would have sworn she was sitting not on a horse, but on a statue. Suddenly, something touched her back. Something sharp, something that penetrated her clothing and pricked painfully. She didn't have time to turn around. Then, a ruddy-coloured unicorn emerged from behind the rocks without the slightest noise and thrust its horn under her arm, hard, roughly. She felt a trickle of blood running down her side. Yet another unicorn emerged from the other side. This one was completely white, from the tips of its ears to the end of its tail. Only its nostrils were pink, and its eyes were black. The white unicorn approached, and slowly, very slowly, placed its head in her lap. The excitement was so powerful, Ciri moaned. "I've grown," resounded in her head. "I've grown, Star-Eye. Back then in the desert, I didn't know how to behave. Now I know." "Little horse," she moaned, still almost hanging from the two horns piercing her. "My name is a Huaraquax. Do you remember me, Star-Eye? Do you remember treating me, saving me?" He stepped back and turned around. She saw the mark of a scar on his leg. She recognized him. Remembered. "Little horse,"
It's you. But your coat was a different colour. I've grown up.
In her head came a sudden confusion. Whispers, voices, cries, and neighing. The horns withdrew. She noticed that the second unicorn, the one behind her back, was dappled blue-grey.
The elders are learning you, Star-Eye. They are learning you through me. Just a moment longer, and they'll be able to talk by themselves. They'll tell you themselves what they want from you.
The cacophony in Ciri's head burst in an eruption of savage tumult and almost immediately abated, before it flowed into a stream of comprehensible and clear thoughts.
We want to help you escape, Star-Eye.
She was silent, though her heart pounded hard in her chest.
Where is the tremendous joy? Where are the thanks?
And why? She asked aggressively. This desire to help me all of a sudden. Do you love me so much?
We don't love you at all. But this is not your world. This is no place for you. You cannot stay here. We don't want you to stay.
She clenched her teeth. Although excited by the prospect, she shook her head. Little Horse, Ihuaraquax, pricked up his ears, pawed the ground with a hoof, and glanced at her with his black eye. The ruddy unicorn stamped so hard the ground shook and twisted its horn menacingly. It snorted angrily, and Ciri understood.
You don't trust us.
I don't, she confessed cheerfully. Everybody here is playing a game of their own and trying to exploit me and my ignorance. Why exactly should I trust you? There's clearly no love lost between you and the elves. I saw for myself on the step how there was almost a fight. I can easily assume you want to use me to annoy them. I'm not fond of them either. After all, they've imprisoned me and are forcing me to do something I don't want to do at all. But I won't allow myself to be taken advantage of. The ruddy unicorn shook his head, and his horn made a threatening movement again. The blue-grey one neighed. Ciri's head thundered like the inside of a well, and the thought she picked up was unpleasant. Aha! She cried. You're just like them. Either subservience and obedience, or death. I'm not afraid, and I won't let myself be abused. She felt confusion and chaos in her head again. It was some time before a clear thought emerged.
It's good, Star-Eye, that you don't like being taken advantage of. That is precisely what concerns us. That is precisely what we want to guarantee to you, to ourselves, and to the whole world, to all worlds.
I don't understand.
You are a dangerous weapon, a fell weapon. We can't allow that weapon to fall into the hands of the Elder King, the Fox, or the Sparrowhawk.
Who? She stammered.
Ah, the Elder King is old, but the Fox and the Sparrowhawk cannot seize power over Ardgaith, the gateway to the worlds. They captured it once. They lost it once. Now they can do nothing more than wander, roam among the worlds, taking tiny steps, alone, like spectres, powerless. The Fox to Tir Nabea Araina, the Sparrowhawk and his horsemen around the spiral. They can go no further. They don't have the strength, which is why they dream of Ardgaith and power. We shall show you how they have already abused such power. We shall show you, Star-Eye, when you leave here.
I can't leave here. They've put a spell on me. A barrier. Gaia's Garat.
You cannot be imprisoned. You are now master of the worlds.
Like hell. I don't have any natural talent. I can't control anything. And I relinquished the power in the desert a year ago. Little Horse was a witness.
In the desert, you relinquished conjuring. The power you have in your blood cannot be relinquished. You still have it. We shall teach you how to use it. And isn't it perhaps, she shouted, that you want to capture that power? This power over the worlds that I reputedly have?
It is not. We do not have to capture that power, for we have always had it.
Trust them, requested Iwaraquax. Trust, Star Eye. Under one condition. The unicorns jerked up their heads and flared their nostrils. You would have sworn sparks were shooting from their eyes. They don't like it, thought Ciri, when conditions are imposed on them. They don't even like the sound of the word. Spit. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Let's hope it doesn't end tragically.
Speak. What is the condition?
Iwaraquax will be with me. In the evening, it clouded over, became close. A thick, sticky mist rose from the river. And when darkness fell over Tirnalia, a storm sounded with a dull, distant growl. Every now and then, the glow of lightning lit the horizon. Ciri had been ready a long time. Dressed in black, with sword on her back, anxious and tense, she waited impatiently for dusk. She passed quietly through the empty vestibule, stole through the colonnade and onto the terrace. The river Easnar sparkled in the darkness, willows soft. Distant thunder rolled across the sky. Ciri led Kelpie out of the stable. The mare knew what was expected of her. She trotted obediently towards the porphyry bridge. For a moment, Ciri followed her tracks, then glanced at the terrace beside which the boats stood. I can't, she thought. I'll appear before him once more. Perhaps I'll manage to delay the pursuers by doing it. It's risky, but there's no other way. In the first moment, she thought he wasn't there, that the royal chambers were empty, because they were silent and lifeless. She only noticed him after a moment. He was sitting in an armchair in the corner, a white shirt gaping open on his skinny chest. The shirt was made of stuff so fine it clung to his body as though wet. The Elder King's face and hands were almost as white as his shirt. He raised his eyes towards her, and there was a void in them. Shayadal, he whispered. I'm glad you are here. You know, they told me you had died. He opened his hand, and something fell onto the carpet. It was the flacon of grey-green nephrite. Lara. The Elder King moved his head and touched his neck as though his royal toch was garrotting him. Come to me, daughter. Ciri sensed death in his breath. Elina blood, Faina way, he sang. Mirelunit, your ribbon has come undone. Allow me. He tried to lift his hand, but he was unable to. He sighed deeply, raised his hand abruptly, and looked her in the eyes. This time, lucidly. Cirael, he said. Lochlet, you are indeed destiny, O Lady of the Lake. Mine, too, as it transpires. Faes theraeth epagian, he said a moment later, and Ciri observed with dread that his words and movements had begun to slow down horribly. But, he finished with a sigh, it's good that something is beginning.
they heard a long drawn-out peal of thunder outside the window. The storm was still far away, but it was approaching fast.
"In spite of everything," he said, "I very much don't want to die, Ciri. And I'm so sorry that I must. Who'd have thought it? I thought I wouldn't regret it. I've lived long. I've experienced everything. I've become bored with everything. But nonetheless, I feel regret. And do you know what else? Come closer. I'll tell you in confidence. Let it be our secret."
She bent forward.
"I'm afraid,"
he whispered.
"I know. Are you with me?"
"Yes, I am."
"Vile lunet.
"Farewell, O Alta King." She sat with him, holding his hand, until he went completely quiet and his delicate breath faded. She didn't wipe away the tears. She let them flow. The storm was coming closer. The horizon blazed with lightning. She ran quickly down the marble staircase to the terrace with the small columns beside which the boats were rocking. She untied one, the outermost, which she had selected the evening before. She pushed off the terrace with a long mahogany pole she had had the foresight to remove from a curtain rod. She doubted whether the boat would be as obedient to her as it had to Avalach. The boat glided noiselessly with the current. Tir na Lia was quiet and dark. Only the statues on the terrace followed her with their dead gaze. Ciri counted the bridges. The sky above the forest was lit up by a flash of lightning. A moment later, there was a long grumble of thunder. The third bridge. Something stole across the bridge softly, as nimble as a great black rat. The boat rocked as he jumped onto the bow. Ciri threw down the rod and drew her sword.
"And so," hissed Eredin Breachlas, "you wish to deprive us of your company?"
He also drew a sword. In a brief flash of lightning, she managed to size up the weapon. The blade was single-edged, slightly curved. The edge of the blade was shining and undoubtedly sharp. The hilt was long, and the pommel was in the shape of a circular open-work plate. It was apparent at once that the elf knew how to use it. He unexpectedly rocked the boat, pressing a foot down hard on the side. Ciri kept her balance with ease and righted the boat with a powerful tilt of her body, then almost immediately tried the same trick by jumping on the side with both feet. He wobbled, but kept his balance and lunged at her with his sword. She parried the blow, blocking instinctively, for she could see little. She retaliated with a rapid, low cut. Eredin parried and struck, and Ciri deflected the blow. A stream of sparks flew from the blades as though from flint and steel. He rocked the boat again, hard, almost knocking her over. Ciri danced, balancing with arms outstretched. He retreated towards the bow and lowered his sword.
"Where did you learn that, Swallow?"
"You'd be astonished. I doubt it. Was it your idea that the barrier can be overcome by sailing along the river, or did someone reveal it to you? It doesn't matter."
"It does, and let's get to the bottom of it. There are methods for doing that. Now drop your sword, and we'll go back."
"Like hell."
"We are going back, Zirael. Alberon's waiting. Tonight, I guarantee he'll be lively and full of vigor."
"Like hell," she repeated.
"He overdosed on that invigorating draught you showed me.
The one you gave him. Or perhaps it wasn't for vigour at all.
What are you talking about?
He's dead. Eredin quickly overcame his astonishment and suddenly went for her, rocking the boat. Balancing, they traded several ferocious blows, the water carrying the resonant clang of steel. Lightning lit up the night. A bridge slid past above their heads. One of the last bridges of Tir Nalia, or maybe the last.
You must understand, Swallow, he rasped, that you're only delaying the inevitable. I can't let you leave here.
Why not? Oberon's dead, and I'm nobody and mean nothing after all. You told me so yourself.
Well, it's true.
He raised his sword.
You mean nothing. You're a tiny clothes moth that can be crushed in the fingers into shining dust, but which perhaps, if it's allowed, can cut out a hole in a precious fabric. You're a grain of pepper, despicably small, but which, when inadvertently chewed, spoils the most exquisite food, forces one to spit it out when one wanted to savor it. That is what you are. Nothing. An irritating nothing.
Lightning. In its light, Ciri saw what she wanted to see. The elf raised his sword and swung, leaping onto the bench of the boat. He had the advantage of height. He was sure to win the next clash.
You ought not to draw a weapon on me, Zirael. It's too late now. I won't forgive you that. I won't kill you. Oh, no. But a few weeks in bed, in bandages, will certainly do you good.
Wait. First, I want to tell you something. Disclose a certain secret.
And what could you tell me? He snorted. What can you tell me that I don't know? What truth can you reveal to me?
That you won't fit under the bridge. He had no time to react, struck the bridge with the back of his head and shot forward, losing his balance completely. Ciri could have simply pushed him out of the boat, but was afraid that wouldn't be enough, that it wouldn't stop her being pursued. Besides, he, whether deliberately or not, had killed the Elder King, and he deserved pain for that. She stabbed him in the thigh, right at the edge of his mail shirt. He didn't even scream. He flew overboard and splashed into the river, the water closing over him. She turned around and looked. It was a long time before he surfaced, before he dragged himself out onto some marble steps descending into the river. He lay still, dripping water and blood. "It'll do you good," she muttered. "A few weeks in bed, in bandages." She grabbed the pole and pushed off powerfully. The river Aesna became more and more rapid. The boat was moving more quickly. The final buildings of Tir Nalia soon lay behind her. She didn't look back. First, it became very dark, for the boat had passed into an old forest, among trees whose boughs touched each other over the river, forming a vault. Then it brightened up as the forest came to an end, and on both banks there were older wetlands, reeds and bulrushes. Tussocks of weed, floating water plants and tree trunks appeared in the previously clear river. When the sky brightened up from the lightning, she saw rings on the water, and after the thunder rumbled, she heard the splash of startled fish. Something was splashing and plopping, squelching and smacking its lips. Several times, not far from the boat, she saw large glowing eyes. Several times the boat shuddered upon hitting something large and alive. Not everything here is beautiful. For the unaccustomed, this world means death. She repeated the words of Eredin in her mind. The river broadened considerably, spreading out wide. Islands and channels appeared. She let the boat float randomly wherever the current took her. But she began to worry. What would happen if she made a mistake and took the wrong branch? She had barely thought that when the neighing of Kelpie and a strong mental signal from the unicorn came from the rushes by the bank. "It's you, little horse." "Hurry, Star-Eye. Follow me. To my world. First, I must show you something. The elders ordered me to." They rode first through a forest, then across a steppe densely furrowed with ravines and gorges. Lightning flashed, thunder bellowed. The storm was coming closer. A wind was getting up.
The unicorn led Ciri to one of the ravines.
It's here.
What's here?
Dismount and see.
She obeyed. The ground was uneven. She tripped. Something crunched and slipped under her foot. Lightning flashed, and Ciri cried hollowly. She was standing among a sea of bones. The ravine's sandy slopes had subsided, probably washed away by downpours, and that revealed what had been concealed. A burial ground, a boneyard, a huge heap of bones. Shin bones, hip bones, ribs and thigh bones, and skulls. She picked up one of them. The lightning flashed and Ciri screamed. She understood whose remains they were. The skull, which bore the marks of a blade, had canine teeth.
Now you understand, she heard in her head. Now you know. They did it. The A&L, the Elder King, the fox, the sparrowhawk. This world was not their world at all. It became their world after they had conquered it. When they opened Ardgeath, having deceived and taken advantage of us, just as they have tried to deceive and take advantage of you.
Ciri threw the skull away.
Murderers!
She shouted into the night.
Scoundrels!
Thunder rolled across the sky with a clatter. Iharachwax neighed loudly in warning. She understood. She leapt into the saddle and urged Kelpie into a gallop with a cry. Pursuers were on their trail.
This has happened before, she thought, gulping air as she galloped. This has happened before. A ride like this, reckless, in the darkness, on a night full of dread, ghosts and apparitions. Forward, Kelpie!
A furious gallop, eyes watering from the speed. Lightning split the sky in two. Ciri sees alders lit up on both sides of the road. From all sides, misshapen trees reach out towards her, the long, knobbly arms of their boughs, snap the black jaws of their hollows, and hurl curses and threats in her tracks. Kelpie neighs piercingly, hurtles along so fast, her hooves seem only to brush the earth. Ciri flattens herself against the mare's neck, not just to minimize the drag, but also to avoid the alder branches, trying to knock or pull her from the saddle. The branches swish, lash and whip, trying to latch onto her clothes and hair. The misshapen trunks sway, the hollows snap and roar. Kelpie neighs wildly. The unicorn replies. There is a snow-white dot in the gloom. It points the way.
Hurry, Star-Eye! Ride with all your might!
There are more and more alders. It's getting more and more difficult to dodge their boughs. Soon they'll bar the entire road. A cry behind, the voice of the pursuers. Iharachwax neighs. Ciri receives his signal. She understands its significance. She presses herself to Kelpie's neck. She doesn't have to urge her on. The mare, chased by fear, flies in a breakneck gallop. Again a signal from the unicorn, clearer, penetrating her brain. It's an instruction, quite simply an order.
Leap, Star-Eye. You must leap into another place, into another time.
Ciri doesn't understand, but she fights to. She tries hard to understand. She focuses. She focuses so hard that the blood buzzes and pulses in her ears. Lightning. And after it, a sudden darkness. Darkness soft and black. Black darkness that nothing can lighten. A buzzing in her ears. The wind on her face. A cool wind. Drops of rain. The scent of pine in her nostrils. Kelpie prances, snorts and stamps. Her neck is hot and wet. Lightning. Soon after it, thunder. In the light, Ciri sees Iharachwax shaking his head and horn, powerfully pawing the ground with his hoof.
Little horse, I'm here, Star-Eye.
The sky is full of stars, full of constellations. The dragon, the winter maiden, the 7 goats, the pitcher, and almost just above the horizon, the eye.
We did it, she gasped. We made it, little horse. This is my world.
His signal is so clear that Ciri understands everything.
No, Star-Eye. We fled from one world, but it still isn't your place, not your time. There are still many worlds ahead of us. Don't leave me alone. I will not. I am in debt to you. I must pay it off, entirely.
Along with the growing wind, the sky darkens from the west. The clouds, coming in waves, extinguish the constellations in turn. The dragon goes out. The winter maiden goes out. Then the 7 goats and the pitcher. The eye, which shines brightest and longest, goes out. The line of the horizon is lit up by the short-lived brightness of lightning. Thunder rolls with a dull rumble. The wind abruptly intensifies, blowing dust and dry leaves into their eyes. The unicorn neighs and sends a mental signal.
There's no time to lose. Our only hope is in a quick escape, to the right place and the right time. We must hurry, Star-Eye. I am the master of worlds. I am the Elder Blood. I am of the blood of Lara Doran, the daughter of Shaiadal.
Ihuarahuac's neighs urges them on. Kelpie echoes it with a long, drawn-out snort. Ciri puts on her gloves.
I'm ready,
she says. A buzzing in her ears, a flash and brightness, and then darkness. The trial, sentence, and execution of Joachim de Wet is usually ascribed by most historians to the violent, cruel, and tyrannical nature of Emperor Emir, and neither is there any shortage either, particularly amongst authors of a literary bent, of elusive hypotheses about revenge and the settling of wholly private scores. It is high time the truth were told, the truth which for every attentive scholar is more than obvious. Duke de Wet commanded the Verden group in such a way that the term inept is much too mild. Having against him forces twice as weak as his own, he delayed the offensive to the north and directed all his efforts towards a fight against the Verdanian guerrillas. The Verden group committed unspeakable atrocities against the civilian population. The result was easy to predict and was inevitable. If, in the winter, the forces of the insurgents had numbered less than 500,000, by spring almost the entire country had risen up. King Ervil, who had been devoted to the empire, was eliminated, and the insurrection was led by his son, Prince Kistrin, who sympathized with the Nordlings. Having on his flank a landing force of pirates from Skellige, to the fore an offensive of Nordlings from Sidaris, and at the rear a rebellion, de Wet became entangled in piecemeal engagements, suffering defeat after defeat. In the process, he delayed the offensive of the Centre Army Group. Instead of, as had been planned, engaging the Nordlings' wing, the Verden group tied down Menokuhorn. The Nordlings immediately exploited the situation and went on the counterattack, breaking through the encirclement near Maena and Maribor, and thwarting the chances of those vital forts being swiftly captured a second time. The ineptitude and stupidity of de Wet also had a psychological significance. The myth of Nilfgaard's invincibility was broken. Scores of volunteers began to flock to the army of the Nordlings. Restif de Montholon, The Northern Wars, Myths, Lies, and Half-Truths. Chapter 6. Yara, what else can be said, was very disappointed. An upbringing in a temple and his own open nature made him believe in people, in their goodness, kindness, and selflessness. Not much remained of that faith. He had already slept 2 nights in the open among the remains of hayricks, and now it looked like he would be spending a 3rd night in a similar fashion. In every village where he asked for a bed or a piece of bread, he was answered with either a weighty silence or insults and threats from behind securely locked gates. It didn't help when he said who he was and why he was travelling. He was very, very disappointed in people. It was quickly growing dark. The boy marched jauntily and briskly along a path between some fields. He spotted a hayrick, resigned and downcast at the prospect of another night under the open sky. March was admittedly extremely warm, but it got cold at night and very frightening. Yara looked up at the sky, where, as it had been every night for almost a week, the gold and red bee of a comet was visible, crossing the sky from the west to the east, dragging in its wake a flickering plait of fire. He wondered what this strange phenomenon, mentioned in many prophecies, might actually augur. He started walking again. It was growing darker and darker. The track led downwards into an avenue of dense undergrowth that assumed terrifying shapes in the semi-darkness. From below, where it was even darker, drifted the cold, foul smell of rotting weed and something else. Something very unpleasant. Yara stopped. He tried to persuade himself that what was crawling over his back and shoulders was not fear, but cold. Unsuccessfully. A low footbridge connected the banks of a canal overgrown with osiers and misshapen willows, black and shining like freshly pared pitch. Long holes gaped in the footbridge in places where the timbers had rotted and caved in, and the handrail was broken, its spindles submerged in the water. The willows grew more thickly beyond the bridge, although it was still a long way to the actual night, although the distant meadows beyond the canal were still glowing with a yarn of mist hanging on the top of the grass. Darkness reigned among the willows. Yara saw the vague ruins of a building in the gloom, probably a mill, a sluice, or eel smokery. I must cross that footbridge, thought the lad. There's nothing to be done. Although I feel in my bones that something evil is lurking in the darkness, I must get to the other side of this canal. I must cross this canal like that mythical leader or hero I read about in yellowed manuscripts in the temple of Melitele. I'll traverse this canal and then... what was it? The cards will have been dealt. No, the dice will have been cast. Behind me lies my past, before me stretches my future. He stepped onto the bridge, and at once knew that his sense of foreboding hadn't been mistaken, before he even saw them or heard them.
Well, rasped one of the men who now blocked his way. Didn't I say? I said, just wait a taking someone up here.
Exactly, occultich.
Another of the characters armed with clubs lisped slightly.
Verily, we'll have to make you a fortune-teller or a wise man. Well, gentle passer-by, walking all alone, will you give us what you have of your own free will, or will it have to come to a struggle?
I don't have anything, yelled Yara at the top of his voice, although he didn't have much hope that anybody would hear and rush to help. I'm a poor wanderer. I don't have a groat to my name. What can I give you? This cane? These garments?
Not only that, said the lisping one,
and something in his voice made Yara tremble.
For you ought to know, poor wanderer, that in truth, being in urgent need, we're looking out for a wench. Well, night's just around the corner. No one else is coming now, so beggars can't be choosers. Grab him, boys.
I have a knife, yelled Yara. I'm warning you. He had a knife, indeed. He'd swiped it from the temple kitchen the day before his flight and hidden it in his bundle. But he didn't reach for it. He was paralyzed and terrified by the realization that it was pointless and that nothing would help him. I have a knife.
Well, prithee, sneered the lisping one, approaching. He has a knife. Who'd have thought it?
Yara couldn't run away. Terror turned his legs into 2 posts stuck into the ground. Adrenaline seized him by the throat like a noose. Hi there, a third character suddenly shouted, in a young and strangely familiar voice. I think I know him.
Yes, I know him. Let him be, I say. He's a pal. Yara, do you recognise me? I'm Melfi. Hey, Yara, do you recognise me?
Yes, I do. Yara fought against the hideous, overwhelming, previously unfamiliar sensation with all his strength. Only when he felt a pain in his hip, which had smashed against a timber of the bridge, did he understand what the sensation was. The sensation of losing consciousness.
Oh, this is a surprise, said Melfi. Why, a fluke among flukes. Why, coming across a fellow countryman, a pal from Ellender, a mate. Eh, Yara?
Yara swallowed a bite of the hard, rubbery piece of fatback that his strange company had given him and ate a bit of roasted turnip. He didn't reply, but only nodded towards the whole group of 6 surrounding the campfire.
And which way you going, Yara?
To Vichima.
Ha! We're heading to Vichima too. Why, a fluke among flukes. What, Milton? Remember Milton, Yara?
Yara didn't. He wasn't certain if he had ever seen him. As a matter of fact, Melfi was exaggerating a little in calling him a pal. He was the cooper's son from Ellender. When the two of them used to attend the temple school, Melfi would regularly and severely beat Yara and call him a bastard without a mother or father begotten in the nettles. This went on for about a year, after which the cooper took his son out of school, since it had been proved that his offspring was only fit for barrels. Thus Melfi, rather than toiling to learn the arcana of reading and writing, toiled to whittle staves in his father's workshop. And after Yara had completed his studies and on the strength of a recommendation from the temple became an assistant scribe in the magistrate's court, the cooper's son, following the example of his father, bowed to him, gave him presents, and declared his friendship.
We're going to Vichima, Melfi continued his tale, to join up. All of us here to a man are going to join the army. These here, look, Milton and Ograbek, peasant boys, have been selected for the acreage duty. Why, you know, I do.
Yara cast his eyes over the peasant sons, fair-haired and as alike as brothers, chewing some unrecognizable food roasted in the cinders.
1 for each 70 acres, the acreage levy. And you, Melfi?
With me, sighed the cooper's son, it's like this, see? The first time the guilds had to supply a recruit, my father got me out of trouble. When the poverty came, we had to draw lots a second time, because the town so decided. Well, you know.
I do, nodded Yara again. An additional lottery for the levy was decreed by a resolution of Ellender Town Council on the day of the 16th of January. It was necessary, owing to the Nilfgaardian threat.
Just listen to him talk, Pike,
raspingly interjected the thick-set and shaven-headed fellow, the one called Occultich, who had hailed him on the bridge not long before.
Thop, know it all.
Smart, Alec, drawled another huge farmhand with a dopey smile permanently plastered onto his round face. Know all.
Shut it, Clapperoth,
slowly lisped the one called Pike, the oldest of the company, sturdy with a drooping moustache and a shaved nape.
Since he's a know-it-all, it's worth listening when he talks. There may be a benefit from it. Facts. And facts never harmed anyone. Well, almost never. And almost no one.
I'll second that, announced Melfi. Yara, is indeed clever, knows his letters. A scholar. He works as a court scribe in Ellender, and at the Temple of Melitala the whole book collection is under his care.
What then, I wonder,
interrupted Pike, staring at Yara through the smoke and sparks,
is a Southern Court Temple librarian doing on the highway to Vichima?
Just like you, said the boy. I'm going to join the army.
And what?
Pike's eyes shone, reflecting the glow like the eyes of a real fish in the light of a torch on the bow of a boat.
What is a court temple scholar hoping to find in the army? For he can't be going to join up, eh? Why, any fool knows that temples are exempt from the levy. They don't have to supply recruits. And any fool knows that every single court is capable of defending its scribe and wrangling him out of joining the army. So what's it all about, Master Clark?
I'm joining the army as a volunteer, declared Yara. I'm signing up myself, of my own free will, not from the levy. Partly for personal reasons, but mainly from patriotic duty.
The company roared with loud, thunderous, general laughter,
Boys, Pike finally said, what contradictions sometimes lurk in a body. Two natures. Here we have a young shaver, it would seem educated and worldly and undoubtedly clever by nature on top of all that. He ought to know what's happening in the war, know who's fighting whom and who will soon utterly defeat whom. And he, as you've heard, without being forced, of his own free will, out of patriotic duty, wants to join the losing party.
No one commented, Yara included.
Such a patriotic duty, Pike finally said, is usually only the mark of the feeble-minded. Why, perhaps it even befits Temple Court alumni. But there was talk here of some sort of personal reasons. I'm awful curious as to what those personal reasons might be.
They're so personal, Yara cut him off, that I'm not going to talk about them. All the more so since you, good sir, are in no hurry to talk about your reasons.
Now heed, said Pike a moment later. Were some boor to talk to me like that, he'd get a punch in the mush right off. Well, if he's a learned scribe, I'll forgive him, just this once, and say I'm also going to join up, and also as a volunteer.
In order, like one of the feeble-minded, to join the losers? It surprised Yara himself where so much insolence had suddenly come from. Fleecing travellers on bridges en route.
He, chortled Malfi, anticipating Pike. He's still mad at us for that ambush on the footbridge. Let it go, Yara. It was only a prank. Just innocent tricks. Right, Pike? Right.
Pike yawned and snapped his teeth so loud it echoed.
Just innocent tricks. Life is sad and glum, just like a calf being led to the slaughter. Then only tricks or pranks can cheer it up. Don't you think so, Scribe?
I do, by and large.
That's good.
Pike didn't lower his shining eyes from him.
For otherwise, you'd be a miserable companion for us, and it would be better if you walked to Vicima by yourself. Right away, for instance.
Yara said nothing. Pike stretched.
I've said what I meant to say. Well, mates, we fooled round, frolicked, had our fun, and now it's time. If we're to be in Vicima by supper time, we ought to set off with the sun.
The night was very cold, and Yara couldn't sleep despite his tiredness. He was curled up in a ball under his mantle, with his knees almost touching his chin. When he finally fell asleep, he slept badly, his dreams constantly waking him up. He couldn't remember most of them, apart from two. In the first dream, the Witcher Geralt of Rivia was sitting beneath long icicles hanging from a rock, motionless, covered in ice and being quickly buried under drifting snow. In the other dream, Ciri was galloping on a black horse, hugging its mane along an avenue of misshapen alders that were trying hard to seize her with their crooked boughs. Oh, and just before dawn, he dreamed of Triss Merigold. After her stay in the temple the year before, the boy had dreamed about the sorceress several times. The dreams had made Yara do things which he was very ashamed of afterwards. This time, naturally, nothing shameful happened. It was too cold. All 7 of them set off in the morning, barely after the sun rose. Milton and Ogrebeck, the peasant sons from the acreage duty, fortified themselves by singing a soldier song. Here rides the warrior, armour glinting bright. Flee, young lass, he'll steal a kiss this night, and wherefore not? Who will stay his hand, for his keen blade defends the motherland. Pike, Occultich, Klaproth, and Melfi, the cooper's son, who had attached himself to them, were telling each other anecdotes and stories, extremely funny ones, in their opinion.
And the Nilfgaardian asks, what stings around here? And the elf says, shit.
And do you know this one? An Nilfgaardian, an elf and a dwarf were walking along. They look, a mouse is scampering.
The longer the day went on, the more other wanderers, peasants' carts, bailiffs, and small squads of marching soldiers they encountered on the highway. Some of the carts were crammed with goods. Pike's gang followed them with their noses almost touching the ground like pointers, gathering whatever fell. Here a carrot, there a potato, a turnip, occasionally even an onion. Some of the loot they cleverly put away for a rainy day, and some they greedily devoured without even interrupting their joke-telling. And the Nilfgaardian goes and sheds himself right up to the ears. Oh, God, I can't bear it. Shut himself. Yarrow was waiting for an opportunity and a pretext to wander off. He wasn't keen on Pike. He wasn't keen on a Coultich. He wasn't keen on the glances which Pike and a Coultich were casting at the passing merchants' wagons, peasants' carts, and the women and girls sitting on them. He wasn't keen on Pike's sneering tone, since he kept talking about the usefulness of signing up as a volunteer when defeat and extermination were certain and self-evident. There was a smell of ploughed earth and smoke. They saw the roofs of buildings in the valley, among a regular patchwork of fields, groves, and fish ponds gleaming like mirrors. Sometimes the distant barking of a dog, the lowing of an ox, or the crowing of a cock reached their ears.
"You can see these villagers are wealthy,"
Pike lisped, licking his lips.
"Small, but fancy."
"Halflings live and farm here in the valley," a Coultich hurried to explain. "Everything about them's fancy and pretty. A thrifty little nation, those midgets."
"Damned inhumans," rasped Klaproth. "Bloody kobolds.
They farm here, and poverty and misery befalls real people because of creatures like them. Even war doesn't harm such as them."
"For now."
Pike stretched his mouth in an ugly smile.
"Remember this village, lads. The outermost one, among those birches, right in the forest. Remember it well. If I ever desire to visit here again, I wouldn't want to go astray."
Yara turned his head away. He pretended he couldn't hear, that all he could see was the highway in front of him. They walked on. Milton and Ograbek, the peasant sons from the acreage duty, sang a new song, less soldierly, perhaps a little more pessimistic, which could, particularly after Pike's earlier allusions, be considered a bad omen. "Hark and think on what I say, I shall speak of death today, for no matter how old you be, you'll not escape its misery. Be ever mindful of your due, for death will surely throttle you."
"Hey," judged a Coultich morosely, "must have cash. If he doesn't have cash, may me balls be cut off."
The individual about whom a Coultich had made such a ghastly bet was a wandering trader, hurrying beside a donkey-drawn cart.
"Dosh or no dosh," lisped Pike. "The donkey must be worth something. Hasten your steps, boys."
"Melfi!" Yara seized the cooper's son by his sleeve. "Open your eyes. Can't you see what's being planned?" "Oh, they're only jokes, Yara." Melfi wrenched himself free. "Just jokes." The trader's cart, it was evident from close up, was at the same time a stall and could be set up within a few moments. The whole donkey-drawn construction was covered in garishly and picturesquely sprawling writing, in which the goods on sale included balsams and remedies, protected talismans and amulets, elixirs, magical filters and poultices, cleaning agents, and, furthermore, detectors of metals, ores and truffles, and fail-safe baits for fish, ducks and wenches. The trader, a thin old man weighed down by the burden of his years, looked around, saw them, cursed and drove his donkey on. But the donkey, like all donkeys, had no intention of going any faster.
"Fine robes on that one," judged a Coultich quietly, "and we'll certainly find a little something on the cart."
"Very well, boys," said Pike. "Chop, chop. We'll deal with this matter while there are few witnesses on the road."
Yara, astonished at his courage, pulled ahead of the company in a few swift paces and turned around, standing between them and the merchant. "No," he said, fighting to get a word out of his tight throat. "I won't allow it." Pike slowly opened his coat and displayed a long knife shoved into his belt, clearly as sharp as a razor.
Out of the road, scribbler, he lisped malevolently. If you respect your neck. I thought you'd fit into our company, but no. Your temple, I see, has made you overly sanctimonious. You stink overly of pious incense. So out of the way, for otherwise...
And what's going on here, eh? Two strange shapes emerged from behind the stout and spreading willows which flanked the highway and were the most common feature of the Ismena Valley's scenery. The two men wore waxed and upwardly twisted moustaches, colourful puffed breeches, quilted short jackets decorated with ribbons, and huge, soft velvet berets with bunches of feathers. Apart from the sabres and daggers hanging from their broad belts, the two men carried on their backs double-handed swords, probably 2 yards long, with hilts measuring 2 feet and large curved crossguards. These landsknechts were hopping up and down and fastening their trousers. Neither of them made even a movement towards the hilts of their terrible swords, but in any case, Pike and Akultich immediately became more docile, and the huge Klaproth shrank like a deflated goatskin.
We're doing nothing, lisped Pike. Nothing we shouldn't. Just pranks, squealed Melfi. No one's been harmed, unexpectedly piped up the stooping trader. No one.
We, Yara quickly interjected, are going to Vichima to join up. Perhaps you're going the same way, noble sirs? Indeed we are. The Landsknecht snorted, realizing at once what this was about. We head for Vichima. Whoever wishes may go with us. It will be safer. Safer, I swear, added the other one knowingly, eyeing Pike up and down. It behoves me to add, indeed, that not long ago we saw a mounted patrol in the vicinity of the Vichiman bailiwick. They are most inclined to hang, and miserable will be the fate of any marauder whom they catch in the act.
And it's most good.
Pike had regained his aplomb and grinned a gap-toothed smile.
My lords, it's good, gentlemen, that there is law and punishment for rogues. That is the correct order of things. Thus, let us set off to Vichima, to the army, for our patriotic duty summons us.
The Landsknecht looked at him long and quite contemptuously, then shrugged, straightened his great sword on his back, and set off down the road. His companion, Yara, as well as the merchant with his donkey and cart, set off after him, and at the rear, some distance away, shambled Pike's rabble.
Thank you, sir knights,
the merchant said some time later, driving his donkey with a withy.
And thank you, young master.
It's nothing. The Landsknecht waved a hand. We're accustomed to it. Various characters are drawn to the army. His companion looked back over his shoulder. The order comes to a village or small town to supply a recruit for every 500 acres, and sometimes that method is used to rid themselves right away of the worst sort of scoundrel. And then the roads are full of nuisances like that lot there. Well, in the army, the Lance Corporal's rod will teach them obedience. Those rascals will learn discipline when they've run the gauntlet once or twice, faced the rows of lashes. Yara hurried with an explanation, am signing on as a volunteer, not compulsorily. Commendable, commendable. The Landsknecht glanced at him and twisted the waxed ends of his moustaches. And I see you are moulded from somewhat different clay than those men. Why are you with them? Fate brought us together. I've seen such chance encounters and fraternizing before. The soldier's voice was grave. It led the fraternizers to the same gibbet. Learn a lesson from that, lad. I shall. Before the cloud-darkened sun had stood at the zenith, they reached the main road. Here, a forced break in their journey awaited them, as it did a large group of wanderers who also had to stop, for the main road was packed full of marching soldiers. Southwards. One of the Landsknechts commented knowingly on the direction of the march. To the front, to Maribor and Maena. Heed their standards, the other one indicated with his head. Redanians, said Yara. Silver eagles on crimson. You've guessed right. The Landsknecht slapped him on the back. You're a truly smart youngster. That's the Redanian army which Queen Hedvig has sent to aid us. Now we are strong in unity. Temeria, Redania, Aedion, and Kaidwen. Now we're all allies, supporters of one cause.
A bit late,
said Pike, with a pronounced sneer from behind their backs. The Landsknecht looked back, but said nothing.
"So let's sit down," suggested Melfi, "and give our pins a rest. There's no end in sight of that army. It'll be ages before the road frees itself up." "Let's sit down," said the merchant, "yonder, on that hill. The view will be better from there."
The Redanian cavalry rode by, and after them, raising dust, marched crossbowmen and pavisiers. After them, a column of heavy cavalry trotted past.
"And they," Melfi pointed to the armoured troops, "are marching under different colours. They have black standards flecked with something white."
"Ah, the ignorant provinces." The Landsknecht glanced at him contemptuously. "They don't know their own king's arms. They are silver lilies, blockhead."
"Field sable with lilies argent,"
said Yara, who all of a sudden felt a desire to prove that of all people he wasn't from the ignorant provinces.
"In the kingdom of Temeria's former coat of arms," he began, "there was a lion passant, but the Temerian royal dukes used a different one. To be precise, they added an extra field to the shield, containing 3 lilies. Since in heraldic symbolism the lily flower is a sign of the successor to the throne, the royal son, the heir to the throne and sceptre—"
"So didn't know it all,"
barked Klaproth.
"You can shut your gob, clothhead,"
said the Landsknecht menacingly. "And you, lad, go on. This is interesting."
"And when Prince Goidemar, the son of old King Gothic, went to fight against the insurgents of the she-devil Folka, the Temerian army, under his standard, under the emblem of the lily, fought and won decisive victories. And when Goidemar inherited the throne from his father, he established 3 lilies argent on a field sable as the kingdom's coat of arms, as a memento of those victories, and for the miraculous escape of his wife and children from the hands of the enemy. And later, King Cedric changed the state coat of arms by a special decree, so that it's a black shield aspersed with silver lilies, and the Temerian coat of arms has been like that ever since, which you may all easily confirm for yourself, since the Temerian lancers are riding along the main road right now."
"You have worked it out very elegantly, young master," said the merchant.
"Not I," Yara sighed, "but John of Aitra, a heraldic scholar."
"And you are no worse schooled, I see."
"Perfect for a recruit," added Pike under his breath, "to be clubbed to death under the standard of those silver lilies for the king and Temeria."
They heard singing, menacing, soldierly, booming like a sea wave, like the growl of an approaching storm. Following the Temerians passed other soldiers in close and even array. Grey, almost colourless cavalrymen, over which neither standards nor pennants fluttered. A pole with a horizontal bar decorated with horses' tails and 3 human skulls nailed to it was being borne in front of the commanders riding at the head of the column.
"The Free Company,"
the first Landsknecht subtly indicated the Grey Riders.
"Mercenaries, soldiers of fortune."
"They're clearly stout-hearted," gasped Melfi. "Every man, and they're marching in step as though on parade."
"The Free Company," the Landsknecht repeated. "Take a good look, O peasants and striplings, at a genuine soldier. They've been in battle before. It was they, those mercenaries, the companies of Adam Pangrat, Mola, Frontin, and Abatamako, who tipped the scales at Maena. Thanks to them, the Nilfgaardian encirclement was broken. We owe it to them that the fortress was liberated." "Brave and doughty folk indeed, those mercenaries," added the other, "as unyielding in battle as a rock. Though the Free Company serves for coin, as you can easily mark from their song."
The troop approached at a walk, their thunderous song sounding a strong and booming but strangely gloomy bitter note.
"No sceptre nor throne will win us over. We shall never be in league with kings. We are in the service of the ducat that glitters in the sun. Your oaths are nothing to us. We do not kiss your standards or your hands. We swear faith to the ducat that glitters in the sun."
"Hey, to serve with them," sighed Melfi again. "To fight together with such as them. A man would know glory and spoils."
"Do my eyes fail me or what?"
Okultich screwed up his face.
"At the head of the 2nd Regiment. A woman? Did those soldiers of fortune fight under the command of a woman?"
She's a woman, confirmed the Landsknecht. But not just any woman. That's Julia Abatimarco, who they call Pretty Kitty. She's some warrior. Under her command, the mercenaries demolished the Blackcoats and elven troops at Maena, even though only twice 500 of them assailed 3,000.
I've heard,
said Pike, in a strange, repulsively obsequious but at the same time malicious tone,
that the victory didn't count for much, that the ducats spent on the mercenaries went down the drain. Nilfgaard regrouped and gave our boys a thrashing, and a sound one, and encircled Maena again. And perhaps they've already captured the stronghold, and perhaps they're already heading here. Perhaps they'll be here any day. Perhaps those corrupt mercenaries were bribed with Nilfgaardian gold long ago, and perhaps,
interrupted the Landsknecht, enraged, you want a punch in the face, you churl. Beware, for running down our army is punished by the noose, so shut your trap while I'm in a good mood. Ooh! The bruiser Klaproth, mouth wide open, diffused the situation. Oh, look! Look at those funny short horses. An infantry formation armed with halberds, guisarmes, battle-axes, flails and morning stars marched along the road to the dull thud of drums, the fierce hooting of bagpipes, and the shrill whistling of fifes. Dressed in fur cloaks, mail shirts and pointed pot helmets, the soldiers were indeed extremely short. Dwarves from the mountains, exclaimed the first Landsknecht, one of the Mahakam volunteer foot. I thought, said a cultich, that the dwarves weren't with us, but against us, that those foul short horses had betrayed us and were in league with the Blackcloaks. You thought? The Landsknecht glanced at him piteously. Using what, I wonder? If you swallowed a cockroach with your soup, dolt, you'd have more intelligence in your guts than in your head. Those marching there are one of the dwarven foot regiments that Bruverhög, the headman of Mahakam, has sent us as succour. Most of them have also seen action, suffered great losses, so they've been withdrawn to Vichima to regroup. The dwarves are valiant folk, confirmed Melfi. When one of them thumped me in the ear in the tavern in Ellender at Samhain, it rang until Yule. The dwarven regiment is the last in the column. The Landsknecht shaded his eyes with a hand. That's the end of the march. The road will soon be empty. Let's prepare to set off, for it's almost noon.
So many military folk are marching south, said the seller of amulets and remedies, that there's surely going to be a great war. Great misfortune will fall on the people. Great defeats on the armies. Thousands of folk will die from fire and sword. So, consider, gentlemen, that this comet, which can be seen in the sky every night, trails a fiery red tail behind it. If a comet's tail is blue or pale, it heralds cold ailments, chills, pleurisy, phlegm and catarrh, and such aquatic misfortunes as floods, downpours, or long periods of rainy weather, while a red colour indicates that it's a comet of fevers, blood and fire, and also of the iron which springs from the fire. Dreadful, dreadful defeats will befall the people. Great pogroms and massacres will happen. As it says in the prophecy, corpses will pile up to a height of 12 ells. Wolves shall howl on the desolate ground, and men will kiss other men's footsteps. Oh, woe to us. Why to us? The Landsknecht interrupted coolly. The comet is flying high. It can also be seen from Nilfgaard, not to mention the Aina Valley, whence they say Menokuhorn is approaching. The Blackcloaks are also looking at the sky and also see the comet. Why then should we not assume that it foretells their defeat and not ours, that their corpses will be piled up? That's right, snapped the other Landsknecht. Woe to them, to the Blackcloaks. You've worked it out elegantly, gentlemen. Certainly. They passed by the forest surrounding Vichima and entered meadows and pastures. Entire herds of horses were grazing there, of various kinds, cavalry, harness, and draft horses. There was next to no grass on the meadows, it being March, but there were wagons and barracks full of hay. See that? A Cultich licked his lips. "Aye? Fine little horses, and no one's guarding them. There for the taking." "Shut your trap," hissed Pike, and obsequiously directed his gap-toothed grin at the Lanzknechts. "He, gentlemen, has always dreamed of serving in the cavalry, which is why he looks at those steeds so greedily."
"In the cavalry?" snorted the first Landsknecht. "What fantasies has the churl? He'll sooner be a stable boy gathering muck from under the horses with a pitchfork and wheeling it out on a barrow."
"That's right, sire." They went on, and soon reached a causeway running beside ponds and ditches. And suddenly they saw the red tiles of the towers of Ichima Castle looming over the lake above the tops of alders. "Well, we're almost there," said the merchant. "Can you smell it?" "Ugh!" Melfi grimaced. "What a stench! What's that?" "Probably soldiers on the royal coin who died of hunger," muttered Pike behind their backs, making sure the Landsknechts didn't hear.
"Almost makes your eyes water, doesn't it?" laughed one of them. "Aye, thousands of military folk have wintered here, and military folk have to eat, and when they eat, they defecate. Nature has ordered things thus, and there's nothing you can do about it. And what's been shut out is carted to these ditches and dumped, without even being buried. In the winter, while the frost kept the shit frozen, you could stand it. But from the spring, oh! And more fresh soldiers are arriving and adding to the old heap." The other Landsknecht also spat. "And can you hear that great buzzing? It's flies. There are swarms of them, an uncommon thing for early spring. Cover your gobs with whatever you can, for they'll get into your eyes and mouths, the bastards, and briskly. The quicker we pass by, the better." They passed the ditches, but didn't manage to lose the stench. On the contrary, Yara would have sworn that the closer to the town they were, the worse the fug was, except it was more varied, richer in scale and hue. The military camps and tents surrounding the castle stank. The huge field hospital stank. The crowded and busy suburbs stank. The embankment stank. The gate stank. The berm stank. The small squares and streets stank. The walls of the great castle towering over the town stank. Fortunately, the nostrils quickly became accustomed, and it soon made no difference to them if it was dung, or rotten meat, or cat's piss, or another field kitchen. There were flies everywhere. They buzzed annoyingly, getting into the eyes, ears, and nose. They couldn't be driven away. It was easier to squash them on the face, or chew them up. When they had just exited the shadow of the gatehouse, their eyes were struck by a huge mural depicting a knight with his finger aimed at them. The writing beneath the mural asked in huge letters, "What about you? Have you signed up?" All right, mumbled the Landsknecht. Unfortunately. There were plenty of similar murals. You could have said there was a mural on every wall. It was generally the knight with his finger, but there was also often a solemn mother country with grey hair blowing around against a background of burning villages and babies on Nilfgaardian pikes. There were also images of elves with bloodied knives in their teeth. Yara suddenly looked around and found they were alone. He, the Landsknechts, and the merchant. There wasn't any sign of Pike, a Cultich, the peasants from the draft, or Melfi. Yes, the first Landsknecht confirmed his speculation, eyeing him closely. Your comrades scrammed at the first opportunity. They scuppered around the first corner. And you know what I'll tell you, lad? It's good that your paths have diverged. Don't strive for them to converge again. Shame about Melfi, muttered Yara. He's a good lad at heart. Everyone chooses his destiny. And you, come with us. We'll show you where to sign up. They entered a square in the middle of which stood a pillory on a stone platform. Townspeople and soldiers greedy for amusement were gathered around the pillory. A handcuffed convict who had just been hit in the face with a lump of mud spat and wept. The crowd roared with laughter. Hey, yelled the Landsknecht. Look who they've put in the stocks. Why, it's Fuzon. I wonder what for. For farming. A fat burgher in a wolfskin and felt cap hurried to explain. For what? For farming, the fat man repeated with emphasis.
for what he sowed.
Ha! Now, if you'll excuse me, you've dropped a clanger like a bull dumping on a threshing floor, laughed the Landsknecht. I know Fuzon. He's a shoemaker, the son of a shoemaker and the grandson of a shoemaker. He's never ploughed nor sown nor harvested in his life. You're exaggerating, I say, with that sowing. You really are.
That's the bailiff's own words, said the burgher crossly. He's to stand in the pillory until twilight for sowing. For the villain sowed after being goaded on by Nilfgaard and for Nilfgaardian silver pennies. He sowed some strange crops, in truth. Foreign, I'll warrant. Let me think. Aha! Defeatism.
Yes, called the vendor of amulets. I've heard tell of it. Nilfgaardian spies and elves are spreading the plague, spoiling wells, springs and brooks with various poisons, and using devil's trumpet, hemlock, lepra, and defeatism.
By, the burgher in the wolfskin nodded. They hung 2 elves yesterday, most probably for poisoning.
Round that corner, the Landsknecht pointed, is the tavern where the conscription committee sits. A big canvas sheet is stretched out there with the Temerian lilies on it, which you know, of course, lad. You'll find it without any difficulty. Look after yourself. May we meet again in better times, God willing. Farewell to you too, merchant sir. The merchant cleared his throat loudly. Noble gentlemen, he said, rooting around in his chests and boxes, let me, as proof of my gratitude for your help— Don't trouble yourself, good fellow, said the Landsknecht with a smile. We helped, and that's that. Don't mention it. Perhaps a miraculous ointment against lumbago? The merchant dug something out from the bottom of a box. Perhaps a universal and reliable medicine for bronchitis, gout, paralysis, dandruff, and scrofula. Perhaps a resinous balsam for bee, viper, and vampire bites. Perhaps a talisman to protect you from the effects of the stare of the evil eye. And do you have, perhaps, the Landsknecht asked seriously, something to protect one from the effects of bad victuals? I do, beamed the merchant. This is a most effective remedy made from magical roots flavoured with aromatic herbs. 3 drops after a meal should suffice. Please, take it, noble gentleman. Thanks. Farewell, sir. Farewell to you too, lad. Good luck. Honest, politic, and courteous, commented the merchant, when the soldiers had disappeared into the crowd. You don't encounter such as them every day. Well, but you turned out all right too, young master. What then can I give you? An amulet against lightning? A bezoar? A turtle shell effective against witches' spells? Ha! I also have a corpse's tooth for fumigation, and a bit of dried devil's tongue. It's good to wear it in your right shoe. Yara tore his gaze away from some people doggedly cleaning a slogan from the wall of a building. Down with the sodding war. Leave it, sir, he said. Time I went— Ha! Cried the merchant, taking a small heart-shaped brass medallion from the box. This ought to suit you, young man. It's just right for young people. It's a great rarity, the only one I have. It's a magical amulet. It makes the wearer never forget his love, even though time and countless miles separate them. Look, it opens here, and inside is a leaf of thin papyrus. Suffice to write on the leaf the name of your beloved in magical red ink, which I have, and she will not forget, not change her heart, not betray you or cast you aside. Well? Yara blushed slightly. I don't really know. What name? The merchant dipped a stick in the magical ink. Am I to write? Ciri. I mean, Cirilla. There. Take it. Yara? What are you doing here by 100 devils? Yara whirled around. I had hoped, he thought mechanically, that I was leaving my whole past behind me, that everything would now be new. But I almost unceasingly keep bumping into old acquaintances. Mr. Dennis Cranmer. A dwarf in a heavy overcoat, cuirass, iron vambraces, and tall fox-fur hat with a tail, cast a crafty glance over the boy, the merchant, and then again over the boy. What are you, he asked again sharply, ruffling his eyebrows, beard, and moustache, doing here, Yara? For a moment, the boy considered lying,
and to lend credence entangling the kind merchant into the false version. But he almost immediately rejected the idea. Dennis Cranmer, who had once served in the guard of the Duke of Ellender, enjoyed the reputation of a dwarf whom it was hard to deceive, and it wasn't worth trying. "I want to join up." He knew what the next question would be. "Did Nenneker give you permission?" He didn't have to answer. "You bolted." Dennis Cranmer nodded his beard. "You simply fled from the temple, and Nenneker and the priestesses are tearing their hair out." "I left a letter," muttered Yara. "Mr. Cranmer, I couldn't. I had to. It wasn't right to stay there idly when the enemy are in the marches, at a dangerous moment for the fatherland. And what's more, Ciri, Mother Nenneker didn't want to agree at all. Although she sent 3/4 of the girls from the temple to the army, she didn't allow me, and I couldn't."
"So you did a runner?"
The dwarf frowned sternly.
"By 100 bloody demons, I ought to tie you up with a stick under your knees and send you to Ellender by courier post. Or you locked up in the oubliette under the castle until the priestesses come to collect you. I ought to."
He panted angrily.
"When did you last eat, Yara? When did you last have hot victuals in your gob?"
"Really hot? 4 days ago."
"Come with me." "Eat slower, son,"
Zoltan Chive, one of Dennis Cranmer's comrades, cautioned him.
"It isn't healthy to guzzle your food so quickly without chewing properly. Where are you rushing to? Believe me, no one's going to take it away from you."
Yara wasn't so sure about that. A fistfight duel was taking place right then in the main room of the Shaggy Bear Inn. 2 stocky dwarves, as wide as stoves, were punching each other so loudly it thudded amidst the roars of their comrades from the volunteer regiment and the applause of the local prostitutes. The floor was shaking. Furniture and pots were falling, and drops of blood from smashed noses were spraying around like rain. Yara was just waiting for one of the fighters to sprawl across the officer's table and bang into the wooden plate of pork knuckle, the great bowl of steamed peas, and the earthenware mugs. He quickly swallowed a piece of fatty meat he had bitten off, assuming that what he swallowed was his.
"I don't really get it, Dennis."
Another dwarf, called Sheldon Skaggs, didn't even turn his head when one of the fighters almost caught him with a right hook.
"Since this boy's a priest, how can he join up? Priests aren't allowed to shed blood."
"He's a student of the temple, not a priest."
"I've never been bloody able to understand those tortuous human superstitions." "Well, but it doesn't do to mock other people's beliefs. The conclusion, though, is that this young man here, although brought up in a temple, has nothing against spilling blood, particularly Nilfgaardian blood. Eh, what, young man?"
"Let him eat in peace, Skaggs."
I'm happy to answer." Yarrow swallowed a mouthful of pork knuckle and shoved a handful of peas into his mouth. "It's like this. You can spill blood in a just war, in the defense of higher reasons. That's why I'm signing up. The motherland is calling."
"You can see for yourselves."
Sheldon Skaggs swept his gaze over his companions.
"How much truth there is in the statement that humans are a race similar to and related to us, that we come from a common root, both us and them. The best proof is here, sitting before us, wolfing down peas. In other words, you can come across loads of similar stupid zealots among young dwarves."
"Especially after the Maena battle," remarked Zoltan Chive coolly. "Tons more volunteers always sign up after a victorious battle. The rush will stop when news spreads of Menocorn's army marching up the Aina, leaving behind only earth and water."
"As long as the rush in the other direction doesn't start," muttered Cranmer. "I somehow don't trust volunteers. Interesting that every second deserter is a volunteer."
"How can you—"
Yara almost choked. "How can you suggest something like that, sir? I'm joining up for ideological reasons, to fight a just and legitimate war. The motherland." One of the fighting dwarves fell from a blow that, it seemed to the boy, shook the very foundations of the building, the dust rising a yard in the air from gaps in the floorboards. This time, the fallen dwarf, rather than leaping up and whacking his adversary, lay, clumsily twitching his limbs, prompting associations of a huge beetle flipped on its back. Dennis Cranmer stood up.
"The matter is settled," he declared loudly, looking around the inn. "The position of commander of the troop made vacant after the heroic death of Elkanah Foster, who fell on the battlefield at Maena, is taken up by What's your name, mate? Because I've forgotten.
Blathco Grant.
The victor of the fistfight spat a tooth onto the floor.
Blasco Grant takes up the position. Are there any other contentious issues regarding promotions? There aren't? Well and good. Innkeeper, beer. Where were we? A just war.
Zoltan Chive began to count, bending his fingers back.
Volunteers, deserters. Exactly, Dennis interrupted. I knew I wanted to refer to something, and the matter concerned deserting and treacherous volunteers. Remember Visegerd's former Sintran Corps? The Horsons, it turns out, didn't even change their standard. I know that from the mercenaries of the Free Company, from the gang of Julia Pretty Kitty. Julia's gang quarrelled with the Sintrans at Maena. They marched in the vanguard of the Nilfgaardian troop under the same standard with the Lions.
The mother country summoned them, Skaggs interjected morosely, and Empress Ciri.
Quiet, Dennis hissed.
That's true,
said a fourth dwarf, Yarpin Zigrin, who'd said nothing until then.
Quiet. Quieter than quietness itself.
And not for fear of snoopers, but because you don't talk about things you have no idea about.
While you, Zigrin,
Skaggs stuck out his chin,
do have an idea, eh?
I do. And I'll say one thing. No one, whether it's Emir Var Imris or the rebellious sorcerers from Thanedd, or even the devil himself, could make that girl do anything. They couldn't break her, I know that, because I know her. That bloody marriage with Emir is a hoax various asses have been taken in by. That girl, I tell you, has a different destiny, quite a different one.
You talk, muttered Skaggs, as though you really knew her, Zigrin.
Drop it,
snapped Zoltan Chive unexpectedly.
He's right about that destiny. I believe it. I also have reason to.
Eh?
Sheldon Skaggs waved a hand.
Why waste breath? Cyrilla, Emir, destiny. The distant matters, while a closer matter, gentlemen, is Men o' Corn and the Centre Army Group.
Aye, sighed Zoltan Chive. Something tells me a huge battle won't pass us by. Perhaps the biggest history has ever seen.
A great deal, mumbled Dennis Cranmer. Truly, a great deal will be decided.
And put an end to even more.
Everything...
Yara belched, decorously covering his mouth with his hand. Everything will end. The dwarves eyed him up for a moment, keeping silent.
I don't quite understand you, young man, Zoltan Chive finally said. You wouldn't like to explain what you have in mind, would you?
In the Ducal Council, Yara stammered, in Ellender, I mean, it was said that victory in this great war is so important because it's the great war to end all wars. Sheldon Skaggs snorted and spat beer down his beard. Zoltan Chive burst out laughing. Don't you believe so, gentlemen? Now it was Dennis Cranmer's turn to snort. Yarpin Zigrin remained serious, looking intently and seemingly with concern at the boy.
Look, son,
he said at last, very seriously.
Evangelina Parr is sitting at the bar. She is, one must admit, large. Why, even enormous. But in spite of her size, beyond all doubt, she isn't a whore to end all whores.
Turning into a narrow and deserted alley, Dennis Cranmer stopped.
I must praise you, Yara, he said. Do you know what for?
No.
Don't pretend. You don't have to in front of me.
It's praiseworthy that you didn't blink when Cyrilla was being talked about. It's even more praiseworthy that you didn't open your trap then.
Hey, don't make faces. I knew a lot of what went on behind Nenika's temple walls. A lot, you can believe me. And if that's too little for you, then know that I heard what name the merchant wrote on that medallion for you. Keep it up.
The dwarf tactfully pretended he hadn't noticed the crimson blush that suffused the boy's face.
Keep it up, Yara, and not only in the case of Ciri. What are you staring at?
On the wall of the granary, visible at the end of the lane, was a lopsided whitewashed slogan reading, "Make love, not war." Just under that, somebody had scribbled in much smaller letters, "And take a shit every morning."
Look somewhere else, idiot,
Dennis Cranmer barked.
Just looking at graffiti like that can get you into trouble, and if you say something at the wrong time, they'll flog you at the post. They'll flay the skin off your back. The judgments are swift here, extremely swift."
"I saw the shoemaker in the pillory," muttered Yara, "reputedly for sowing defeatism."
"His defeatism,"
the dwarf stated seriously, pulling the boy by his sleeve,
"probably lay in the fact that when he took his son to his troop, he wept, instead of cheering patriotically. They punish differently for more serious sowing. Come, I show you."
They entered a small square. Yara stepped back, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. About a dozen corpses were hanging from a large stone gallows. Some of them, their appearance and smell betrayed it, had been hanging there a long time.
"That one," pointed Dennis, simultaneously driving flies away, "wrote stupid graffiti on walls and fences. That one claimed that war is a matter for lords, and that the Nilfgaardian drafted peasants aren't his enemies. And that one told the following anecdote when he was drunk. What's a spear? It's a nobleman's weapon, a stick with a poor man on each end. And there, at the end, do you see that woman? She was the madam of the military brothel on wheels, which she decorated with the words, 'Soldier, get your leg over today. You might not be able to tomorrow.' And just for that, furthermore, one of the girls had the clap, as it turned out, which contravenes the law concerning sabotage and the undermining of military readiness."
"I understand, Mr. Cranmer."
Yara stood up straight in a position he considered soldierly. "But don't worry about me. I'm no defeatist. You haven't understood shit. And don't interrupt me, because I haven't finished. That last hanged man, the one stinking to high heaven, was only guilty of reacting to the chatter of a provocateur snooper with the shout, 'You were right, sir. It's like that, and not otherwise, as 2 + 2 makes 4. Now tell me if you understand."
"I do." Yara looked around furtively. "I shall be careful, but... Mr. Cranmer, what's it really like?"
The dwarf also looked around. "It's like this," he said softly. "Marshal Menokuon's Center Army Group is marching north with a force of around 100,000 men. Indeed, were it not for the insurrection in Verden, they'd already be here. Indeed, it would be better if negotiations were to take place. Indeed, Temeria and Redania don't have the forces to stop Kuhorn. Indeed, not before the strategic border of the Pontar."
"The River Pontar," whispered Yara, "is north of here."
"That's exactly what I wanted to say. But remember, keep your trap shut about that."
"I'll beware. When I'm in my unit, will I also have to? May I also encounter a snooper?"
"In a frontline unit? Near the front? Not really. Snoopers are so ardent behind the front because they're afraid of ending up on it. Furthermore, if they hung every soldier what grumbles, complains, and swears, there'd be no one left to fight. But, like you did with the matter of Ciri, Yara, always keep your trap shut. Mark my words, no dung fly ever flew into a trap that was shut. Now go. I'll take you to the committee."
"Will you put in a good word for me?" Yara looked at the dwarf, hopefully. "Hey, Mr. Cranmer?"
"Dear me, you're an ass, Mr. Scribe. This is the army. If I put in a good word for you and tried pulling strings, it would be as though I'd embroidered lemon on your back in gold thread. You'd have a hard time in your troop, laddie."
"What about if I joined," blinked Yara, "your unit?"
"Don't even think about it."
"Because there's only room for dwarves in it, right?" the boy said bitterly. "And not for me."
"Right. Not for you," thought Dennis Cranmer. "Not for you, Yara, because I still have unpaid debts with Neneka, which is why I'd prefer you to return from the war in one piece, and the Mahakam Volunteer Regiment, consisting of dwarves, specimens of a foreign and inferior race, will always be sent to the lousiest tasks, to the worst sectors. The ones you don't come back from. The ones you don't send humans to."
"So how can I make sure," Yara continued downcast, "that I'll end up in a good troop?"
"And which one, according to you, is so first-rate it's worth trying to get into?"
Yara turned around on hearing singing, swelling like a breaking wave, growing like the thunder of an approaching storm. Loud, powerful, swaggering singing as hard as steel.
He'd heard singing like that before. The mercenary troop, formed up into threes, walked their horses along the narrow street leading from the castle. At their head, on a grey stallion, beneath a pole decorated with human skulls, rode the commander, a grey-haired man with an aquiline nose and hair plaited into a queue falling down onto his armour. Adam Madu Pangrat, mumbled Dennis Cranmer. The singing of the mercenaries thundered, roared and rumbled. Counterpointed by the ringing of horseshoes on cobbles, it filled the narrow street way up to the tops of the houses and into the blue sky above the town. No lovers or wives spill tears when the time comes to bite the blood-soaked dust, for we briskly go to war, for the ducat as red as the sun. You ask what troop? Said Yara, unable to tear his eyes from the cavalryman. Why, one like that. In one such as that, I'd like to—
Each has his song, the dwarf interrupted quietly, and each bites the blood-soaked earth his own way, just as it befalls him, and they either cry for him or not. In a war, scribbler, you only sing and march as one. You stand in the ranks as one. And later, in battle, everyone gets what is written for him, whether in Adieu Pangrat's free company, or in the infantry, or in the convoys. Whether in a shining suit of armour with a glorious crest, or in bast shoes and a flea-ridden sheepskin coat. Whether on a fleet steed or behind a shield. Something different comes to each one, as it befalls him. Well, and there's the commission. Do you see the sign above the entrance? That's your way, since you've thought to become a soldier. Go, Yara. Farewell. We'll meet again when it's all over. The dwarf's gaze followed the boy until he disappeared into the door of the tavern, occupied by the recruiting commission. Or we won't meet again, he added softly. No one knows what's written for anybody, or what will befall them. Can you ride? Can you shoot a longbow or crossbow?
No, sir, but I can write and calligraph ancient runes, too. I know the elder speech.
Can you wield a sword? Are you trained in lance play?
I've read the history of wars, the work by Marshal Pellegrim, and Roderick de Novembre.
Or perhaps you know how to cook.
No, I don't. But I reckon up well.
The recruiting officer grimaced and waved a hand. A well-read smart aleck. You're not the first today. Write about a chitty for the PFI. You'll be serving in the PFI, lad. Run with this chitty to the southern end of the town, then beyond the Maribor Gate down by the lake. But you'll find it for sure. Next.
Hey, Yara. Hey, wait.
Melfi?
Who else?
The cooper's son staggered, holding onto the wall.
It's me, right here.
What's wrong with you?
Wrong? With me?
Nothing. We've had a bit to drink. We drank to Nilfgaard's confusion.
Oh, Yara,
I'm glad to see you, for I thought I'd lost you somewhere. My comrade. Yara stepped back as though someone had hit him. For the cooper's son's breath didn't only smell of second-rate beer and third-rate vodka, but also of onions, garlic, and God knows what else, very intensively. And where, Yara asked sneeringly, is your eminent company?
You asking about Pike?
Melfi grimaced. Then I'll tell you. To hell with him. Do you know Yara? I think he was a bad man.
Bravo. You saw through him quickly.
Didn't I just? Melfi strutted, not noticing the mockery.
He hid it, but whoever cheats me can eat the devil.
I tell you, I know what he was planning. What drew him here to Vichima? You probably think, Yara, that he and his miscreants came to sign up like us.
Ha! Well, you're seriously mistaken.
Do you know what he had planned? You wouldn't believe it.
I would.
He needed horses and uniforms, Melfi finished triumphantly.
He meant to steal them from round here, for he meant to go to war in disguised as a soldier.
Let him end his days on the gallows.
The quicker the better.
The cooper's son staggered slightly, stopped by the wall and undid his breeches.
I'm just sorry that Ogrubeck and Milton, those stupid village idiots, were taken in. They followed Pike, so they're liable to meet the hangman too. Well, bollocks to them, effing bumpkins. How goes it with you, Yar?
Regarding?
Did the recruiting officers post you anywhere?
Melfi sent a stream of piss down the whitewashed wall.
I asked because I'm already recruited. I had to go through the Maribor Gate to the southern end of the castle. And where do you have to go?
To the south side too.
Ha!
The cooper's son jumped up and down a few times, shook and fastened his trousers.
So we're to fight together?
I don't think so. Yara looked at him condescendingly. I was assigned in accordance with my qualifications, to the PFI.
Well, naturally.
Melfi hiccuped and breathed his dreadful mixture over him.
You're book-learned. They probably assign smart Alex like you to important matters, not any old ones. Well, what to do? But for now, we'll be travelling a little longer together, for our route's to the southern end of the castle. Looks like it. Let's go then.
Let's go. I don't think it's here, judged Yara, looking at a parade square surrounded by tents where a troop of scruffs with long sticks on their shoulders were kicking up dust. Every scruff, as the boy observed, had a bunch of hay attached to his right leg and a bunch of straw attached to his left. I think we've come to the wrong place, Melfi.
Straw? Hay!
The roar of the lance corporal, directing the scruffs, could be heard from the parade square.
Straw? Hay! Even it up, for fuck's sake!
A standard's fluttering over the tents, said Melfi. See for yourself, Yar. Those same lilies what you were talking about on the road. Is there a standard? There is. Is there an army? There is. That means it's here. We've come to the right place.
You maybe, not me for sure.
Some officer or other is standing there by the fence. Let's ask him.
It moved fast after that.
New recruits? Yelled the sergeant. From the conscription office? Papers! What the fuck are you standing one behind the other? March on the spot. Don't fucking stand there. Left turn. About turn. Right fucking turn. Quick march. About fucking turn. Listen and remember. First of fucking all, get to the quartermaster. Get your kit. Mail, shirt, boots, pike, helmet and sword for fuck's sake. Then to the drill ground. Be ready for the fucking muster at dusk. Quick march!
Just a minute. Yara looked around hesitantly. Because I think I have a different posting.
What?
I beg your pardon, officer, sir. Yara blushed. I only want to prevent a possible error. For the commissioner, clearly, he distinctly spoke of a posting to the PFI. So
You're at home, my lad,
snorted the sergeant, somewhat disarmed by the officer.
This is your posting. Welcome to the poor fucking infantry.
And why? Repeated Rocco Hildebrandt. And for what reason are we to pay you gentleman tax? We've already paid everything we are supposed to.
Blow this. Look at him, the smart-ass halfling.
Pike, sprawled on the saddle of a stolen horse, grinned at his comrades.
He's already paid, and he thinks that's all. Really, he's the spitting image of that turkey, what we're thinking about Sunday. But they chopped his head off on Saturday.
A Kultich, Klaproth, Milton and Ogrebeck cackled in unison. The joke was excellent, after all, and the amusement promised to be even more excellent. Rocco noticed the revolting, clammy gazes of the marauders and looked back. On the threshold of his cottage stood Incarvilia Hildebrandt, his wife, and Aloe and Yasmin, his 2 daughters. Pike and his company looked at the hobbit girls, smiling lecherously. Yes, assuredly the amusement promised to be first class. Impatientia Vanderbeck, Hildebrandt's niece, normally called by the pet name Impy, approached the hedge on the other side of the highway. She was a very pretty girl. The bandit's smiles became even more lecherous and revolting.
Well, Shorty?
Pike hurried him.
Hand over the penny to the Royal Army. Give us your victuals, give us your horses, and lead the cows from the cowshed.
We aren't going to stand here till sundown. We must get round a few more villages today.
Why must we pay and hand over our food? Rocco Hildebrandt's voice trembled slightly, but determination and doggedness still resounded in it. You say it's for the army, that it's for our defense, and who, I ask, will defend us against hunger? We've already paid the winter levy and the geld and the poll tax and the land tax and the animal tax and the devil only knows what else. If that wasn't enough, 4 halflings from this hamlet, my son included in that number, are coach drivers in the army convoys. And no one else but my brother-in-law, Milo Vanderbeck, known as Rusty, is a field surgeon, an important personage in the army. That means we've paid our acreage with interest. For what reason are we to pay more? Wherefore? And what for? And why? Pike gave a long look at Incarvilia Hildebrandt, nee Bieberveld, the halfling's wife, at their plump daughters, Aloe and Yasmin, at the gorgeous Impy Vanderbeck, dressed in a green frock, at Sam Hoffmeyer and his grandfather, old Grandpa Holophanes, at Granny Petunia, doggedly picking at a flower bed with a hoe, at the other halflings from the hamlet, mainly womenfolk and youngsters, apprehensively peeping out from their households and from behind fences.
You ask why?
He hissed, leaning over in the saddle and looking into the halfling's terrified eyes.
I'll tell you why. Because you're a mangy halfling, a foreigner, a stranger, and whoever robs you, you repulsive brute, delights the gods. Whoever vexes you, non-human, is carrying out a good and patriotic deed. And also, because I feel sick with a desire to send your non-human nest up in smoke. Because I feel a yen coming on to fuck your midget women, and because we're 5 burly fellows and you're a handful of short-assed wretches. Now do you know why?
Now I know, said Rocco Hildebrandt slowly. Off with you, big folk. Begone, you good-for-nothings. They shan't give you anything. Pike straightened up and reached for the short sword hanging from his saddle.
Have at them, he yelled. Kill them.
With a movement so fast it was almost imperceptible, Rocco Hildebrandt stooped down towards his barrow, took out a crossbow concealed under a rush mat, brought it to his cheek, and sent a bolt straight into Pike's mouth, which was wide open in a yell. Incarvilia Hildebrandt, nee Bieberveld, swung her arm powerfully, and a sickle spun through the air, slamming into Milton's throat. The peasant's son puked blood and somersaulted backwards over his horse's rump, swinging his legs comically. Ogrebeck, moaning, tumbled beneath the horse's hooves, with Grandpa Holophanes' secateurs buried in his belly up to the handle's wooden facings. The strong man, Klaproth, aimed a club at the old man, but flew from the saddle, squealing inhumanly, caught right in the eye with the spike of a dibber flung by Impy Vanderbeck. A Kultich reined his horse around and hoped to flee, but Granny Petunia sprang at him and jabbed the teeth of her rake into his thigh. A Kultich cried out and fell. His foot caught in the stirrup, and the frightened horse dragged him across the sharp poles of the wattle fence. The brigand yelled and wailed as he was dragged, and Granny Petunia, with her rake, and Impy, with her curved pruning knife, followed him like 2 she-wolves. Grandpa Holophanes blew his nose loudly. The entire incident, from Pike's shout to Grandpa Holophanes blowing his nose, took more or less the same time it would to rapidly utter the sentence, "Halflings are incredibly fast and can throw all sorts of missiles unerringly." Rocco sat down on the cottage steps. His wife, Incarvilia Hildebrandt nee Bieberveld, planted herself beside him. Their daughters, Aloe and Yasmin, went to help Sam Hoffmeyer finish off the wounded and strip the dead. Impy returned in her green frock with the sleeves spattered up to the elbows with blood. Granny Petunia also returned, walking slowly, panting, grunting, leaning on her blood-spattered rake and holding her lower back. Oh, she's getting old, our Granny, thought Hildebrandt. Where should we bury the brigands, Mr. Rocco? Asked Sam Hoffmeyer. Rocco Hildebrandt put his arm around his wife and looked up at the sky. In the birch copse, he said, next to the other ones. The sensational adventure of Mr. Malcolm Guthrie of Braymoor took the pages of many newspapers by storm. Even the Daily Mail of London devoted several lines to it in its column Bizarre. However,
because very few of our readers read the press south of the Tweed, and if they do, then only newspapers more serious than the Daily Mail, let us remind you what happened. On the day of the 10th of March last year, Mr. Malcolm Guthrie went fishing to Loch Glascarnoch. While there, Mr. Guthrie happened upon a young woman with an ugly scar on her face, sick, riding a black mare, sick, in the company of a white unicorn, sick, who were emerging from the fog and darkness, sick. The girl spoke to the dumbstruck Mr. Guthrie in a language which Mr. Guthrie was so kind as to describe as, we quote, probably French or some other dialect from the continent. Because Mr. Guthrie does not speak French or any other dialect from the continent, a conversation was not possible. The girl and the accompanying menagerie vanished, to quote Mr. Guthrie again, like a golden dream. Our comment. Mr. Guthrie's dream was undoubtedly as golden as the colour of the single malt whisky Mr. Guthrie customarily drinks, as we learned, drinking often and in such quantities that would explain the seeing of white unicorns, white mice, and monsters from lochs. And the question we would like to pose runs thusly. What did Mr. Guthrie think he was doing with a fishing rod by Loch Glascarnoch 4 days before the angling season began? The Inverness Weekly, 18th of March, 1906 edition.